holidays. And guess what?
Here you are.
Here I am.
It's your fault.
My fault?
You drug me in.
I drug you in?
Drug me.
Actually, when the boss texted us both, you were the one that said okay first.
I know I did.
Yeah.
I said okay without really thinking about it.
Yeah.
You should have like back channeled me and said like, are you really sure you want to do this Monday?
It's
you
all
might.
right.
Yeah, no, we're good. We're good.
9 to noon, we're out of here.
Yeah, it'll go by quick. Yeah,
no problem. And there was no traffic on a beltway.
And we get to talk a little ball. I mean, right? I mean, let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it. 410-583-1057 is the number. I want to start the show off this way today. I want to make sure that you don't say Happy Memorial Day. There's nothing happy about Memorial Day. I grew up in a military family. The realities of military life were right there in my face growing up. I had friends whose dads were in Vietnam. I had friends whose dads lost their lives. This day is not like Veterans Day when you go up and you thank a veteran. This day is for the people that didn't get to come home. And there's nothing happy about that. So please, if you can think about it, try not to say Happy Memorial Day. You know, I was going through old scrapbooks and things, and I found a picture of a Little League team on Langley Air Force Base, and this is in 1969. And I looked at the picture, and of course, as military kids, you're not in contact with any of them anymore because we scatter like the wind. But the guy standing next to me, I remembered that his dad was killed in Vietnam. You know, it was real to us all the time. And I don't want to go on and on about it, but just refrain from Happy Memorial Day because ain't nothing happy about it.
Yeah, right? No, I hear you, and I think your sentiment and your message is definitely understood. And I think people have good intent, obviously, when they say it, but probably don't think about it very much. But you know, I don't have a lot of family or friends that are in the military, but I do remember my mom talking about my grandfather, who I was too young when he passed away to remember him. But my mom used to talk about him fighting in World War II.
Yeah,
and so I remember what my mom would tell me about him and a couple of the pictures that we had. But I think Memorial Day was really only the few times that my mom would really talk about her father.
Yeah.
A very odd relationship. My dad's from Lagos, Nigeria. My mom's parents weren't necessarily happy about the fact that she married a Nigerian guy that had an accent and was darker than the darkest night. But they loved my brother and I, which is very interesting, and so it's really odd how immigration, people from different countries come here. They love being here, and then people that fought and died for our rights and our freedom. And I love the fact that we can have discord and we can do it publicly, and there aren't consequences for that. And a lot of that has to do with our military. Yeah. So I'm appreciative. Yeah. Don't always agree with everything, of course, as you know, but I'm appreciative of the opportunity and the things that our military provides for us. So it's really odd, Bruce. Like I don't think about my grandfather that often, but like I said, today I do, and it's because of my mom.
Well, that's what the day's for.
Yeah. Hey, you're gonna make me start crying, dude.
Nah, you don't need to do that. Well,
what are we doing?
I lost my dad in the summer of 24.
Yep.
And earlier that year, a friend of his was being buried at Arlington, and he couldn't really drive anymore. He says, could you come get me and take me to Arlington? I said, absolutely. So we go up there, and at the end of the service, very nice service, they play the Air Force hymn, which no one outside the Air Force has ever heard, but it's Lord, Guard, and Guide the men who fly through the great spaces of the sky. This feeling of joy just erupted throughout my body, and I couldn't figure it out, but then it hit me. We always went to church on Sunday at the Air Force Church, where on the Air Force housing area where they played that song at the end of church. And I got that same joy. Church is over. Yeah. I got that same sense of joy, right there. But if you get a chance, go down to Arlington, and look around because you got to earn your way in there. You know what's funny is last night, completely unplanned, I fell asleep watching Saving Private Ryan. Yeah. Isn't that weird? That is weird. Completely just the O's game had ended. I was catching the highlights of it. The second game was kind of ho-hum. We will, I'm sure we'll cover it a little bit, but Saving Private Ryan, and I thought a little bit, once again, about Memorial Day. Yeah. And it's Saving Private Ryan is definitely in my, I don't know if it's in my top 10, but it's definitely in my top 20 movies. Yeah. It's a great movie. It's sad, obviously. Yeah, it's a height of Spielberg's career, and that's not easy to say because he made great movies, but he didn't top himself on that. If you're into war movies at all, there are two that are kind of obscure that you really need to see. One is back from the 40s, John Wayne, They Were Expendable. It's a story about the guys that were left behind on Bataan. And
wow.
yeah, it's really a fascinating movie, and just how you got to walk up to guys and say, "You're not getting off here."
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And then the second one is more recent. It's called Letters from Iwo Jima.
Did I see that?
Clint Eastwood made Flags of Our Fathers.
Okay, I've seen Flags of Our Fathers.
Okay, while they were shooting that, they also shot Letters from Iwo Jima. It's Iwo Jima from the Japanese standpoint.
Oh, okay.
It shows how they dug in and what they're expecting, and all these ships are coming. Watch both of those.
So when I think of movies, war movies especially, the ones that are make the most kind of indelible impression on me is Full Metal Jacket.
Oh, yeah.
That movie is probably also in my top 15.
Yeah.
But you know how it is. As time goes on, new movies are made, and my top 15 kind of gets pushed
And the great
down.
thing about Full Metal Jacket is it's 2 movies.
Yeah, it is 2 movies. You're right. Yeah, right. Yeah, kind of when they're in
When they're in basic.
and then they go when they go to Vietnam. Yeah. And then also Platoon.
Yeah.
Charlie Sheen.
Yeah.
Man, that movie made a massive impression on me.
My dad had trouble watching that one.
Yeah, that was Platoon. To this day, it stands up still.
Here's the question I have. Oscars that year.
Yeah.
How in the world did Tom Berenger not win an Oscar for Platoon? When he's got that knife at Charlie and that look in his eyes, come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
I just see him smoking a cigarette and just how devious he was in that movie, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
It was a devious war.
It was.
Boy, we got off track.
We did.
All right, let's get back to the Orioles. You mentioned something Saturday.
I did, and I'm proud of it.
Well,
I'm standing on business.
And you said the night, that the game before that they had hit those home runs and all that, and that's what we've been waiting for. And that kind of carried over to the first game because, in particular, that's what we've been waiting for from Colton Cowser.
Yeah. Well, remember the person that I singled out that I said is my favorite Oriole right now is who? Brandon Young.
He threw well.
And he's just a bulldog. I believe he's had 7 starts. I think 5 of the 7 or 6 of the 7 have been quality starts. You know what I mean?
I think so.
Yeah, and the game where he gave up a bunch of runs, there was a play in the infield that should have been made by Jeremiah Jackson that kind of blew up his ERA a bit. You know what I mean? So I love Brandon Young. I've been riding with him since the season started, and it's because of his psychological makeup. It's something about him. When I watch him circle the mound like a shark, there's something about him that says, I want this kid pitching. I want him in my clubhouse. There's something about him I just love. And I didn't know anything about him, Bruce. I've really just been focused on the O's this year. Yeah. But Brandon Young has jumped out at me as a guy that I want to go to war with, a guy that I want to be in the foxhole with.
He is right now. He's 3-1. 3.47 ERA, and these days that's not bad.
That's great.
He's 7 starts, 36 and a third innings pitched, 26 strikeouts. His WHIP is 1.40.
Yeah,
those are good numbers.
Yeah.
That's something you can build on. But he wasn't one that was expected to contribute all that.
No,
much.
he wasn't. Yeah, exactly.
So that's the magic of it. And then, in the second game, we've talked about Trevor Rogers. So he was just untouchable last year, and he's so touchable. And you have a theory.
I do.
Tell me.
So I've been saying this, and you and I, Bruce, this is what I love. You and I will debate off air, and then we'll debate on air, and we'll continue the debate for weeks.
Sure.
So the funny thing is that I had noticed that his off-speed stuff, especially his changeup, was getting too much of the plate. And you thought maybe it was film work that the hitters had potentially kind of figured him out a little bit. And I was like, nah, I think it's his command. And then I spoke to, I'm trying to think who it was. I was on a show a different day, I think with Tim and Ken. And I think, man, it'll come back to me who it was.
Could have been Border? He's on with them a lot.
You know what? It could have been Bordy.
Yeah.
Could have been Bordy. But I had said, hey, you know what? I feel like his velocity is still there. And he's not going to blow you away with velocity, but his velocity hadn't ticked down at all. His spin rate looked the same, but his off-speed stuff that was diving out of the strike zone was diving into the strike zone. And so, when I had talked to the pros, once again, the guys that are true evaluators, I'm an aggregator. I'm not an evaluator when it comes to baseball. I'm an aggregator, right? They had said the same thing, which I thought, okay, they're seeing what I see. I just don't know what you do about it at this point.
The only thing you can do is you just keep sending him out there.
Okay, there you go.
It's baseball.
Yeah.
It's totally unpredictable. But his ERA now has ballooned to 6.96. I mean, even in modern times, if you're almost 7 ERA, you're really struggling. So it is what it is. Today we're going to see Kyle Bradish. It's a day game, by the way. For those of you that don't know, it's a 1:35 start with Tampa Bay, which is a pretty major thing. The Orioles are coming off winning a series, which is a big deal in 2026. Well, if you remember, they went down to Tampa Bay and they got hammered. Yeah, they got swept, and you got to hope for better things. And Bradish is probably the best one they can throw out there right now. But early in the season, and we've talked about this before, in cold weather games, Bradish struggled. You could tell he just wasn't comfortable out there. I don't know if he can pitch in this weather or not. I guess we'll find out.
You know, it's pretty muggy out there, actually.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And the temperature is rising.
Yeah. And so, you know what? I just remembered who it was that kind of confirmed what I believed. It was Tony Gwynn Jr.
Okay.
Yeah. I spoke to Tony Gwynn Jr. twice in 2 weeks, and basically he kind of confirmed. It made me feel good, basically.
Yeah.
Tony Gwynn Jr. agreeing with me. We all love his dad, obviously.
Yeah, oh yeah.
SDSU baseball coach for a good amount of time before he passed away. But yeah, hopefully they can get this win today and get this series started off on the right foot.
Well, they're facing a really good pitcher, Shane McClanahan for Tampa Bay, 5-2, 2.82 ERA. Only 30 hits and 44.2 innings. Those are big numbers right there.
Yeah.
So the Orioles will be up against it. It was interesting yesterday, and I know you didn't watch both games, but it was interesting to see them use Jackson Holliday as a pinch hitter in Game 1. I mean, Albernaz is feeling the pressure if he's putting guys like that in to pinch hit. And we'll talk about that a little bit more next. Also, we're going to open the phones, 410-583-1057. Give us a call, Bruce and Femi, on Memorial Day. Off and running.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 1057 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you miss. 1057 The Fan.
This weekend is absolutely the best time to buy a new or used vehicle at Jones Junction. Get a Turtle Box speaker or a Yeti chair with the purchase of any new or pre-owned vehicle. Plus, we're going to give you up to $500 more than CarMax for your trade. See our huge selection at jonesjunction.com.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Every rider is someone's family, someone's friend, someone who should make it home. But that depends on you. When you drive, you control more than your vehicle. You control their safety. Slow down. Look twice. Check your mirrors and blind spots. Give motorcycles the space they deserve. Respect on the road saves lives. Share the road. Drive like a life depends on it. Because it does. Brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
Weekends on the Fan. Here's Bruce Cunningham and Femi Ayanbadejo.
Welcome back. Welcome back, Bruce and Femi, on a Memorial Day Monday. Glad you're with us. Phones are open, 410-583-1057. Let's go to Bill in Annapolis. Bill, how you doing?
I'm doing great, guys. I want to just mention a couple of positives that I've seen from the Orioles this year. First of all, you stole a little bit of my thunder. Brandon Young, he's a stud.
Yep.
He's an absolute stud, and I think he should stay in the rotation, period. I also think that Paseo is going to be a superstar. His bat is probably close to being the best on the team right now at 21, and I think the future for him is great. So those are my two positives.
I'm also encouraged by Gunnar lately. Gunnar looks like he's Gunnar again, you know?
Yes, I don't disagree, and I'd like to see us solidify the infield. I'd like to see Jeremiah Jackson at second base. I'd like to see Gunnar at short, and I'd like to see Holiday at third. And let's have a good defensive infield. And if we can get that rolling, and then with the pitching staff, I'd like to see Bassett move to the bullpen, and I'd like to see Trey Gibson come up. I think teaming him with Baz and with Brandon Young, you've got three young guys that will carry us forward. And I think we get the pitching staff solidified. We'll be a good team.
I hope so. Thank you for the call. The Trey Gibson thing is interesting. One of the reasons why he went back down and he's still down there is they don't want to put him in the bullpen. They want him to continue as a starter, and it's not quite ready up here, but it will be.
Yeah, I liked what I saw from Trey against the Yankees. I think you and I talked about that.
Yep.
You know, I know that I think you have to watch that game to actually see how good he pitched. The numbers won't tell you the story.
And the setting, and we talked about this.
You're right.
Hey, welcome to the Major Leagues. Here's Yankee Stadium on a Sunday afternoon, jam-packed, and he came in and didn't phase him at all.
Yeah.
I would think if they're going to make a starting pitching move, that's going to be the one. They're going to bring him back up for good.
Yeah, I remember him going right after Aaron Judge, and it didn't work out well.
No.
But I give him credit for trying. You know what I mean? The way that he went about his business that day told me that he's not afraid. He tried to get up and in, didn't get up and in enough, and Aaron Judge did Aaron Judge type things. But to have your first. Was that his first major league start? It was, right? In Yankee Stadium, correct?
On Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So once again, there's something about this is the thing. I'm one of those people, I like to read body language, and I'm not saying I'm a body language expert by any means, but there's something I can take away by just watching the way a pro goes about their business. And the same thing I saw in Trey is what I like about Brandon Young, which the caller obviously noted as well. So, yeah, I'd love to see Trey come up. Let's see what the rest of the season offers for him.
It may be one of the few moves they have right now. Let's go to Jonathan in Essex. What's going on, man?
What's up, gentlemen? How you guys doing, man?
Good. How are you?
Well, you know what? The only thing I say, Bruce, you said Gunnar started to look like Gunnar. I don't need him to look like Gunnar. I need him to look like a run producer. I mean, the guy's had 12 hits in the last couple of weeks, and he's only got 2 ribbies. I need my guys to produce. What I want to see, like last night, sometimes you need your stars to produce. Like the Yankees, I got excited. I mean, that Colton Cowser walk-off yesterday was very exciting.
Yeah, that was fun.
It got me to almost to start believing. But then then the second game came to me. I mean, I was excited. I hadn't felt like that for the Orioles in a long time.
Yeah.
And it just kind of added something. But then I watched Aaron Judge. And it's something different if that home run had been, Gunnar or Alonso, where you can hang your hat on my big guys. You know what? I ain't the 89 wins with Femi yet.
Yeah,
but
I backed off that though. I backed off.
I know you did.
I got a bit ridiculed after I kind of tried to stand on business with that. But no, hey, I hear you though.
But I'm being a fanboy now.
Yeah, for sure.
I want the guys to do well, and I'm looking forward. But I need Gunnar. I need Alonso to give me that Aaron Judge last night. I need one of them to do it.
All
in the
right,
ninth
man.
inning.
Thanks,
All right,
Jonathan.
guys.
Appreciate it. You know the scariest thing about Aaron Judge? He's 24.
No.
I think so. I think so. How?
No, I think he's 20. Isn't he like 28 or 29?
I didn't think so. Hold on.
We gotta
We're
look this up.
going
Yeah,
to
let's
check
make
that
sure,
right
yeah.
now. We're going to make sure.
I think he's 20 or 29.
Let's see. Age. Here we go. He is. Let's see. 34?
He's 34. Wow.
You know what? I read that wrong.
Okay.
Yeah. I had a 3 instead of that.
You said
Okay.
24. I said 29. He's 34. Thank you for that.
Well, Ed, I'm going to be 68, so you got to give me a little buffer.
No, it's
when
all
it
right.
comes to
Hey,
things
it's all
like
good.
that.
24 and 34. Hey, it's all good.
Mike in Baltimore, what's going on? Don't make me do math.
Yeah.
Bruce, this is Roberto Mike.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, you scared me. Time I earned just 24. I'm
I
like,
know,
wait a
I know.
minute there.
Just forgive me
God,
for
if
that.
He's only 24. I'm like, no. But anyway, man, I know we lost the game yesterday, but do you think it's, I think really the walk-off, do you think we kind of like turned it around? Because, we really, this series against Tampa Bay, I think is telling because, Tampa Bay used to like just beat us when they walked on the field,
Yeah.
and then, we became competitive with them. But this year it kind of reverted to like they beat us by throwing their head on the field. Yeah. So I really think this series is going to go a long way to say if we've turned it around.
I hope so, Mike, and thanks for the call. If it really turned them around, I was looking for that spark in game 2 yesterday, and I didn't see it. So it's a little bit more ambiguous in my mind right now.
Yeah, I think if they can win today, I think that would be great. And obviously, we know who Tampa is. I think they have the best record in the American League, right?
Yeah,
Don't they?
do.
But I think the silver lining is that the O's are 14 and 13 at home. A lot of their issues have been on the road.
And for the millionth time, they're still in the wild card race.
Yeah,
so
no, definitely. Yeah,
there's that too.
There's nobody running away with anything in the American League at this point.
Let's go to Gary in Parkville. Gary, what's up?
Hey, good morning, guys, and have a solid Memorial Day. Now, there's an old joke. We were talking about John Wayne. The joke was, what's the difference between B. Arthur and John Wayne?
What's that?
B. Arthur was actually a Marine.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
And John Wayne did not go into the service or anything like that. In fact, got in a lot of fights. Guys that did serve in World War II would always kind of call him out on that.
Hey, I tell you who got on him bad about it was the director that directed so many, John Ford, because John Ford served.
Oh, wow.
And John Wayne didn't, and he would rag him forever on that.
Always before I get into the Orioles, always be careful about the guys that wrap themselves in the flag. They're like the people that pray too loud in church or synagogue or whatever.
Yeah.
But anyway, the thing with and also watch To Hell and Back about Audie Murphy.
That's a good one too. Yeah.
Yeah, the most highly decorated soldier, and they say the movie doesn't even do it justice. And he was a family. You know who Audie Murphy is?
No, I do not.
He's the most highly decorated soldier in American history.
Oh, is that right?
He was about 5'3", 110 pounds.
And he enlisted at age 15.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I have heard this story before, actually. I didn't put the name with the story.
He became an actor later on and did a bunch of cowboy movies, but that was his debut. It was his own story, To Hell and Back. Yes, that's not bad.
Actually, that was in 55. He had already done like a Red Badge. They had him in Red Badge of Courage, Bruce.
Okay, all right.
But here's another thing about the Orioles. Enrique Bradfield is this incredible fielder.
Yeah.
I think the thing that would solidify this team more than anything is put a much better outfield defense in every day. And have the center fielder they have now play every day in right or left, and have Bradfield. I don't care what he hits, but that would make a lot of difference for the pitching. Just start trying to solidify the defense. That will help the pitching a great deal, too.
All right, Gary, thanks for the call. You've been talking about outfield defense a lot.
Yeah, I have. Yeah, I mean, I feel like Taveras has been pretty solid.
He's been what they needed.
Yeah.
He's a veteran, and he's not scared, like that.
Yeah, but, I mean, there's some cornerstones in the lineup that aren't going anywhere. And I think, to make it, to actually oversimplify it, I kind of felt like whatever the question marks are, go with defense, right? Whether it's third base or right field.
Sure.
Hey, we're pulling at straws here, right? I mean, at this point, the team is the team at this point. Like, I don't know what they're going to do at the All-Star break. I mean, we'll see what. I know. I don't mean to get ahead of ourselves, but I just think they need to figure it out with this squad. And we said that the most meat on the bone is going to be around starting pitching. Like, if the starting pitching can improve, and spoiler alert, I'm not saying anything that anybody doesn't know at this point. You know what I mean?
And let me just state this. if the defense gets better, that benefits the starting pitching.
Yeah, exactly.
Too. So
yeah,
let's
it all
keep
kind of
that
feeds
in
off
mind.
each
All right,
other.
coming up, we haven't talked any Ravens at all. We're going to get into that next, and we're going to talk Derrick Henry in terms of the history and where he's going to end up when he gets through playing. So stick around. That's next.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Introducing new Maryland Treasure Scratch-Offs from the Maryland Lottery. Featuring original art by local artists showcasing the state's natural beauty. With a top prize of $10,000, these Maryland treasures are worth collecting. Please play responsibly.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones and all on the T-Mobile network.
Ah, how about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
For all the things you have to do and places you need to be, let Uber take you there. Because you had just one more 3 rounds ago. Because the 5 a.m. flight seemed like a good idea at the time. Because check engine lights always appear at the worst possible times. And because parking downtown is a nightmare. Because there are nights out, airport trips, and car troubles in your area, there are drivers in your area. Uber. Request a ride today. Wait time varies. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Are you stressed because of your IRS back tax bill? The possibility of wage garnishment or property lien? Then call Priority Tax Relief now. 800-314-0045. At Priority Tax, we work directly with the IRS to protect you and your assets. Thousands of our customers have resolved for far less than their original balance. Connect to the IRS for free in minutes. 800-314-0045. That's 800-314-0045.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
During Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale, you could replace all your home's windows and get half of them free. Plus, you could get them with no money down and no payments or interest for 2 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Weekends on The Fan. Here's Bruce Cunningham and Femi Ayanbadejo.
Welcome back. Bruce and Femi on Memorial Day. Bobby Trossa going to join us next hour. We're looking forward to that. But I teased before we threw it to break about Derrick Henry. We're thrilled to have him. We were on the opposing side for many, many years. You saw his greatness at Tennessee. Then he became a Raven. He is now, I think he's going to be 31 this year, I believe.
I think 32.
32?
I think so.
I should quit with ages right now, okay? I've been off today. But as his numbers compile and as his career years compile, he's starting to put up numbers that are threatening some historical figures here.
Yeah, so he's 13th. Oh, sorry, he's 10th right now with 13,018 yards. So my guess is that he'll rush for a minimum of 1,500 yards this year. If he hits 1,500 yards, I mean, that's going to put him probably just above Curtis Martin, under Adrian Peterson at that point.
Mm-hmm.
And if he does another 1,500 next year, I mean, that'll put him like right where Frank Gore is at third with 16,000 yards. So my prediction, spoiler alert, once again, I think he's going to rush for 3,000 yards over the next 2 years. If he didn't do that, I would be shocked.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I mean,
he rushed for, I think 2 years ago, he rushed for 1,900. He rushed for 1,500 last year. I don't see him slowing down. And a little background, I played with Emmitt Smith in his 36-year-old season, which was his final season in Arizona. He rushed for 918 yards that year. And that offensive line that we had in Arizona was just okay. This offensive line is much better. But Derrick Henry, I think, I envision him potentially, if he wants to, I'm not saying he will, if he wants to, I think he could play 3 or 4 more years.
He's under contract through next year, I believe.
Yeah.
He just signed the extension, and it's not a crazy amount of money. I mean, the Ravens have, he's always been, I don't want to use the word bargain, but he's always been a very sensibly priced player for the Ravens.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think that when you draw it up in the dirt, he's been exactly what you thought he would be with Lamar. You know what I mean? And obviously the offensive line regressed a bit last year. Lamar was a little bit banged up. And even with all that being said, and look, Derek had some untimely fumbles. We recognize all that. I don't want to act like that's
But
not
historically, he's not a fumbler.
He's not. He's been great. It's just that when it happened was problematic. You know, in the Buffalo game, in the Detroit game, Pittsburgh game a couple years ago. Anyway, but overall, Derrick Henry is one of my favorite players in the NFL. He has been since he came in. I actually had hoped when he was at Alabama, I thought he was a Raven. I thought the Ravens were going to draft him coming out. Obviously, he ended up going to Tennessee in the second round. But when I saw him, I was like, man, he's a Raven. He needs to be a Raven. And it's a little later than I hoped for, but he's here. And I love him.
Well, you played the position. He's a throwback. You don't see the big, strong backs as much anymore. You just don't. And the key to him always has been to me, and you were the player, guys get tired of tackling him.
Yeah, they do.
You get into the third and fourth quarter, and he that's where he makes his hay.
What's interesting about Derek, excuse me, is that he's an outside-inside zone runner. And when he came to Baltimore, we ran a lot of zone read.
Yeah.
That was not necessarily his thing.
No.
He had to get used to that because the zone read is a feel thing. And that ball gets tucked into your belly, and is Lamar going to keep it? Is he going to take it? Is he going to hand it off? And I think he adapted pretty well, all things considered. But guess what? Coach Ledford's run game and what they're going to do under center, that's going to be more his bag. And I think look, don't be shocked if he's somewhere between 1,500 and 1,800 yards.
Based on what you know about the people coming in, the coaches coming in, are they going to be a running team this year?
We're still going to be a run-first team, no doubt. And off air, I was talking about Zay Flowers, and
we'll get into that next, yeah.
For sure. It just blows my mind how disrespectful Ravens fans are towards Zay. Zay's a number 1 receiver on this team. And I'll go through the stats later he's top 10 in like 11 different categories. Between the 20s, no one does more dirty work than Zay does. And Derrick Henry is the beneficiary of that dirty work.
Yeah.
Everyone looks at, if you want to be a box score reader and not pay attention to what happens in game and how Derrick Henry gets some of those touchdowns, Zay Flowers, Mark Andrews, Lamar, those guys have a big part in why Derrick Henry ends up with 15, 16, 17 touchdowns. And to disconnect that is to devalue the guy that does some of that dirty work, which is Zay Flowers.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about Zay. You said you had arguments with people about re-signing him. I'm going to tell you how I feel, and I'm going to give the floor to you. Over the last 3 seasons, where would they have been without him? Over the last 3 seasons, aside from Lamar and Derrick Henry, who's been more consistent? He's right up there.
Yeah. The thing is that the salary cap, and this is the thing, people just look at dollars with no context.
Right.
The salary cap in 2030 is going to be around $400 million, okay? JSN just signed an extremely lucrative contract. Zay is not going to get JSN money, but he is going to get top 5, top 10 receiver money. And that's going to put him somewhere around $35 million a year annually as the cap goes up. And he's worth it. And to not look at the cap with context and to not look at the percentage or allocation that the number one receiver gets in a run first offense. You know what I mean? Zay is the only person who actually had an upward moving year in regard to production while everybody else regressed.
Right.
And once again, Derek was Derek still.
Yeah.
But let me throw a couple stats out for you.
Go ahead.
6th in receiving yards, 8th in receptions, 11th in yak yards, 7th in completion percentage, sure receiver, 4th in yards per route, 5th in target share, 10th in explosive play rate, 4th in explosive plays receiving, 3rd in third versus zone coverage, 4th versus man coverage. And guess what? There's more. That's all that I could fit on the screenshot.
There's a lot of top 10s there, and there's a few top 5s.
Yeah. And the thing is that I've never seen fans not be excited to pay a guy that's earned it as much as Zay, because he's not the archetype when you think about him, like in your mind, and he's not the prototype when you look at him physically. But he's just a dog. He just gets it done.
Well, and being a dog, you talked about how small he is, and he's usually the smallest guy on the field, but how often does he go across the middle? All the time.
Yeah.
He'll take a hit.
And I think one of the things that frustrates people about Zay, which I'll say, look, was he a little loose with the ball? Yes, he definitely was.
Yeah.
He's gotten better. Well, not last year. Hopefully he'll be better this season than he was last season. That's one of the knocks if you want to have that. Yeah, does he score enough touchdowns? Well, like I said, Derrick Henry's the beneficiary of a lot of the dirty work that he does.
There, though.
He does. And so, you know, I think you have to watch him to respect his game, because there are a lot of other receivers that you'll think about. And also Baltimore, you know, when you think of us, you think of running the football, you think of Lamar.
Yeah.
But, you know, when it's all said and done, I think Zay is still improving. And one of the things that he could work on, obviously, is just getting north and south right away. And I think he's actually gotten better at that. He was a little jittery east and west, but I think Zay still has, there's still a ceiling that can be raised there with Zay, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And in regard to his route running, he's one of the best. I mean, the deep dig route, that kind of 20-yard and in route, the out route, the way he sets up, corners. There's actually some video on X right now. If you go look it up, you can see him running man routes against, I think it's Christian Gonzalez. I think it's the corner from New England. He's one of the best corners in the NFL.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Zay ate him up one-on-one last year. If you go look at that game, he's one of the best corners in the NFL. Zay ate him up. So that's just kind of, I just feel like he's underrated, and he's underrated by his own fans, which is odd to me.
He won't get paid, though, unless they figure out something with Lamar for next year.
Yeah, so
he can't go into next year with that cap number.
Yeah, so Lamar is look, the cap situation is going to be addressed. And by the way, Lamar's not the only quarterback that has this issue. There's a few.
There's a few.
Dak.
But Lamar plays here.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with you. Pat, I think the point I'm trying to make is that it's not unique to Lamar. Like this is an NFL. This is endemic of the NFL. And I think that there will be a solution. And I've already told you that me triangulating the situation with a new staff, new coordinator, a bunch of new people, is Lamar just wants to make sure that things are moving in the direction that they should. He's doing his part by participating. Forget about what happened last week. In general, Lamar has been here since April 6th. I understand, and if I want to crawl into Lamar's head, right, it makes sense to me that with all this change, you've only had one head coach. You've had 3 different offensive coordinators, but you've only had one head coach. I think it's okay that he takes the season, and win solves everything. I think Lamar is doing his part to make sure that this offense and this system is going to work for him. And I think it will. I think it's going to get done. I know there's a lot of people that are concerned, but I'm actually not. I think next offseason, we're looking at Lamar with a new 4 or 5 year deal.
A writer friend of mine told me that when there's a coaching change, that players tend to play above their heads a little while. And there could be some of that this season as well. I mean, trying to impress this guy. Right?
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of players that I think are going to benefit from the change, like Trenton Simpson, in my opinion, right? Teddy Buchanan's coming off the ACL. Physically, they're both extremely talented. But Trenton Simpson, if I recall, I think he ran a low 4.5 or a high 4.4. He's 6'3", he's 235 pounds. He can rush the passer. He can tackle in space. His issue was between his ears, not physical talent, right? And I think that Jesse Minter, if we could just look at Odafe Owe momentarily, I know these are different positions, but he made the game easier for Odafe Owe.
Yeah.
He unlocked him. Yeah. I think that Jesse Minter is going to unlock Trenton Simpson, in my opinion. I think he'll be one of the biggest beneficiaries of this coaching change.
I hope so. We all hope so. Because we need some change on defense, that's for sure. And when I say we, I mean all of us, not the team.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you why I don't refer to teams as we. You're allowed.
Yeah.
Because you were a Raven.
I know. I catch myself saying that quite a bit.
Well, here's the thing. That show that used to be on Coach, he's walking across the campus and a kid comes up and he says, "Hey, Coach, are we going to win this Saturday?" Coach said, "Are you on the team?" Kid said, "No." Well, you're not going to win anything. That's why I stay away from we and us. Stick around, everybody. We haven't talked to NBA and NHL yet, and those things are heating up. Stick around.
This is VJ Surhoff. You're listening to the best Orioles coverage on Sports Radio 105.7, The Fan.
We're joined by Dr. Zaid from Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO. Dr. Zaid, as summer sports ramp up, what trends are you seeing in young athletes?
As kids begin club sports in the summer and also after they return from summer break, we do see a big rise in overuse injuries, especially in the knees and shoulders.
So what do you mean by overuse injuries?
Pain that can develop over time, often without a specific injury. For example, tendonitis in the knee is common. While it's usually something minor, it's important to make sure it's not something more serious like stress fractures or cartilage injuries.
What about shoulder injuries?
Shoulder overuse is just as common as the knee, especially in a lot of summer overhead sports like baseball, volleyball, and swimming. Usually these injuries respond well to rest, physical therapy, and anti-inflammatories, especially if they're treated early.
And how about more serious injuries?
We do also see a lot of acute knee injuries like ACL or meniscus tears. These shouldn't be ignored. Continuing to play through them can lead to long-term damage. Recovery time does vary, but early treatment is key.
If you or anyone in your family needs help with an orthopedic or sports-related injury, please visit mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman. All right, your Friday nights just got a little louder because NBA Happy Hour is live on FanDuel. Every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern, FanDuel's running limited time specials to pregame your weekend. We're talking boosts, bonuses, surprises, all dropping right in the app. It's the perfect way to kick off the weekend. A little basketball, a little action, and a whole lot of Friday energy. That's NBA Happy Hour every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern, only on FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started. FanDuel Sportsbook's the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And through Friday at Mattress Firm, you can get a Sealy mattress in any size for only $494.99. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
This is the highlight of my morning. Hey, what's up? It's Island.
And I'm Josh.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit is that it's our go-to morning comfort.
And you've got that nice golden fluffy egg.
With a soft, flaky biscuit.
Crispy bacon.
Melty cheese.
You want something quick, you want something convenient, but most of all, you want something good.
There's no better way to start your morning.
There we go.
Start off the morning with a Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit with Simply Orange Juice. Order on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Weekends on The Fan. Here's Bruce Cunningham and Femi Ayanbadejo.
and Bruce and Femi on a Memorial Day. 410-583-1057. In the NBA last night, just when you think you got everything figured out, you know what? You really don't, because the Spurs came back 103-82 behind Wemby, and they tied that series 2 games apiece.
Yeah, I thought I thought OKC had kind of figured them out. I said, okay, now they're going to run away with it, but nope, not so fast. And I've already talked about Wemby and what an alien he is. You know what I mean? Like it just blows my mind. Like when he really wants to take things over. Like look at the stat line. So 31 minutes, 33 points, 8 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, 3 blocks. I mean,
you know what? You might have read those stats in reverse order. 3 blocks. I think all of them were in the second half.
Yeah,
that's psychological, man.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like SGA. I really love his game, but because of he's just a normal size guy. He's actually probably undersized technically for an NBA player. But you look at Wemby and you look at what Wemby's able to do. How about that half court shot that he hit?
Yeah.
That was going into halftime, I think.
Yeah, he's a unicorn.
Yeah, he is. Like I said, he's born 200 years early. You know what I mean? That's what I expect to see 200 years from now. But it's happening today. I still think that OKC is going to pull this out. I'm going to go with OKC in 6. We had Ali Danois on here on Saturday, and he and I made a gentleman's bet. We bet lunch. And I think you're paying, right? Is that where we landed on that?
That didn't come up.
That didn't come up.
No,
okay. All right.
No.
So the point that I made in that was that I thought that the Knicks were going to sweep Cleveland, and I feel pretty good about my bet at this point.
He was adamant.
He was. He thought that they're not going to go down like that.
Yeah.
Maybe a gentleman's sweep. I said, nah, I think I was having flashbacks to Baltimore in Buffalo week 1 last year. That's what that game reminded me of when Cleveland blew that 22-point lead with 7.5 minutes left in game 1.
You were the pro athlete. You're the Cleveland Cavaliers. You're down 3 games to none. How in the world do you figure out a way to win? I mean, what does an athlete do, a professional in that?
You literally just have to focus on just that game. And I know they're trying to do that, but it's so hard when you've had your heart snatched out of your chest.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And psychologically and emotionally, you're trying to get past it, but the amount of time that it takes to get past that is going to probably be an off season.
Yeah.
And that off season is going to be accelerated now.
Yeah.
Getting to that offseason is going to be accelerated now. A series that probably could have been 5 or 6 games, I think it's going to be a sweep. I think it's going to be.
I do too.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not showing much fight at all. Over in the NHL, Vegas yesterday won 5-3 over Colorado. They lead that series 3 games to none. So they're kind of doing the same thing as the Knicks. Hurricanes and Canadiens tonight. That series, that's the East final. That's tied at a game apiece. When I was younger, and this is the Montreal Canadiens were the Yankees of hockey. They were either in the finals or in the semifinal every single year, and they had the dynasty in the NHL. But they last won in 93, and they have been in an absolute drought since then. The sport needs a strong franchise in Montreal in order to succeed, and I'm happy to see him back.
Yeah, you know what's funny is growing up in the Bay Area, I remember when the San Jose Sharks came to be, and I had a bunch of San Jose Sharks gear. Haven't heard much about them since.
No.
Haven't been paying much attention to them since.
No.
But
no reason to.
Yeah, exactly. So, I think hockey is one of those sports that I respect because of the physicality of it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You forget they're skating after a while. And that's the main thing you got to remember about hockey. They're on ice skates.
Yeah, the skill set is definitely amazing. And there's clearly a toughness and there's an honor and a humility about hockey players that I really like. They seem a bit old school, in regard to how they go about their business. And I respect and I appreciate that.
They're mostly Canadian. And
maybe that's what it is.
Canadians are very nice. They're very polite. Pardon me for stabbing you in the back, sir. I had to do that. I got a lot of experience with Canadians in 2 years in the Canadian Football League. I still got friends up there. They're unique people, but boy, they love their hockey. And the Canadiens' drought has been a big mystery because they, like I said, they're the franchise in the National Hockey League and always have been. And we're dominant over the years, but it's just been a big drought. And I know they got to be thrilled in Montreal because they lost the Expos. Really, the Canadiens is all they have left up there. They never were considered for an NBA franchise at all. Toronto got one, Vancouver got one. It didn't last, but Montreal's always been kind of over here. So I would imagine the fans up there are quite relieved, to say the least.
Yeah, what's interesting is that I have family in Toronto.
Great town.
My dad's brother, my uncle, raised his family, moved from Lagos to Toronto, Guelph, actually, which is right outside Toronto.
I know Guelph, yeah.
And then my brother played in the CFL in Vancouver for the BC Lions.
BC Lions.
Yeah.
They beat Baltimore for the Grey Cup in '94.
Oh, is that right?
In Vancouver.
Yeah. Well, man, the amount of stuff in your brain is wild.
Well, have you ever been there?
In your brain?
No.
Yes, I've been to Vancouver. Yeah, really nice place.
Most beautiful city I've ever been to, and I might not want to leave.
Well, Vancouver and Seattle have a lot of similarities, and obviously they're pretty close to each other too. But when my brother was playing for the BC Lions, I actually went there and hung out with him. He was first team All Canadian, and because of how he played in the CFL for the BC Lions, I was playing for the Dolphins, and he ended up signing with the Dolphins. It was the first time of 2 that we ended up playing together, actually.
Wow.
It was like high school all over again. We had an apartment together. It was before we had kids, and we actually had a blast playing. I mean, playing in Miami is great, obviously. So that team, Jason Taylor, Zach Thomas, Junior Seau, Ricky Williams. Yeah, we had a really good team. And there's kind of a joke that we talk about. Dave Wannstedt was our head coach. Look, Dave's a great guy. I'm not sure how he became head coach, and I genuinely do not mean to be pejorative when I say that, but he was known for his time with the Bears and the defense, right? He was a great coordinator. But as a head coach, I found Dave a bit surly. Like I could never really figure out what his goals were. I didn't understand what his philosophy was. And our offensive coordinator was Norv Turner. And obviously Norv was a head coach as well, throughout his career. I looked at Norv more like the head coach than I looked at Dave. And obviously as an offensive guy, and he was a coordinator, Norv was a really smart guy. And Norv was actually a really cool guy. And I loved his offense. And so when I think about my time in Miami, indirectly, it's connected with my brother playing for the BC Lions, because without that season that he had in Vancouver, he would not have been with the Dolphins, and he and I together.
Well, what they did for the Baltimore team is they waived the import rule. And back in the 90s, they had a 37-man roster in the CFL. 20 of them had to be Canadian. So they waived that rule for the U.S. teams. So Baltimore was smart. They got a bunch of CFL players to come in here, and not NFL names, And they went to the Grey Cup and lost the first year, and then they went back and won it the second year, and then the third year the Ravens were here. It's a very compact history, but it's pretty interesting. 4 CFL Hall of Famers on that roster. Well, one of them was the coach, but I mean they had a very representative team here in Baltimore, and they average about 40,000 a game at Memorial Stadium.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, did you know Coach Marchibroda personally?
Yeah,
you did.
Yeah.
So what's funny is I've only heard stories about him. I've actually never got to meet him. Obviously, how did he get the job here?
I'll tell you. Right, It's very simple. Bill Belichick had been the head coach in Cleveland, and when the move was announced, he was still the head coach. He wasn't Bill Belichick yet, in quotes. Okay, what he was a grim, surly, kind of forbidding. What we saw in New England all those years. Art Modell, wisely, I think, said he's not the guy to sell this team to this new city. I mean, had he known he was going to end up being Bill Belichick, he may not have made that decision. But at that time, he said, nah, his attitude's all wrong. That's how Ted got the job. Ted is everybody's grandfather. And Bruce Laird said it best. He said, the one guy in the world that you don't want to let down is your grandfather. And he says that's how Ted got people to play for him. But the teams were terrible. And he knew that coming in. I think Art was very honest with him. But Ted had also coached the Baltimore Colts. And so that first year, linking to the Colts was very important for the Ravens. That's why they went after Unitas and Matty and all these guys, trying to get them into 10. Art Donovan. Same thing holds true there. That was very, very important. They didn't give Ted much of a chance. I mean, like I said, that first year, offense was great. He had 2,000-yard receivers, Michael Jackson and Derek Alexander, and Vinny went to the Pro Bowl.
Yeah,
Vinny
that's right.
But on defense, every game that year was 41-38. Offense is lighting up the scoreboard, but the defense was basically Ray and 10 guys from the bus stop. And then you had Eric Turner at safety, who did not want to be here. And Steve Everett, the starting center, did not want to be here. And they would be disruptful during games and things. So they were gone after that first year.
So was Marchibroda an offensive guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
Okay.
In fact, he didn't have an OC when he was
is that
here.
right?
Yeah.
He was calling plays and wow.
Kirk Ferentz was listed as the OC, but he was the O-line coach. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
He was on that staff. Ted's staffs were loaded. Wow. In fact, Art told all the assistants when he fired Belichick, all of you that want jobs, can have jobs in Baltimore, and all of them came except the defensive coordinator. So they went to Pittsburgh. The linebackers coach was Marvin Lewis, and he wanted to be a coordinator, so they brought him in. The reason that job was open was that the coordinator under Belichick in Cleveland decided not to move. It was Nick Saban. That's how loaded that staff was.
That's wild. I didn't know any of that.
Pat Hill. You've heard.
Oh, yeah, I know Pat Hill.
Pat Hill was on that staff. Yep. Wisenhunt, who I knew you didn't like. He was on that staff.
That you know what? Do we need to go to a break, or should I tell
you can tell her.
Okay, all right. So Ken Wisenhunt was he replaced Denny Green in Arizona.
Right.
And I was one of the more seasoned vets. I was one of the oldest players on that team at that point. And this is one of those life lessons where you put your foot in your mouth, which I probably did 2 or 3 times with Coach Wisenhunt. And it takes suffering to learn sometimes. There's no bliss without some suffering and some pain, right? And so I remember when Ken got hired, he wanted all the players there for the offseason program. Once again, we're talking about OTAs. These are voluntary. And Denny had an agreement with a lot of the vets, and I was one of Denny's guys from back, in Minnesota. So I played for, Denny. This was my second time playing for him at this point. And I walk into Coach Wisenhunt's office, and I say, hey, with Denny. And as soon as I said with Denny, he said, Denny's not here anymore. I'm here now. I was like, I didn't think that one out. I already knew I was in check.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, check. We're playing chess now. I said, okay, Coach, I totally hear you. I go, my kids are little. Their mom is from Baltimore. She's here for the off season with my kids. Like, this is like, we're not married. Like, she's just here for me, for my kids. Like, that was the genuine truth. And I was like, I really want to spend as much time with them as I can. Can we make some arrangement? And of course, it's voluntary. Like, he can't force me.
No.
But at that time, coaches were up here and players were down here. It's not how it is now, where you guys collaborate and like see eye to eye. None of that was happening.
He formed a judgment on you.
Definitely. Yeah. And I didn't help myself at all. And so, eventually, I ended up getting cut. I was a June 1st cut. And I think, although we found balance eventually, there were other times along the way where I all jokes aren't funny. You play stupid games, you win stupid prizes.
Yeah.
And I think I was the beneficiary of that multiple times with him. My own fault, though. Like, I'm old enough to look back and go, I wish I would have had foresight. I wish I could have been a little more patient and just understood how awesome it was for me to be in that position, to play that long. I think I'd lost a little sight of that. And it sucks because to this day, it's one of my biggest regrets.
Yeah, we all have those, that's for sure.
Yeah,
I got some that could make you cry. All right, that's it for hour number 1. Coming up, Bobby Troussett's going to join us. Stay tuned for that.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
For over 80 years, Long Fence has been serving our area with only the highest quality materials and superior craftsmanship. We're family owned, so you could say it's in our DNA. That's right, for decades upon decades, from one generation to the next, we've been providing the best fences, decks, pavers, and more. And financing's available for qualified buyers. Terms and conditions apply. Go to longfence.com for a free estimate today.
There's a long time name for quality. Long Fence.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones, and all on the T-Mobile network.
Ah, how about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, and even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, this can lead to serious health risks like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes and are covered by most insurances. Call 410-921-0667 to schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 410-921-0667 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 410-921-0667 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. Treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 410-921-0667.
University of Maryland Global Campus offers more than 55 flexible online certificates that provide short-term credentials and real-world skills you can use immediately. With a range of affordable undergraduate and graduate certificates in high-demand fields like business, AI, cybersecurity, data analytics, and healthcare, you can earn credentials quickly to help advance your career. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
It's the Hello Summer Sale at Target. Now through Monday, say hello to 30% off select shorts and sandals, women's dresses and skirts too. Say hello to 30% off select Threshold bedding and bath. Oh, and hello 20% off sunscreen. Spray, stick, lotion, or mist. It keeps the sun fun. The Hello Summer Sale ends Monday, and it's only at Target, where getting summer ready is just one quick stop away. Restrictions apply.
School's out, and these are the only courses you need. Celebrate your graduation with 5 courses fresh from the Wok Fire. Enjoy a 5-course celebration experience starting at $89.99, featuring premium entrees like New York prime strip steak tataki, oolong Chilean sea bass, and lobster and prawn fried rice. Bold flavors, sizzling favorites, a meal made to impress. Congratulations, you handled the hard work. Now, let us handle the cooking. Celebrate with some sizzle, only at P.F. Chang's.
Pros, save more on the materials you need to get the job done, inside and out, at Lowe's. Right now, get 10% off in-stock Trex Naturals decking, now available in more styles. Plus, get 15% off select custom entry, interior, and storm doors. Then, we'll deliver it all straight to your job site to help keep your jobs moving. Get the brands pros trust, priced right, and ready when you need them. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/27. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Bel Air, it's official. Plaza Ford has become Bob Bell Ford Bel Air. Celebrate our grand opening with exclusive offers going on now. Unbeatable deals. See what's new at BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100.
Get ready for the $30,000 sizzling summer drawings at Horseshoe Casino Baltimore. Start earning now with drawings on May 30th to win up to $30,000 in prizes. Win big all summer long at Horseshoe Casino, Baltimore's best bet. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan with Dylan Scott, Dasha, DJ Silver, and DJ Rock are bringing the Double Down Tour to Nationals Park on August 20th. A Live Nation show. Tickets go on sale May 8th. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. Weekends on The Fan. Here's Bruce Cunningham and Femi Ayanbadejo.
Alrighty, welcome back to hour number 2, Bruce and Femi show on a Monday. I want to bring in my buddy, Bobby Trossett, my nephew, as I like to call him. Bobby and Sarah Ellison have The Vault. They're on every Monday through Friday at noon. It's one of my favorite shows to watch and listen to. I'm always in there stirring up some trouble. Finally, Bobby gets to be on the other side of the mic. I get to ask him a couple questions.
Tear him up.
Bobby. What's up, brother?
It's great to be with you guys. This is a treat. If you're my uncle, then Bruce is my OG, because this goes way back, and it's always nostalgic to get a chance to catch up with him. So
let me correct that. I'm not your OG. Jennifer Gilbert is your OG. Jennifer, she was teaching a class at Loyola. And she came in and she said, "We got this kid, Bobby Trossett." And then the whole thing started that way.
Yeah. Well, hey, Bobby, I'm so proud of you.
Right.
Yeah, Bobby, I got to give you your flowers first, because I don't get to do this very often, and I don't know how often we're going to be able to do it. But I want to give you your flowers because you're an entrepreneur. When people kicked you to the side, you said, "You know what? I'm going to do it my damn self." And now you have one of the best podcasts in the country when it comes to the Ravens. The viewership, the commitment, the people love the show. Obviously, you know I'm in there every day doing my thing, stirring up the ruckus. What are your thoughts going forward in regard to holes that the Ravens need to fill? You and I definitely debate about some of these things. So the mic is yours. Tell me what you're most concerned with, and let's take it from there.
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you for that. And I think the elephant in the room that remains, even though there's optimism around it, is Nnamdi Madubuike. I think we can all agree that if his timetable isn't within the first
handful of weeks within the opening month. There's a question mark there, and that's not to discount what they have behind him and what they've done both in free agency and the draft, which in part is a projection. But I think it has to start there. In the past, they've had projects, undrafted rookies, developmental guys play serviceably for them at center. And I'm high on Dwayne Ledford, as you know, and I think that they have guys in-house, given some of the upgrades that they've already made, particularly at guard, which I know in a sense, again, is a projection. It's just that time of year. I would go first, the uncertainty that remains with Nnamdi Madubuike, and then two, I would put center behind that. And then after that, we can get into different conversations. What does life look like after Mark Andrews? Between Hibner and Cuevas, where does Smythe come into play? Will he be playing sort of a Ricard type role if he's on this 53? There's so many candidates outside Zay Flowers to compete for wide receiver 2. Is wide receiver 2 on the team right now? That's a conversation for another time.
Mm-hmm. Well, a lot of people say he's the center on the team right now.
They do. And I think your co-host doesn't believe that's the case, does he?
Not one bit.
Well, this is the thing. This is the thing. I've kind of gone back and forth on this, and after listening to Coach Ledford, I think I'm more in the camp now that the center is on the team. I listened to the way that Coach Ledford talks about Javon Gwynn and his opportunity and buying his time, and he brought him here for a reason. And then we look at Pinter, right? Pinter's got great size, and he's athletic. And I think Cole Jackson, obviously, one of your running mates, has done a great job breaking down Pinter's film. So I feel much more comfortable, probably because I'm not sure I think it's Bradbury with the Bears, right, Bobby? I think we had a few conversations with him. I just don't know if that's a real viable thing. Like, why would the Bears do the Ravens any favors? Logan is obviously a second-round draft pick. He's going to play at some point. But would they be comfortable enough to trade away a guy they signed as a free agent to let this rookie take over? Maybe, maybe not. But I think that you prepare the season with the idea that the center is on the roster, and if something changes, and Bobby, I was talking to Bruce kind of off camera, off air, saying that you install the offensive playbook 3 different times throughout the course of the season. The third final time will be during training camp. Is that enough time to install a new center? Absolutely it is. But I think I'm going to lean toward the idea that that Javon Gwynn probably or Danny Pinter are going to be the starter. Where are you at though today? Because I can't keep up with we all kind of move and shift and we talk about it differently, and every day it's a topic of discussion. If you had to kind of put money on it, would you say the guy's on the team, or would you say he's not on the team right now, the center?
Yeah, I go the former right now. Okay. I would go the former. I just didn't put, when Eric went on his media tour, which great interview, by the way. We used it on the vault with you guys. Phenomenal, as usual.
This station used it all week, so they go ahead.
I bet. It was very helpful this time of year, right? So great get for starters. But he shared similar sentiments on his media tour, throwing out the idea of a potential trade, suggesting the idea, as you guys know, that the starting center for 26 isn't currently on the team. I'm not buying that as of right now.
Yeah.
In looking back at what Coach Ledford did successfully in Atlanta, particularly last year, not only as a run game coordinator, and I get it, when you have Bijan in your backfield, that should be taken as context. But he's going to have Derek in his backfield as well. And I liked what they were able to accomplish up and down that line with some of the injuries. When that bug hit them, they were still a more than serviceable, above average offensive line. And you look at his pedigree, years and years and years in the collegiate ranks, and what he did with Atlanta. I mean, they went in a different direction this offseason. I don't think in any way that's an indictment against him. They're bullish on him for a reason. This might be Jesse Minter's best hire when it's all said and done, when we're evaluating him after year one.
Wow, that's a strong statement.
We'll see. We'll revisit that, Bruce. We will revisit that.
No, we will, but that's a strong statement. I like watching Jesse Minter work. I'm still in the process of getting used to the optics. He's kind of a small guy, and he doesn't look like Bear Bryant to me, if you know what I mean. But he seems to have their attention, Bobby, this spring, and that's really what matters.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's funny that you say that, because I noticed a change in tenor with him. Let's see. It was probably at the start of the offseason program. if you think about the other media obligations that he had, initially there was, some of the new staff hires, the Hendrickson press conference, the owners' meetings. I saw a guy and I listened to a guy who very clearly was trying to get the lay of the land and not say anything that was headline worthy, negatively speaking. Yes. There was plenty of that this offseason, as we know, with the Max Crosby side of things, the way that the John Harbaugh era ended, so on and so forth. What I saw at the start of the offseason program was a guy that is so schematically sound and intelligent with the way that he tells you about his scheme, the way that he wants his team, derives by the teaching side of things, with the way that he's cultivated this staff, with the way that he wants to be a connector. Femi and I have spoken about this time and time again as we've studied him in some of our segments on the Vault. And that's what I think is going to be most receptive and received by his players. Not that wasn't from John Harbaugh. There's just this refreshing, youthful exuberance with Jesse, which, to your point, isn't boisterous, isn't something that's going to steal a bunch of headlines. But I wonder if internally it's going to be respected more.
Yeah, I think the thing about Jesse that I like is, people always ask me, how excited are you? It's like, I'm not excited. I need to be reassured. I want to be at peace, because being excited, that's fleeting. That can come and go. I think that one of the things I lean into with Jesse is the same thing I lean into with Declan, is that I think that they're defensive and offensive savants. They are the vanguard of offensive and defensive schemes. And I think that's going to pay big dividends. Mike McDonald was an example of that. And you see where Seattle is now. I think Jesse and Mike are good friends, and they have a lot of similar philosophical things that they like to do. And I think this Ravens defense is going to be the biggest beneficiary of Jesse Minter's skill set. And I can't wait to see what he does on third down. I can't wait to see if he can unlock Trenton Simpson. I can't wait to see what he does with Trey Hendrickson. I can't wait to see what he does with Zion Young. And I can't wait to see what he does with Roquan. I think Roquan is a big question mark. Bobby, I took an
expensive question mark too.
He's got the second highest salary cap hit next to Lamar. And Bobby, you did something really good with your show with Sarah. I think it was Friday, or maybe it was with the guys with Jeff and Cole. Top 10 Ravens under pressure. Was that which show was that?
Yeah, that was on the Collective. And Jeff led the way there, and I think he's correct on having Roquan as a top 5 under pressure Raven entering the year.
Yeah, I went through my top 5. I think my number 5. Man, I don't have it in front of me right now, Bruce. I got it. I got it right here. Give Bobby my top 5.
Lamar, number 1, Lamar. Number 2, Tyler Loop. Number 3, Marlon Humphrey. Number 4, Roquan. Number 5, Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah, so Bobby, I don't know. I think we have some overlap there, and I think the reason I put Trey at 5 was I think the same reason that either Jeff or Cole had Trey on the list. It wasn't because that it's because of how inept we were as a pass rush group last year, right? That was the issue, and Trey is supposed to solve a lot of those problems. So the pressure on Trey is the same pressure that I see on Lamar. Like he should be the best pass rusher, and Lamar is the best player on the team. So of course they're going to be top 5 guys under pressure.
Sure. And, I just pulled up our list while you were talking about your top 5, and we're pretty much the same. Now, again, this is a collective, Jeff, Cole, myself, we kind of, brainstormed this together. And the only difference, we had Marlon outside the top 5 and we had Wiggins in. And I thought Cole made a good point as to why that was the case. Do we all agree that he is very clearly CB1 entering his third season?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Coming off an injury, but even so.
Correct. And coming off, if we compare it to his rookie season.
It was disappointing.
It was disappointing. It was a level, I don't want to call it regression, but it was disappointing.
Yeah.
He has been very outspoken about his willingness and maybe even dang near, anybody that'll listen, he's in their ear about wanting the opposing number 1. And so with that comes a level of expectation and pressure, and knowing that the room is full, right? The room has depth. The room has multiple proven veterans in Marlon and Cheeto, and a ton of guys that are going to be jockeying for those final few positions of the 53. I think that comes with a level of expectation for Nate entering year 3 as a former first rounder.
Excellent point. Bobby, we never do this, but can I get you to hold through the break? Can you do one more segment with us?
Absolutely.
All right. Stay where you are, everybody. We'll be right back.
This is the Fan, baby.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
This weekend is absolutely the best time to buy a new or used vehicle at Jones Junction. Get a Turtle Box speaker or a Yeti chair with the purchase of any new or pre-owned vehicle. Plus, we're going to give you up to $500 more than CarMax for your trade. See our huge selection at jonesjunction.com.
With Bet365 early payout, you win even if they lose. Get paid out instantly when your team goes up big, even if they blow the lead later. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Everyone needs to have at least one person in their corner in life. When you don't, it's an extremely lonely and frightening place to be. But knowing you have that one person gives you peace and hope. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Since 1988, myself and my firm have been in so many corners for so many clients for so many years. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason, and it's not even close. We fought like hell for you. We fight the bullies, automobile insurance companies, the makers of unsafe products, medical providers who injured or killed their own patients. It has been such an honor and made my life complete. If you ever need us, it's easy. On your mobile device or computer, visit forthepeople.com, and then we get to work 24/7. Whether you're hurt in a car crash, injured on the job, or have questions about your Social Security, we're here for you. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Weekends on the Fan. Here's Bruce Cunningham and Femi Ayanbadejo.
I've got a song, I ain't got no melody. I'm gonna sing it to my friends.
Welcome back. Bruce and Femi on Memorial Day. Bobby Trossett remains our guest. Bobby, I appreciate you staying through the break. And here's the reason I wanted you to stay through the break. You coming out of college, you got a pretty good gig. And then like many of us at that age, you found that gig pulled out from under you. And so you opted to try to do this thing yourself. And I've been watching you with great interest because I'm really starting to think that that's the way you do it these days, you know?
Yeah, for sure. And hey, I know this is not why you brought it up, but any chance I get to publicly thank you for the support and mentorship you were willing to give me well before my career even started during my Loyola days, I'm going to take that. So I appreciate you.
Well,
Bruce.
you were part of a pretty good legacy. You know, I used to preach to you guys about Kevin Frazier and Mike Hill and all those guys. I wanted to make sure you had that knowledge, you know, that you were part of something over there.
I think you're going to appreciate that I'm getting a belated birthday lunch with Brent today.
Oh, be careful.
So that's another full circle moment for you.
Make him pay. Make sure you make him pay.
Hey, Bobby, what do you think?
You know what?
Go ahead. No,
Yeah,
go ahead. Tell your story. Go ahead.
Especially if it's at Brent's expense.
Saying, I owe Brent, though, because he took me out with Kristen the other day, the Rays opening day, and so this is his birthday gift. I gotta pick it up today.
Yeah.
Bobby,
Brent and Kristen Brissett, one of the great upsets of all time. I mean, my wife's really pretty too, but I'm not in that. I mean, come on.
Bruce always has
ears
some,
are ringing right now.
some
Sweet
stories.
Lord.
He knows.
Hey, Bobby, what do you think the trick is to your success, man? Like, I know that the thing about your show with Sarah is that you can't create the organic vibe that you guys just have. Like, you don't know that you have it until you just kind of figure it out and you see the way people gravitate toward the show. Hence it being one of the biggest Ravens podcasts in the country, if not the biggest. What do you think the trick is? Like, what do you think the secret sauce is? And I know that the thing about you that I love the most is that you're a young guy, but there's an old soulness to you and a professionalism that you just have the gift of gab. You have a really good way of carrying things. And I never feel like it gets tiresome or boresome. I feel like you just do a great job of traversing the NFL, traversing the Ravens. What do you think the trick is in regard to, like, if you were to kind of just, you know, be self analytical for a moment?
Well, yeah, thank you again. I mean, I hit the jackpot with Sarah. There's no question.
She's great.
You guys know. You both know that I didn't grow up in the area. And so when I did land Keith's successor gig, I had a lot of learning to do and about not only the Ravens, but the market itself. And so I just busted my butt those years to try and make up for lost time that I didn't have. And then I was lucky enough to, parlay. I really view those years, in radio as paramount to being able to catapult it off that and now enter year 5, crazy enough, as a self-employed entity. Sarah makes the thing go with her undying love and fandom for your former team,
right,
Fem. And she's got a ring for a reason, because she spent over a decade, working extremely diligently with the team. And I think I'm able to be mindful of that. We have an audience that obviously is looking for a level of optimism and positivity about their team.
Yep.
But I'm never going to look at things with rose-colored glasses, and that's not everybody's cup of tea in that space, right? Whereas
Right.
Bruce came up in an era where, well, wait a second, we're not cheering in the press box. We're not, like, these are very specific, regimented types of years-long expectations. And it's been hard for me sometimes in the space that I'm now full-time in, because none of that exists.
No.
None of that exists.
Right.
A lot of the creator community are actually diehard fans.
Yep.
And so as I've tried to dive into both, right, keep my feet in what I came up in while also adapting, and I think that's probably what maybe has allowed me to last is the adaptation portion of it.
Well, you're paving a highway that a lot of people are going to follow. I kind of view you as a pioneer, to be honest.
Well, I feel the same way about you and your longevity, man. I do. And Fem, he helped me put together my first tape. We ought to dig that up, and you guys can rip me to shreds on that. But he's right. Jennifer Gilbert was my professor at Loyola, and she set that up. But Bruce, man, I got a lot of admiration and appreciation looking back at that over, I won't say the date, but
well, you can
going
say
back,
it.
isn't it?
Well, thanks for saying that, and I'm awfully proud of what you've been able to do. I was proud when you got that first gig, and now that I see how well you're doing, I'm really proud of you. So, way to go.
Hey, Bobby, You know what's interesting is that I love the blurring of the journalistic ethics line and the content creator line, who never had ethics to begin with, right? You know that I'm out here. I'm an NFL analyst. I'm a former player, but I'm also a fan, and I wear these three hats, and they're sacred to me. And I love to shift the lenses and really try to be honest and hold people accountable. For me, verification and opportunity for athletes to speak their mind and speak their piece. If you're going to have content about them and you're going to say things about them, you better be damn right that you're certain about what you're saying. And you know that I love it when people cross those lines, and I love it when people give their opinions on certain things without the data to back it up. Because I think similarly to you, without them blurring those lines and crossing those lines, I don't think I'm as effective. So I'm looking to use my knowledge and understanding the ins and outs of a locker room, being on, 5 different NFL teams, having some of the best head coaches on the planet to learn from, and front office guys to learn from. I think without the kind of back and forth, it isn't as much fun, right? Like, we kind of need to be a villain once in a while. You know what I mean? And I think sometimes when you actually embrace that role on occasion, you don't mind being Vader on occasion, right?
I try to view it as objectively as I possibly can, with no fandom or
For sure.
or agenda attached. But I totally love the fact that both can coexist. And I think that's what we're getting at here.
Yeah,
both
no,
can
for sure.
coexist within this new community. It's awesome to have a player's perspective. Nobody wears more hats than you do in that department. And it's a lot of fun, guys. I appreciate you having me today.
All right, Bobby, thanks for taking a few minutes, and enjoy the rest of your Memorial Day.
I will tell Brent you said hello, and I hope you guys have a wonderful...
You know what? Tell Brent that I didn't say hello. Just say Bruce didn't say hello. And
His ears are ringing right now, boy.
This is an old one going back to the CFL. Then ask him, guess who was asking about you? And when he says who, say nobody. Those are his two faves. I'm just telling you. All right.
All right, Bobby.
See you later. There
Appreciate
he goes, Bobby Trossett. 410-583-1057. If you want to get on, this is a good time. We're going to open the phones next segment. Kevin in Randallstown, I know you tried to get through earlier. We're looking forward to that. Again, 410-583-1057.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Patriot at Old Glory Harley is giving NADA retail value when you trade your bike for a new Harley this week. 100% of all credit applications considered. Patriot and Old Glory Harley's retail trade value for your bike ends this Sunday. Stay tight and ride hard. Adjustments made based on reconditioning and mileage. Any negative trading equity may be applied to new amount financed on credit.
With Popeye's new $5 faves menu, you can get this 3-piece chicken, this 3-piece tenders, this chicken sandwich, or these 2 regular sides for just $5 a piece. I know you can't see what I see, but trust me, those bold Louisiana flavors look so good, you might just have to get them all. Now there's an idea.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Limited time at participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Terms apply.
For over 80 years, Long Fence has been serving our area with only the highest quality materials and superior craftsmanship. We're family owned, so you could say it's in our DNA. And financing's available for qualified buyers. Terms and conditions apply. Go to longfence.com for a free estimate today.
When was the last time you looked at your auto loan rate? If it's not with Security Plus Federal Credit Union, you could be missing out. Refinance today with rates as low as 4.74% APR and no payments for 90 days. It's an easy way to lower your payment and take control of your finances. Visit securityplusfcu.org/refi or stop by your nearest branch. Security Plus Federal Credit Union. Experience the plus side of banking. Rate quoted includes a 2.5% discount for automatic payments. Rates may vary based on applicant's credit worthiness. Membership eligibility required. Terms subject to credit approval. Offer only valid until June 30th, 2026. Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, and even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, this can lead to serious health risks like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes and are covered by most insurances. Call 410-921-0667 to schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 410-921-0667 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 410-921-0667 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. Treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 410-921-0667.
Don't
Don't miss Whip's homecoming weekend, May 29th and 30th at Loyola's Ridley Athletic Complex. 5 PLL games in 2 days, including the Whip Snakes versus Boston Friday night. Tickets start at just $25. Buy now at PLLtickets.com. That's PLLtickets.com.
When orthopedic pain strikes, you don't always have time to wait for an appointment. That's why Ortho Maryland offers walk-in care at 5 convenient locations across Baltimore and Harford counties. From sprains and strains to sports injuries and sudden joint pain, our orthopedic experts are here to help you get the care you need. No appointment, no problem. Just walk in and get back to doing what you love. While waiting ER or urgent care, go straight to the orthopedic experts. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and location information.
Treat yourself and taste the Baltimore tradition that is the legendary Costas Inn. For over 55 years, the Costas Inn's been a Baltimore original, dishing out their legendary, fat, delicious, award-winning crab cakes. And if you haven't visited the newest location that Costas has to offer at the Fairgrounds in Timonium, it's on the second floor of the grandstand. Now's the time. Enjoy your favorites from the original Costas Inn, plus tons of TVs with live sports and a new draft system that'll hold 12 beers on tap. Check out either Costas Inn today, and when you do, be sure to tell them that Jeremy Kahn sent you.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home. Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
You can sell your home as is, but the wrong cash offer will cost you. The Lee Tessier team with eXp Realty will buy it for fair market value. LeeTessier.com.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call ETSSIR.
Weekends on the Fan. Here's Bruce Cunningham and Femi Ayanbadejo.
Freshman year in high school. Edgar Winter Group, Frankenstein.
Is that
Yes,
right?
sir. The album was, they only come out at night. It was huge. 410-583-1057. The phones are open. We've been pretty busy today. In fact, this is going fast.
It is going fast.
We're like at the halfway point, and I'm not even tired yet. And normally I'm ready to take a knee right now. 410-583-1057. Give us a call. Let's go to the phones. Andrea in Ellicott City. What's going on?
Hey, Bruce, this is Andrea, and I just wanted to say, this is a fantastic show. This is a fantastic partnership you and Femi have going.
Thank you.
This is my only second time calling you. You and I are the same age. We're military brats.
Okay.
And Femi,
Yes,
I want
ma'am.
to say hello. I'm a fan of yours, too. I try to
appreciate
catch you
that.
wherever you land.
I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
And I'm not going to keep you guys long, but I wanted to add Band of Brothers.
Yeah, man.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
HBO
Yep,
has
HBO.
Let's
Yep.
watch.
Yep.
Tom Hanks, Spielberg. I watch it every military holiday when they run it on there. And also, Bruce, I have the 45 of that Edgar Winter song that you guys
I know you're my age now because you said 45. Most kids today have no
I still
idea.
have the 45. Haven't played it in a number of years, but I have it.
I hear you.
So
Hey,
guys, continue with the great
hold on,
show.
Andrea. I want to ask you something. You said you mentioned Band of Brothers, which we all love. Did you see the sequel, The Pacific?
I have never seen that.
You need
That's
to.
on my watch list, but I've never gotten around to watching
I tell
that
you,
one
one
yet.
of the young stars of that went on. He's the guy that played Freddie Mercury in the movie and won the Oscar. I can never remember his name.
I know Ira.
Oh, that dude was fantastic.
Yeah,
too.
well, he plays a great. If you can find The Pacific, watch it. And then 2 years ago, Spielberg and Tom Hanks got back together, and they made a series called Guardians of the Air, which is about the 8th Air Force in World War II, which was also fascinating.
I didn't know
of
about
the Air.
that one.
Masters of the Air, yeah. It's on Apple TV. You should be able to find it pretty easily.
Okay.
All right, thanks, Andrea.
All right, guys.
All right.
Take care.
Yeah.
You know, my dad, he was a waist gunner, and he would always talk about how quick and violent the deaths were up there. It's not like on the ground. You know, it's just, and even if you survive, you're still 30,000 feet in the air.
Yeah, so the actor, I think it's Rami Malek.
That's him.
Yeah,
Rami Malek.
I'm not sure if I'm saying his first name right, but you know what?
Yeah.
He's a great actor.
He is.
And what's funny is, I'm going to tell myself a little bit here. Is I love the Twilight Saga. I don't know if you've seen it. Yeah, and
I got drugged in one of them.
Yeah, he's actually in Twilight.
Yeah.
And he has a real unique power, which is he can control weather, and he can create earthquakes and do a bunch of different stuff. For those Twilight fans out there, I am a Twilight fan. Sorry,
but he was great in and if you haven't seen the Pacific,
no, actually I haven't seen the Pacific.
I recommend it highly. I really do. 410-583-1057. I mentioned Kevin in Randallstown called, and he just called back. Kevin, what's going on?
You know, I used to listen to a show used to come on. I believe it was ABC back in the day called Don Kirshner's Rock Concert.
Oh yeah.
And that's where I first heard that Edgar Winter song, that Frankenstein song, and I went nuts over it.
Hey, what was the second single off that album?
Don't know.
Free Ride. Come on and take a free. Yeah, that's why that album sold so well. It had both those songs on it.
Wow, man, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I just remember that, and they used to play it on the radio all
the time. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, you know, I didn't. I get sort of upset when, not upset really, but I don't understand a lot of times when the young people never give any credit to the older players. But in this case, I'm gonna turn it around. I think if Brunson, this guy Brunson for the Knicks is one hell of a player.
Yeah, he really is. Yeah.
And I mean, to me, if they can pull off getting a championship, he definitely is going to have to go down as the greatest Knick ever. And I've seen Walt Frazier play. I've seen Willis Reed, Dave DeBusschere, Bill Bradley.
What a great team that was. Yes, sir.
You know, super team. But you know, I don't think any of them compared to this guy Brunson. He can hit anywhere on the court he can hit. You know, and so I just wanted to say that I had to turn it around this time because I think he's still got to win a championship, you know, to get that.
That's what I was going to ask you. We have Stephen A. Smith up on one of our monitors, and I'm not a fan of his, by the way. But the banner at the bottom of the page, would a ring make Brunson the greatest Knick ever?
Isn't that crazy, Kev?
What say you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I like I said, I think, because this guy is just, he's putting on a show and he's putting it on at the right time. He's been doing this all year, but especially now, when it really counts, he's just putting it on now. To get past OKC or even San Antonio would be a big challenge, but the Knicks are playing their best ball ever.
They are.
They picked the right time of the year to do it, and I don't like to see them get it. They haven't had a championship team since 1973, and even though the Spurs are my team, I've always been a Spurs fan. Even before Wembanyama, I mean, going back to the David Robinson days.
Yeah.
I used to love the Spurs.
Tim Duncan, they've had good luck with big men over the years, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. They certainly have. With their
Plus, you know how I feel about the ABA. They're one of the 4 ABA teams that went in the merger. Femi, you got any idea who the other 3 are?
No.
Kevin, do you?
I do not.
Indiana Pacers is one.
Right.
Okay.
Let me think. The Nets.
The Nets. That's true. There's one more.
Are 2, and
come on, think.
I can't think of boy.
Denver.
Oh, right, the Denver Nuggets.
So I always root for those 4 teams in the playoffs. I'm an ABA guy from that far back,
Hey, I've been riding. I've been riding with OKC and the Knicks in the final, and I have OKC beating the Knicks in the final. But man, I'm starting to rethink that a little bit because of Jalen Brunson. I mean, just the way he's playing, and he's so explosive and dynamic. I mean, he's just got such great body control. I mean,
he can take over
the way
a game.
He takes over a game. The way he directs traffic. I mean, I just feel like. And by the way, I'm a Warriors fan, so Steph Curry is my guy. But Jalen Brunson, man, I'm just so impressed with his leadership, the skill set. the confidence, and just the way that the Knicks are dominating. I mean, I think their point differential is the highest ever this far into their playoff run. I don't think anybody's not the Bulls, not the Warriors. I think it's the Knicks, the highest point differential.
I do too.
Go ahead, Kim.
I'm sorry. No, and they have a little screenshot they play when they play their games, and not only is the Madison Square Garden sold out and they're going nuts, but they must have about 4,000 or 5,000 outside of the Garden that's going crazy too out there. That town's going to go nuts if the Knicks win. I think even more so than the Yankees or some of the others, because they've had.
It's been so long.
Because it's been so long, exactly.
I had no idea it's been since '73. I remember that '73 team well, and it just kind of staggers me to think that that's the last title team they had. Wow.
Yeah, I heard they talked to Frazier. He said that he actually thinks the '70 team was better than the '73 team, even though the '73 team had Earl the Pearl on it.
Right.
But he said that '70 team to him was the greatest of all of the Knick teams. But like I said, if this Knick team gets past the finish line, they're going to have some people knocking on their door for history too.
I'm looking forward to it. Kevin, thanks for the call.
Thanks, Kev.
All right, stick around, everybody. We're going to keep the phones open. Call me, 410-583-1057.
Got a hot take? The Plaza Ford text line, 410-583-1057.
Town Appliances Memorial Day shopping event is going on now. Baseball season, cookouts, and time outside with family and friends. This is a season that we wait for. So if you're thinking about upgrading your outdoor setup or replacing that old air conditioner before the heat hits, check out Town Appliances Memorial Day event happening right now. From premium grills and pizza ovens to outdoor refrigeration, air conditioners, and luxury kitchen appliances, they've got everything to get your home ready for summer. Their showroom is right off of Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills, and I can tell you firsthand, Mayor made the process so easy for me with my GE fridge and genuinely care about helping customers find what works for their home. With flexible financing, nationwide delivery, and their price match guarantee, now is a great time to upgrade your home for summer. Before the next cookout or 90-degree day hits, stop by the showroom, call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones, and all on the T-Mobile network.
How about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Furnished by IntelliBrands. Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Get an Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. Improve your flexibility and balance. Strengthen and tone your legs.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better, and it makes me feel stronger too.
My circulation is moving. I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
energetic.
It's so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. And for a limited time, get a free upgrade to our deluxe bundle with a faster motor, sport mat, and wireless remote. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Weekends on the Fan. Here's Bruce Cunningham and Femi Ayanbadejo.
Oh, yeah. Little Jay Ferguson, huh? And the La-La's coming up right here. Here they go. Here they go. Femi, I don't mind telling you. I might have chased a few young females when this was playing on the radio.
Is that right?
Back in 1978, 79. What was it? 78 or 79? That was my salad days, let's say. He was a lead singer for a pretty legendary band from the 60s called Spirit. I'm trying to think of a song of Spirits, Mr. Skin or something like that. And then he had a group called JoJo Gunn. And then he went off on his own. And that's a boring story, but I decided to tell it to you anyway. 410-583-1057. Let's go to William in Northeast Baltimore. William, what's up?
Good morning, guys. How's it going?
What's up, Will? How are you?
Yes, Bruce. I got a trivia for you. First, I got to talk to Femi about this tight end situation, but first I'll get to the trivia.
All right.
It was a movie that I watched in 1962. It was called Hell is for Heroes.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
Oh, you seen it?
Yep.
Okay. Now, who starred in that? Who was the singer that starred in that?
It's Frank Sinatra.
Nope.
Dean Martin.
Nope.
Okay, tell me.
Okay, Steve McQueen starred in it.
Okay.
But the guest star was Bobby Darin.
How about that?
Bobby Darin, yes. That was a good movie.
I liked it. I liked it a lot, yeah.
Yes. Now, for Femi.
Yes, sir.
This is a football question. I'm a tight end guy. I always like tight end. I go all the way back to John Mackey.
Yes, sir.
With Lamar losing Pat Ricard, losing Likely, and Kolar, we need a blocking tight end and a pass-catching tight end. In my opinion, in your opinion, Femi, who was the best blocking tight end that you ever played with? And I'm going to hang up and listen to your response.
Oh,
Thanks, William.
The best blocking tight end, maybe Ben Coates?
Yeah.
Like that name just popped right in my head when I started thinking about it. I think Ben Coates might have been the best blocking tight end I never played with. Remember, Ben played with Shannon.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I think a lot of people forget about Ben Coates.
They do.
I think he came over from New England, didn't he? I believe he did.
He did. And I'll tell you why I remember Ben Coates.
Yeah.
The Super Bowl run. The first playoff game you're playing, was it Denver?
It was Denver at home.
Okay.
Yep.
That when that pass got bumped and everything, and Sam Gadd who were you just?
Shannon Sharp.
No, not Shannon.
Who?
Who were we just talking about?
Ben Coates?
Ben Coates.
Yeah, Ben Coates.
Ben Coates runs over and hits somebody, and my booth was on the 10-yard line on the Ravens side, so I was that far away. I forget who he hit. It might have been Romanowski.
It was Romanowski.
I saw the color of his cleats.
Yeah.
I saw what color his cleats were.
Yeah.
That's where I remember Ben Coates.
Yeah, because I think that ball got tipped up in the air, and Shannon caught it, didn't he?
Yes,
Shannon caught it, and then he decleated Romanowski. That's right. I remember that very vividly.
It's right.
I had a great relationship with Ben Coates, oddly. Ben and I had I can't say it on air, obviously, but we had a little joke we used to, way we used to talk with each other. Ben, quietly, is a great dude.
Yeah.
I wish he was around for some of these things that we do with this 2000 team. I don't think he's been around for any of them. There's been a few guys that don't, they have their life and they just kind of go about it and do their thing. But I think to answer the caller's question, I would say Ben Coates is probably, like off the top of my head, probably the best blocking tight end I can think of.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I'm glad he mentioned John Mackey, though. That's a name that people don't really remember. And I think I've told you this on the air. I know I've told you off the air that Mackey was on that team that lost to Joe Namath in the Super Bowl.
You have
30% of that team was CTE, and he and he was one of them. And the sad thing about John, I don't know if you knew him at all.
No, I didn't.
But John, after his diagnosis, he lived a long time, and it was. how do I put this? People that knew him knew that wasn't the John Mackey they knew. It was just the John Mackey that was still around. And he would always wear his Hall of Fame ring, and he would always wear his Super Bowl ring, and he wore this old beat-up cowboy hat. This is after he'd been diagnosed. And he would always go around and ask people if they wanted to see his rings or do they want an autograph, because that's what he was comfortable with. Well, he was getting on a flight at BWI, and the rings were making the thing go off. And they tried to explain to him, you got to take your rings off. And poor Johnny, just didn't understand. So they came up and they started to pull him off. You don't do that to somebody. He started running. And TSA would have been well within their rights to pull firearms and shoot him at that point.
Really?
Yeah, it got that bad with John. Sylvia, his wife, was a longtime airline employee, and she was able to, make everything right eventually. But I mean, it was really sad at the end for him. It really was. But what a great player.
Yeah, the whole CTE thing is obviously problematic because the only way to diagnose it is post mortem at this point. Obviously, there's symptoms.
Right.
There's a guy that I know. His name is Chris Lewinsky, I believe is his last name, and I'll make sure I get this right. After he retired from the NFL, he became a doctor, and he's actually put together a program for former players where they're trying to create a protocol and a process to test for it while people are still alive. And I'm actually participating in his study at University of California at San Francisco.
Because you were a physical player, I would think you would be at risk.
Yeah, I mean, I think every, especially if you play as long as I played, I think the beauty of my story is I didn't start playing tackle football till high school. And I only played 2 years of high school football. I played flag football most of my younger days as a kid. Same with my brother. He didn't start playing tackle football till high school. And I'm actually a proponent of completely eliminating tackle football until high school.
Really?
And there's a lot of reasons for that.
Okay.
Part of it is that the neuroplasticity issue, when you're a kid, if you're getting hit in the head, you can stunt that. And kids are the most vulnerable. Their skulls are soft. Their brains are being shaped still. Your brain continues to evolve until you're 25 years old. What do you think getting hit in the head does to that, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So because of the data and all the information, I am a proponent of flag football all the way up to high school. And there's plenty of kids that are in the NFL now. They're from other countries too, including Nigeria, that didn't play any tackle football at all until college or community college. Yeah. And they're in the NFL. And I think that there's a lot of cross-pollination between sports and football. And what I mean by that is that if you're a multiple sport athlete, you can learn how to play football. And the tackling and the physicality part of it, obviously you have to figure that out. And there's a big psychological barrier there.
Yeah.
You have to get used to getting hit. And that's the thing. But I would rather have kids learn the skills first, because there's a lot of kids that could be good football players, but they get turned down by the physicality of it. They're just not ready for it yet. You know what I mean? And so I think that if you could teach kids the skills through flag and allow them to evolve and understand the game, one, it's better for them long term. Two, it's better for your brain. Three, it's just a smarter way to go about it. It's a safer way to go about it. When I see these 5, 6, 7, 8-year-olds with helmets on, using their head as ramrods like that, it's just not good.
Yeah.
And
Matty used to say that we used to call it getting our bell rung.
Bell rung, yeah.
And he said what we really should have called it was a traumatic brain injury.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Hold on a minute. Hold on just one second. Gene Fugit? Well, we got a celebrity caller.
Oh, do we really?
Let's take Gene Fugit right now. Gene, how you doing? We're glad you called in.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
And thanks for taking the call, and thanks for taking the time to spend some time on what people don't really realize. I started Super Bowl 10, and that season I made $20,000 for the whole season because I had to play out my option. I made more in playoff money. And I was talking to Des Flowers the other day, and I told him that I went on strike in 1974, the only cowboy to picket the Cowboys. And the reason I went on strike was so that he could make the money that he's making today.
Wow.
But they are still flunking guys. You wouldn't believe how hard it is to pass the test to be able to qualify for money. And our equipment was not even certified. Our helmets weren't certified. You could have put anything on your head and played.
Yeah.
So I really worry today about the kids in Maryland. I'm back in Baltimore now. The Catholic Church just named an intergenerational center after my mother, Carolyn Fugit, in West Baltimore.
I saw that. Congratulations on that.
Yeah, congrats on that.
Yeah, thank you. I'm so proud of that and happy to be back in Baltimore to support that. And, of course, I'm kind of stuck here because of my son-in-law is Adam Jones.
Oh, is that right?
One of my favorite Orioles. Can I tell you a quick Adam Jones story, Gene? You may know this one already. During the Freddie Gray unrest, when they had the game with no spectators. Adam's coming up out of the players' lot, which is up underneath. He comes up the ramp, and the security guard says, Adam, be very careful driving home. And Adam said, what are you talking about? I never felt safer in my life. Does that sound like your son-in-law, G?
Absolutely. So, look, it was 1968. I'm at Memorial Stadium. It's the last game of the year. My folks had cold season tickets.
Yeah.
And we were playing the Washington Redskins. I run out on the field and get a rookie running back's chin strap, and later he would be my teammate and go to the Hall of Fame from the Washington Redskins. And I bet you can't name who that is.
You got me, G.
Yeah, you got me too.
Help me.
Charlie Taylor.
Oh, how about
was
that?
A running back and switched to wide receiver.
Wow.
And I still have his chin strap.
That's a great story. That's a great story. Gene Fugit, I'm glad you're listening. I'm even more glad you called in. And you sound like that you're very encouraged that this is starting to finally be addressed.
Absolutely. And I want you also to not forget about our kids.
Yes.
I don't know if the rules are being enforced. I go to high school games. I don't see ambulances.
No.
I wonder if the trainers are qualified. And that's something that we really have to focus on. And please don't let your little kids play tackle football.
Yeah.
Please.
Gene, did you hear what I was saying?
Football is a wonderful game.
Yeah. Okay, you heard what I was saying, right? You know how I feel about that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, Gene Fugit, thanks, man.
Gene.
Really appreciate you.
All right, you guys have a great holiday weekend.
You have the same. He was a great player.
Yeah, he sounds so lucid, so with it. I just love that he called in. Gene, thank you. I really appreciate it. And this is the thing. I love football. I'm an advocate for football. I think it's one of the best sports in regard to art, imitating life to some degree, right? If you want to call football an art.
No, I get that.
Yeah, you know what I mean? But I feel like there's so many things about the locker room and the interactions of different guys from different places. It really does prepare you for socialization and the real world. Football, a lot of it is our life lessons in a microcosm. And while I advocate for football and I want as many kids to play football as possible, I also want kids to be smart and be safe. And I want parents to be mindful of the risk that they put their kids at when they play tackle football before they're 14 or 15 years old. That's why I think it's important that kids don't start playing tackle until their freshman year, and they'll be fine, especially if they're multi-sport athlete kids. The specialization thing, my time, similar to your time, I played football, baseball, basketball, whatever season it was, that was the sport that I played, right?
Yeah.
And so I hope kids continue to do that. And I think specialization, it's a problematic from a movement pattern perspective, but also psychologically and emotionally to be to grind that early, that young on one thing for so long. A lot of kids get pushed out of sports because it's a grind that they're just not built for that.
Who was the quarterback? He'd been built from a little kid. The Raiders ended up with him.
Todd Marinovich.
Yeah, he's a
that story. You
example.
should watch. For those of you that haven't seen it, I think it's Netflix.
I think so.
There's a special on him, and he was a savant.
Yep.
And had a lot of problems because of just the amount of pressure he was put under at an early age.
And a complete
he went
burnout.
to USC, I think. Didn't he
did go to USC.
Yeah.
It was a big recruiting battle. And there was another one, too, and I can't think of it. I'll tell you at the other side of the break. Stick around, everybody. Phones are open. We got Tony and Warren waiting to talk. Bruce and Femi continues.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Selling your home is a big decision. Vinny Stio makes it simple with the Your Home Sold guarantee. Your home sold or he'll buy it. That's peace of mind you can count on. Call Vinny today. 410-793-1801. 410-793-1801.
It's Smiles for Miles at Anderson Honda Hunt Valley.
Shop hundreds of new Hondas, now sale priced way below MSRP. Get everyone to the game in a Pilot or Passport, or maximize your efficiency in a new hybrid. Save on fuel-efficient Honda hybrids like Accords, Civics, and even CR-Vs. That's right, Honda hybrids sale priced way below MSRP.
Now that's Smiles for Miles. Woohoo! Check out AndersonHonda.net.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Spring is great for your mood, but sometimes tough on your body. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet store. The weather gets nicer and suddenly you're walking more, standing more, and spending more time outside. But if you're dealing with foot pain, it can quickly turn into knee pain, hip pain, or even back pain that makes staying active uncomfortable. Our patented arch support system has helped countless people find relief. Here's another customer sharing their Good Feet story.
I'm a retired mail carrier with multiple knee replacements in both knees. I never thought I'd be able to go back to doing dog agility again. I stopped in at the Good Feet store. They measured me for my arch inserts, and then I walked around, and immediately I felt the difference. Agility is mine again. Hawkeye, my beagle, and I are both happy.
Good Feet Arch Supports can be the solution you need to get the most out of your springtime activities. Come see us today or visit us at goodfeet.com.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. And this summer, get ready because it's gonna be a scorcher. With top artists like Olivia Dean, 5 Seconds of Summer, Benson Boone, Casey Musgraves, Shakira, and Tame Impala, CFG Bank Arena has got you covered for the best music, fan-filled nights, and all the sensational concert vibes summer can bring. It's sure to be lit, and we're not stopping. With more major announcements on the way, visit CFGBankArena.com and get your tickets today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the biggest names in entertainment, and the best seats in Baltimore.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
It's the Hello Summer Sale at Target. Now through Monday, say hello to 30% off select shorts and sandals, women's dresses and skirts too. Say hello to 30% off select Threshold bedding and bath. Oh, and hello 20% off sunscreen. Spray, stick, lotion, or mist. It keeps the sun fun. The Hello Summer Sale ends Monday, and it's only at Target, where getting summer ready is just one quick stop away. Restrictions apply.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Baltimore Baseball tonight before every weeknight home baseball game at Pickles Pub as we broadcast live. Enjoy their 32-ounce Orange Crush. And on select nights, pick up a free 105.7 The Fan and Science & Kirk bucket hat, courtesy of Science & Kirk Lawyers. YouHaveALawyer.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. Weekends on The Fan. Here's Bruce Cunningham and Femi Ayanbadejo.
Another college hangover song, to be sure. Lawyers, Guns, and Money. Dad, send Lawyers, Guns, and Money. Get me out of this. Wow. It's a great tune. 410-583-1057. Bruce and Femi taking you up to noon, and then Steve Molesky's in here.
Oh, Steve's in here. Is that right?
From what we understand.
Is he solo?
I think so.
Oh, wow.
But nobody knows more baseball than Steve.
Oh,
Molesky,
I mean, Steve, yeah, he's a dang encyclopedia.
Oriole fans, load up because he's coming. And he and I have a similar background. We both started out in Richmond.
Oh, you know what? I think you've told me the story, actually.
Many years apart, but yeah, we talk about that all the time.
Yeah.
And that's a good town.
Yeah.
It's a real good town. 410-583-1057. Oh, look who's here. Tony in Rosedale.
Okay.
Tony, what's
up,
going
Tony?
on?
Hey, how you guys doing today on this
Great to hear from you.
holiday?
Well, we're surprised. We're surprised that Gene Fugit called in out of nowhere. How about that?
Yeah, did he go to high school here?
Yes.
My arch rival. I went to St. Joe. He went to Gibbons.
He's a Gibbons guy. You're right.
Yeah, there used to be some wars back in the day when I was in high school.
Oh,
and that
yeah.
basketball thing.
Femi, do you remember? You remember Quentin Daly, the basketball player at USF, San Francisco?
No, I don't.
He's a Cardinal Gibbons guy.
Oh, is that right?
So is
He
Babe
played
Ruth.
for the Chicago Bulls too.
Oh, wow.
Reggie Gibbs in the backcourt.
Well, do you remember my coach, oh my goodness, my high school coach that called in recently.
Yeah,
remember?
I can't remember his name, but
his father coached at USF.
How about that?
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
Tony, go ahead.
Sorry, Tony. Yeah, we digress.
Oh, you're fine. Okay, I went up to the cemetery, Garrison Forest, to see my grandfather earlier, and I heard you guys talking about Derrick Henry and the records he might get. I got two questions to ask you guys.
All right.
Number one, if the next 2 years we get him a ring, could he possibly go in the Hall of Fame as a Raven instead of
as a Titan? Yeah. Oh, that's a good question.
The Pro Football Hall of Fame is different in that just your bust goes in there. And there's not, as I understand it, Femi, and I've been there 3 times, I don't think there's any team logo on the busts that go in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I thought there was.
Is there?
I thought you did go in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's take that apart for a second. I actually think that's a really good question. I mean, it would be his choice, isn't it? Isn't it his? I think it's the player's choice, correct?
Well, in baseball it is.
Yeah. I would assume it's his choice. So my guess is that if he was to win a ring here, that would eclipse every single thing that he ever did in as a Titan. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I would say, you know what? If I had to guess, let's assume that Derrick plays 3 more years. He ends up top 3 in NFL running back history in regards to yardage. I don't think he's going to catch Emmett, but I think he can get to 3. That would mean that he would probably have 5 consecutive 1,000-yard plus seasons with the Ravens, right? If he can do 3 more. And if we win a Super Bowl, which obviously I'm pretty bullish on Lamar getting his ring at some point here in the next couple years, I would say yes. I would say if I had to guess right now, I would say he would go in as a Raven. I don't think that's a stretch.
Okay, and for Bruce and Femi, you might be able to answer this one. You got a gun to your head. You're 4th and 3 on the goal line. You're down by 5 points in the Super Bowl. Who are you pitching the ball to? Derrick Henry or Earl Campbell?
I mean, I'm a prisoner of the moment, I guess. I'm going with Derrick Henry.
At their prime, are we assuming that both are in their prime?
Yep.
And you're on the what yard? And you're on the what yard line?
3-yard line.
All right, I'm older than both of you.
Yeah, you're going with Earl
Campbell? I got to ride with Earl.
Yeah.
I got to ride with Earl, too. Earl's the greatest back I ever seen in my lifetime, and I'm 3 years older than Femi. I don't care. I mean, Earl was something special, but Derrick is close to him.
Oh, yeah.
They get compared a lot.
You know what's interesting is that if we're talking goal line, maybe I could see Earl, but if you're talking about the 20 and you got to go on a drive and you got to go 80 yards, give me Derrick Henry.
Yeah, I just wanted to get you guys' take on that. Because like I said, in my lifetime, Earl's still the best I've ever seen for a 5 to 7 year period. 5 to 7 year period, Earl was the best.
Those Houston Oilers teams that he played on might be the best teams in NFL history that never won anything. You know?
Yeah, my favorite back growing up was Walter Payton. You know, I was born in Chicago. My mom grew up on the south side of Chicago. Like I told you, she's Irish Catholic. Yeah. So the Bears, 85 Bears was like my team that I grew up loving. And then I moved to California when I was 10, and obviously I became a 49ers fan. But I think Walter Payton, for me, was my favorite running back to ever watch. You know, even probably to this day, maybe I would say Payton was my favorite guy to watch.
I'll never forgive Mike Ditka, Tony.
For not letting
giving Refrigerator Perry a touchdown and not him in the Super Bowl. Isn't that just unfortunate, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it was unfortunate, but he, there was a lot of showmanship. The Super Bowl shuffle song was hot. He had to do it.
And the really tragic thing is that both of those guys that we're talking about passed away at young ages. You know, neither one of them are with us anymore. It's a down note to end the call on.
Very tragic.
It is. Tony, thanks for the call, man. We appreciate it. 410-583-1057. Now, Femi, I'm calling up Hall of Fame busts. And I don't see a logo on any of them.
Oh, really?
I really don't. Now, I could be wrong, but like I said, I've been there 3 times. I have seen them in person, these Hall of Fame busts. And no, there's no, it says what teams you played for. It lists them. Like here, I'm looking at Brett Favre's right now. And you see his head, and then there's a little card that says Enshrine, where he went to college, and then it lists the teams he played for. But I don't think you go in as a player.
Oh, that's interesting.
I know when Mike Messina went in, it was some question whether he was going to be an Oriole or a Yankee, and he decided neither. He went in bareheaded, which I guess you can
really?
do.
Oh, wow.
You can. I don't know about the Pro Football Hall of Fame, but I just described Favre's to you, and I think that's how they do it. Let's go to Warren in Owings Mills. Warren, what's going on?
Morning, Bruce and Sammy.
Hey there.
I wanted I wanted to comment on what Femi's topic a few minutes ago on youth football.
Yeah.
And Femi, I hope you'll use your pulpit to really push this issue. And I'll give you a quick story. I'm a huge football fan. I went to my first Baltimore Colts game in 1964. I coached youth football for several years, and I was the program director for 7 years of a youth football program. And I was telling Bruce this at Faniversary. We've got 3 kids from our program in the NFL now.
Impressive.
If I had it to do over, I would not have been involved with youth football. I would not have let my son have played. My son only played for 2 years because he was a soccer player, and then he only played for 2 years. But I did a lot of in the 2009, 10, 11 time frame before concussion stuff really became prominent. I did a lot of reading. I read medical journals, everything I could find online. And I absolutely agree with you. The young brain should not be subjected to that kind of, and it's not just the concussive hits, as you know, it's the subconcussive, the constant hits. But and I started a protocol in our program that was somewhat unpopular. But my thing was that if there was helmet-to-helmet contact, or if a kid hit the ground hard, the coach was to pull him from the game and check him. If the kid said, "My head hurts," that's it. You take his helmet. He doesn't come back in. I don't care what his mother, his father, his uncle, his aunt says. They answer to me. You had to go to the doctor to be cleared. If you had a concussion, I would not accept a note from a general practitioner because they don't have enough experience. You had to go. I would make them go to a neurologist, which would usually make them out for the season anyhow because it would take weeks to get an appointment. And I said, even then, I'm the final arbiter. I will ignore what the doctor says if I think it's bad enough. And, and this was in the 2011, 12, 13, 14 time frame. With what we know now, I would not be involved with youth football. I think they should start playing, in high school and after that.
Just flag.
Yeah, I hope you'll use your pulpit, Femi, to really push this issue because it's really important.
Well, Daryl, I don't know if you heard Gene Fugit called in just a minute ago. He said the same thing. He said flag football up until they're 14. So you're hearing it from two pro. You're hearing it from 2 pro players here.
Yeah, my son played flag.
Thanks for the call.
Yeah, thanks for the call. My son played flag from when he was probably 8 all the way until he was in high school, basically. I'm sorry, 8th grade, all the way till 8th grade.
Let me be the devil's advocate here, though. That's fine for skill positions and smaller players, but what about the big guys?
No, it works for everybody.
Does it?
It works for everybody. Yeah, like you don't need to start playing offensive line at 8 to be good at an offensive lineman. A lot of it is just it's athleticism. Yeah, and to be honest, a lot of people underestimate the skill set and the skills it takes to be a lineman. I mean, you got a guy lined up basically 2 feet away from you. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Everyone underestimates
so
that.
it's all about steps, hand placement, and leverage. You know what I mean? So I actually think that it's more important for offensive and defensive linemen to play skill positions as kids first, and then they grow into that offensive tackle, guard, defensive tackle, nose tackle positions.
Many pro linemen played other positions in high school.
Yeah, definitely. And a lot of pro linemen, let me not say pro linemen, a lot of offensive linemen wrestled in high school.
Oh, definitely.
And that's probably the best thing you can do to be an offensive lineman is to wrestle.
The center that we just lost to free agency, that was his big thing.
Tyler Linderbaum,
remember when they drafted him, he's undersized. Yeah, but he's a wrestler.
Yeah, exactly.
And he played
because you understand leverage and how to use leverage. Yeah, I loved coaching flag football. I used to bring a whiteboard out there. No other coaches were doing that. And before you knew it, I look around the different teams. They all had whiteboards finally and you dry erasers.
If your quarterback can spin his hips, you can do well.
Yeah.
You got to keep that flag away.
We actually had a co-ed team. My daughter played. And one of my favorite memories ever, I'll never forget this. My daughter was playing with my son. And my son threw a touchdown pass to my daughter.
Wow.
In a game. That was one of the proudest moments. And my daughter was so elated. I just remember her running off the field. She jumped into my arms. Dad, I scored a touchdown. For a little girl to be able to say that she scored a touchdown, that's not a statement you hear very often. You hear it a lot more now.
Right.
You hear it a lot more now. But I'm talking 2016, 2017 maybe. She was one of probably 4 girls in the whole league.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so, that was a really, really, really great moment for me.
It's catching on, too, for the girls.
Oh, yeah.
in the
I mean,
high
there's
school
scholarships
level.
now, Division I scholarships for girls flag football.
Yeah, I've got a friend who's going to coach the team at Franklin High School.
Yep.
We're going to have him on one week. I want to talk to him
I
about
was
that.
involved in opening day for girls high school flag last year, and I was also at the championship games at M&T Bank at the end of last year. So I was involved with that whole thing, and it was awesome to see.
Well, and give credit where it's due. The city schools really took the lead on this. They were the first ones to put teams on the field, so give them credit.
Yeah, I want to give the Ravens a lot of credit, too, because they've actually been a huge supporter of that, and it's really taken off. And so it's awesome to me that girls can go to college and get a full ride scholarship to play flag football. Yeah. And obviously now with it being in the Olympics, and we'll have a discussion about NFL guys and all that. Like NFL guys, stay away from that flag stuff. You don't need it. It's not worth it. I know that there's an ego involved there, and there's probably some guys that are built like Zay and Lamar that probably want to play.
Well, that's the problem. Everybody that sees flag football, the first thought in their mind, Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
So.
But the thing is, the flag game is so specialized. It's just a completely different game. And you saw those flag guys blow the NFL guys off the field. But we didn't have the right guys out there. And plus, that's something you have to practice. Joe Burrow and Lamar are going to be making $50, $55, $60, $65 million for flag. Come on. Like, let's not get carried away. It's not worth the risk. Go out there and you roll your ankle, you blow out your knee, then what? You know what I mean?
All right, we're way over.
Yeah, sorry.
Let's hit a break. We're going to keep the phones open, though. Daryl still wants to talk to us, and you can get in line, too, 410-583-1057.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
This weekend is absolutely the best time to buy a new or used vehicle at Jones Junction. Get a Turtle Box speaker or a Yeti chair with the purchase of any new or pre-owned vehicle. Plus, we're going to give you up to $500 more than CarMax for your trade. See our huge selection at jonesjunction.com. Town Appliances Memorial Day shopping event is going on now. So if you're trying to stay cool indoors this summer, now's the perfect time to upgrade your kitchen during Town Appliances Memorial Day shopping event happening now. They carry top brands like Bosch and more, plus refrigerators, ranges, dishwashers, beverage centers, and air conditioners to keep your home ready for the warmer months ahead, and flexible financing. Their showroom is right off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills, and Mayor really know their stuff. Visit the showroom, call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
That's the moment that everything changes, and your life is turned upside down. Dubo Law is here for what comes next. I'm Neil Dubovsky, founder of Dubo Law, and if you've been hurt in an accident, we're here to help. Just call 410-ASK-DUBO. That's 410-275-3826 for your free consultation, and let us fight for you.
You know the feeling. That rush when you reach that goal. Make somebody brag a little back home. That's success. And at University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why UMGC offers an accredited skills-based education that helps move your career forward. We'll teach you how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science, plus build your skills in leadership, communication, and critical thinking. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. With affordable and online programs, you can unlock new opportunities to help you succeed again. At UMGC, we believe nothing should stand in the way of your next achievement. Not doubt, not your life stage, and especially not an application fee. Just apply by June 1st, and we'll waive your application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Introducing new Maryland Treasure Scratch-Offs from the Maryland Lottery. For the first time, these scratch-offs feature original art by local artists that showcase the things we treasure about Maryland, especially its natural beauty. Hundreds of art pieces were submitted. 4 were selected. Now it's your turn to see if you can win by picking up a Maryland Treasure Scratch-Off at any Maryland Lottery retailer. Top prize, $10,000. Play today, and please play responsibly.
Weekends on the Fan. Here's Bruce Cunningham and Femi Ayanbadejo.
Welcome back, Bruce and Femi on Memorial Day. I'm going to blow your mind. This song right here, this whole album, recorded at Merriweather. As big as this album was, running on empty, sold 10 million copies, and they recorded it live at Merriweather Post Pavilion. How about that, right here in town? 410-583-1057. Let's go to Daryl in Baltimore. Daryl, what's up?
Hey, good morning, guys. How y'all guys?
Doing well. Doing well. Doing?
Hey, first of all, I want to say this, man. Femi, I'm a big fan, man.
Thank you, sir.
And Bruce, you and I have something in common, man, that a whole lot of people don't have, man.
What's that?
We saw the great Dr. J in the ABA in his prime.
Did you really?
Yes, absolutely. I followed him all the way through Virginia squads, the New Jersey Nets, all the whole ABA thing. I'm 68 years old.
Okay, we're the same age. I'm going to tell you something about Dr. J. I would go see him his rookie year when he was healthy, and I would leave the arena thinking, I've just saw some stuff I've never seen before in my life. And I'm going to tell you the truth.
Absolutely, man.
Well, listen, I'm going to tell you the truth. I didn't get that feeling again until I saw Lamar Jackson play.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Special, yes, he was that special. Let me go get to my topic. I can go on and on about Dr. J. So. But,
we could.
Yeah. But, Femi, I think I talked to you before about this, about the Ravens, about the tight end situation.
Yeah.
And I'm a huge Isaiah Likely fan.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, he was just like, I mean, I wish he could have stayed here.
Me too.
And played under this system that they're gonna have now, man. So I think the Ravens kind of dropped the ball on him. I know they tried to sign him, but I don't know, man. I think I would have gave him what he wanted.
It just got too expensive.
But this is the thing. So let me give you a little more insight. There was nothing to be done. He didn't want to be here because he didn't want to be in Mark Andrews' shadow anymore. You know what I mean? He wanted to be the number one, unequivocally, fresh start, clean slate. The amount of money that he signed for was exactly what the Ravens offered him. He took it in New York. You know why? Because Harbs is there, and he was guaranteed to be the number one tight end. He did not want to be up under Mark Andrews anymore, and that was it. There was nothing that Eric could have done. There was no deal to be made because he didn't want to be here anymore under the same circumstances that he has been for the last 4 years. That literally is the issue, and I hear fans blaming EDC as if there was something EDC could have done. There was nothing to be done. Right. The kid just wanted to go somewhere else.
And I totally
that's just the way that it is.
Position
yeah.
Too.
And so, I feel you, and I'm with you. I empathize. I would love for him to be here too. But the truth of the matter is that he was ready to carve out his own path, and he needed to leave the Ravens to go do that.
You enlighten me on that. Now, okay, so moving forward, what do you think about the guy? Anybody that we drafted in there now that you think they'll come close to doing what he could do, or somebody that
Hibner? Let me tell you something. Hibner's a way better athlete than Isaiah Likely.
I
mean, I'm telling you right now, this kid runs low 4.5. You know what I mean? Like 257 pounds, can catch, can block. Now, look, Isaiah Likely is special with his catch radius, and he's special talent from a yak perspective. But I think Hibner and I think Jacoby Lane, if they do what they're supposed to do, we're not going to be talking about Isaiah Likely much longer.
Now, Cuevas, the other tight end they drafted.
Underrated.
I used to work down there in Alabama, and I called some people who cover the Crimson Tide, and they said he can do whatever you ask him to do.
Yeah.
So if you're thinking who the blocking tight end is going to be, that might be the guy you look at.
I actually think that they're going to use a lot more 13 personnel than people think from a passing perspective, because the 13 personnel package puts defenses in a bind. If you run the ball, they bring in a linebacker. If they bring in a linebacker, you throw the ball. If they bring in a DB, you run the ball. And the all you need to do is go look at the Rams and go look at the Bills and look at how they exploit defenses with 13 personnel. And the beauty of these tight ends that we have, Andrews, Cuevas, Hibner, all three can block and catch. Like, there's no tell with them. We always had a tell when we would go with our, I guess it was 22 package, when we had Pat in. And a lot of times with Charlie Kohler, we were running the ball because we're a run first team. But I actually think that this is the beauty of the Declan Doyle offense is that Lamar's going to be under center. And I really think that people are severely underestimating the 13 personnel package and the passing game that's going to come with that. I cannot wait. I am salivating.
So they had a guy, one guy, was he about 6'6" or 6'? Who was the tall guy? Who was that?
I think it's Cuevas.
No, I don't think Cuevas is that tall.
No?
No, I think they're all around 6'4".
Okay.
Yeah, I think they're all around 6'4". I don't think I don't recall anybody being 6'6". I mean, unless I'm missing something. I think they're all 6'3", 6'4".
Well, that's what made Likely so dangerous.
Yeah.
That's 6'6". He could go up and get it.
Yeah, that catch radius was serious. But that's why I think Jacoby Lane, to some degree, he's 6'4" plus. He has that wingspan. He's going to be a great red zone target, and he's exciting. And I watched Jacoby Lane run routes. Mekhi Lemon, to me, he was my favorite receiver coming out of the draft this year. Now, I'm not saying he's the best, but he was my favorite. And guess who I got to watch a bunch of tape of? Jacoby Lane. And because I was watching Mekhi Lemon, I said I was hoping that Jacoby Lane was a guy that we would draft. And when we drafted him, I was elated. I was over the moon.
That's the kid out of USC?
That's the kid out of USC.
Oh, okay.
Hey,
okay,
Daryl,
yeah,
I bet you're glad you called this morning. You're getting all kinds of information here, huh?
Hey, man, that's why I call, man. That's why I can't wait for you guys to come on.
All right, man. Thanks. We appreciate it.
I appreciate it.
All right, phones are still heavy. We're going to stick with them. 410-583-1057. Mark and Ken, you're up next. Stick around. All right, I put up.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
Don't just watch the biggest soccer moment of the summer, experience it in New Jersey. Win a trip to American Dream, steps from the action, and access the ultimate fan celebration. From beaches to boardwalks, theme parks to wineries, New Jersey has it all. Enter now at odyssey.com/NJ.
For 80 years, people have gone to Lincoln Tech to get serious about their future. If you're ready to learn by doing, develop real skills, and plan for a rewarding career, Lincoln's Columbia campus has your back in training that means business. Classes start this month in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, welding, and medical assisting. Lincoln Tech, your place, your time, your future. Visit lincolntech.edu to schedule a campus tour. That's lincolntech.edu.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
When you sell your home, you want to make the most money possible, not spend it. Sometimes you need to spend money to make it, though. Just not with my friend Lee Tessier and his team. Lee's going to tell you what every other real estate agent will. Your home needs upgrades, fixes, and repairs to sell for the most money possible. What Lee says that others don't is that you don't have to worry about the upfront costs for the work to be done because of his rehab refresh program. Lee will take care of it. So let's say your kitchen faucet hasn't been working right for a while and you haven't gotten it fixed. Lee's got you covered. Shingles on your roof are falling apart. Lee's got you covered. You don't owe a dime until your home sells. So call the old agent I qualify to sell my home. That man's my friend Lee Tessier. Just give him a call, 410-638-9555, or go to leetessier.com. And when you call Lee, just start packing.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call Lee Tessier.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Weekends on the Fan. Here's Bruce Cunningham and Femi Ayanbadejo.
Welcome back, Bruce and Femi show for a Memorial Day Monday. Steve Molesky's here. He's going to take over from us at noon and take you into the afternoon hours. Molesky's been around forever.
Yeah, he just invaded our locker room.
Well, he came in here and said, "Well, all by myself, I'm a little nervous." Oh hell no, not you, Molesky.
I think Steve's going to be all right.
In fact, he's been doing this so long, he could come in here literally and go to sleep and still do the show. It's all muscle memory at this point, you know? And I'm glad the caller that called a minute ago that said we had something in common, because we've been talking a lot of tight end, and I thought that's what it was going to be. I thought he was going to say he also played tight end on a wishbone team like I did, which I would contend is the most thankless position in the history of sports.
Oh, yeah. Well, especially if you're running wishbone.
Well,
you're blocking, you're not going to catch a pass, right?
And you know who I had to block every play? The baddest guys on the other team, middle linebacker.
Oh, middle linebackers, okay.
All right. So we had 2 pass plays in our offense to me, and both of them were, guess where? Across the middle.
Yeah.
And that was
good times.
No. Real, because, I played in a real good league. I played against LT and those guys, and, that was no. In fact, he may have clotheslined me a couple times coming across the middle. I have to go back and check. Let's go to Ken in Forest Hill. Ken, what's going on?
Good to talk to you, Femi.
Hey, Ken.
Wanted to check in, but first, Bruce, I wanted to compliment you over the years. You've always known good talent when you saw it. You developed all those other sportscasters on 45, and now you got another one in Femi.
Well, thank you. I told him, I was candid with him when we decided to put this show on. I said, I'm going to get you going, and I'm going to step out of the way. So we'll see.
Thanks, Ken.
Okay, I wanted to extend the conversation on CTE.
Yeah.
And I wanted to get your take on youth soccer, because I have a grandson who's just starting to play youth soccer. He's 7 years old, and they're not doing a lot of heading right now, but that bothers me. So what's your take on that?
No, I think it's smart. They should. They should. I know that a lot of kids, especially girls, were getting concussions from headers. So I think it's important that they do eliminate that, or at least keep it to a minimum. Once again, it's not the one hit; it's the consecutive, tap tap tap. You know what I mean, to the brain, and it could be problematic. And so, I'm for it. I don't think kids should be doing headers. And I haven't studied the soccer side of it as much, but in regard to TBI and traumatic brain injury, I do know that it is a thing, though.
I will say this: I commend your you say it's his grandson. I commend your child for making sure they play soccer first. I think it's a much better entry level sport for kids than, say, baseball, which is really hard to learn, or basketball or something. Soccer, you just let them out there and run around,
Yeah, but that's why
exactly what they do.
That's why I love flag football, because I actually think that, look, I know soccer is the global sport. I'm not knocking it, but I think flag football is more fun for a 7 and 8 year old. You know what I mean?
Probably right.
You know what I mean? That's what I think. And now, once again, I'm sure there's plenty of people that disagree, and that's okay. But just have them do something.
Yeah.
Right. Whether it's soccer, whether it's flag, whether it's basketball, whether it's lacrosse. I'm for kids in athletics.
Me too.
24/7.
Keep them tired, right, Ken?
Absolutely. They run all the time when they're playing just with each other. They might as well do it on the sports field and learn something.
I hear you. Thanks for the call, Ken. I appreciate it. 410-583-1057. Let's go to Mark in Baltimore. Mark, what's up?
Hey, good morning. This whole debate over Isaiah Likely and Mark Andrews, we lost Isaiah Likely a year and a half ago. After the Buffalo playoff game, when we didn't release Mark Andrews and we stuck by him and whatnot.
You're going to release Mark Andrews for dropping that pass? Seriously? Are you seriously going to?
Mark Andrews has a history of dropping passes in the playoffs. He is not a big game performer. He never has been, going back to his rookie season. Likely was a much younger and more athletic player. They should have made the move then, made Likely the number one tight end for the 2025 season instead of waiting until he was a free agent to try to keep him. This whole notion of Andrews is irreplaceable is ridiculous. The guy has a history of screwing up in the playoffs.
Okay, so
move on.
No. First of all, Mark Andrews is going to have his name up in the rafters. He has every receiving record in Ravens history. Yes, he in critical situations, going back to Tennessee and Buffalo, he's definitely made mistakes. But you can't erase a guy's whole career because of critical mistakes. Everybody has made mistakes in those games that led to those losses. It just wasn't on Mark Andrews. Mark Andrews should be respected. I think Mark Andrews is going to have a heck of a season this year. I actually believe in Mark Andrews. So we got to take the good with the bad, but let's not overstate it. This guy has played in 121 games. He's got 484 receptions, 5,952 yards receiving, and 56 touchdowns. These are all Ravens records. So we can't just dismiss everything that he's done because he's made some critical mistakes, which we're all aware of. But we got to be a little fair and balanced in how we analyze the guy.
It's not just one game.
Oh no, I already said that. I already acknowledged what. No, I see what you see. I'm just not willing to throw the guy away because of the mistakes he's made. Because in those losses, there's plenty of guys that made mistakes, from Lamar to Zay to the defense. Like, everybody shares in that. It's not just one person.
Thanks for the call, Mark. But when I heard him say we
lost him a year and a half ago.
No, you want to release him because he dropped a pass in the playoffs. You don't do that punitively.
We watched that game, right? We watched the Buffalo game.
Yeah.
Lamar had a couple turnovers in the first half.
Yeah.
And guess what? He played great in the second half.
He did.
Mark had an opportunity to make some big plays. He went for it. And there was a forced fumble. Hey, I hear it. And he dropped the 2-point conversion. I understand that too. But the bottom line is that nobody felt worse about those mistakes than him.
I guarantee
And the way that people went after him on social media, and the way that fans just wanted to kind of him to self-immolate. Like, it's just like, what are we doing? Like, I understand, but football is the consummate team sport. And yes, those mistakes were critical, and they happened at critical times. But there was mistakes that were made throughout the game. And I get it. But I'm not ready to throw Mark Andrews away. I think that Mark Andrews is going to have a really good season this year.
I do too.
Yeah.
And you're right about being up in the rafters. He's a Ring of Honor guy.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, he has
all the receiving records.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So, and no matter if he didn't play another snap, he's in the Ring of Honor.
Until this year, who was Lamar's favorite target?
Him.
Mark Andrews. Yeah. So,
and the other thing about Andrews, Lamar can be a little frenetic when it gets in the red zone. He's not a really effective red zone quarterback for that reason. As far as throwing it into you, let me finish. You catch me mid sentence. Andrews has enough presence of mind to get himself open in the back of the end zone inside the red zone, and that's where a lot of those touchdowns.
The only thing I'm going to say is that Lamar has one of the highest passer ratings in red zone history.
Yeah. Okay.
Just wanted to let you know that. Just make sure we don't lose ourselves here.
You're always waiting with the stats.
I am.
I was just going on feel. That time.
Okay. Well, we got to be careful with that.
Just a little.
You know how I do with that.
I do. I'm thoroughly chastened. Okay. Let's go to Andy in Dundalk. Andy, what's going on?
Hey guys, how you doing today?
Andy. How you doing, Andy?
I'm doing okay. I'll tell you, Bruce, it's been a long time since I've been excited about Ravens football, but I am excited about it this year, with the new look and the new coaches and everything that comes with all of that. I am.
You got good reason to be, I think. I think that this team is going to be very, very good. I just, when I look at how the Orioles have come out of the gate this year, and we thought they were going to be very, very good too, and I'm trying to teach myself a lesson there, as we get ready for the Ravens season. There's some things that I want to see, but other than that, I'm feeling pretty positive too, Femi.
Yeah. What is the one thing that you're looking forward to? Like, what is it? Is it defensive calling by Coach Minter? Is it the new offense with Declan Doyle? Is it some of the young guys that we drafted? I'm just, I'd love to hear from the fans' perspective. Like, what is the thing that got you kind of, going again?
Well, first of all, it's new, and I was never a Harbaugh fan from day one. Mm-hmm. Bruce will tell you that.
Yeah.
I mean, never been a Harbaugh fan. Not since before Lamar Jackson. I've never been a Harbaugh fan. He never carries the card around. He's not involved in the game. He can't manage time. He can't manage timeouts. He can't manage challenges. All the way back to when we missed the field goal against New England in 2011. You had 2 timeouts. Why are you rushing? Call timeout.
Well, you know what? You know what, Andy? He's the Giants' problem now, right?
You know what? I told some guys on a different radio show when John Harbaugh loses his second game this season, that the Giants are winning by double digits in the second half, I'm going to call and say, which coach's fault is it now? He's not even in Baltimore anymore. This is going to be I firmly believe this is a problem that we got rid of and the Giants are going to have to deal with. I like Minter's energy. I like the way he is involved. I like the way the coaches seem to be involved. I mean, of course, all that has to come. Anybody that don't think we're in better shape without, what's coming, Bruce. So anybody don't think we're in better shape without Harbaugh, it's like wiping for your poo.
There he is. Thank you, Andy.
No sense.
Thank you.
Wow, Andy came out firing, huh?
Well, he's been saying that for years. That's his signature thing. But here's the thing about Harbaugh that I want to put up, that I want to at least mention.
Yep.
I hope that he understands what he's walking into media-wise up there. The media here is, well, you played in multiple cities. Yeah. The media here is not that tough. It's pretty gentle here. It really is. New York, total opposite.
Yeah, and
I wonder how he's going to respond to that.
I think Harbs is ready. I think that he's kind of, for all the things that Andy said, I hear you, but Coach Harbaugh is probably going to go into the Hall of Fame.
Possibly,
and especially if he
wins one more.
Definitely if he wins one more. But I think right now he's borderline already. If you look at where he is in regard to wins and win percentage, and all that stuff, he did pretty good. And so without disparaging Coach Harbaugh, because I actually got to intern under Coach Harbaugh, and my brother played for John. So I have a lot of respect for John, but I also recognize the concerns and the issues, and the time had come. And it's okay. And we're good with that. But I can agree with the decision and show John respect and also recognize the good, the bad, and the ugly, right? All at the same time. I think he's going to do a good job in New York, honestly. I think New York, John is exactly what the Giants need in regard to culture setting. And we'll see in the in-game management stuff, we'll see what he's learned from that. I think, I make this statement all the time. There are no good teachers. There's only good students.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the best students continue to learn. And I think John is a student. And I think John would call himself a student. You know what I mean? So I'm happy with the guys that we have. I like our guys. How about that? I like our guys.
It's original. I tell you what, things probably couldn't have worked out much better for him.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I mean, that's a plum job, and he's been given some flexibility with the roster. And I mean, he's going to be given a chance in New York.
Yeah, we'll see how Jackson Dart,
All right, let's. Hey, Mike in Columbia. What's on your mind, Mike?
Hey, Bruce Femi.
Hey, how's it going?
You guys seen Goodfellas, right?
Oh, yes. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Great movie.
A neighborhood guy, and I've known him for years, Mike Starr. He played Frenchie in Goodfellas, and his brother, who played Henry Hill's father, Bo Starr, Billy Starr, just passed away.
Okay.
Now, Bo Starr, he was on, this is how hard, this is what I'm getting to, Femi. He was on the Jets taxi squad, right, for 3 years. Then he went up to the Canadian Football League, and he played for 2. That's why guys like you, Femi, you played 11 years. Mm-hmm. And Warren Moon played in the Canadian Football League and the NFL. Now, Bruce, I remember Keon Carpenter, he was there.
Yeah. Keon Carpenter.
He said that, Warren Moon said Buffalo was the hardest stadium to play in, and Keon Carpenter agreed with that.
Yeah.
He said the fans were right on top of you.
Yeah, Buffalo Stadium was terrible. I remember, Mike, and I'm not kidding, and Femi, this might surprise you. The last time the Ravens went up there, I traveled up there with them, and to get to the locker room, you have to go down through the stands. Okay, we're walking from the press box down through the stands to get to the field, and while the fans are heading in the other direction, heading towards the exits. It was the worst thing I've ever been a part of.
Yeah, well, the beauty is they're opening their new stadium this season. So,
I know. Yeah. Well, they told me.
Just one last thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Femi.
Yes, sir.
I followed Dr. J at the University of Mass.
Yeah.
20 points, 20 rebounds. Right, Bruce? You couldn't dunk then?
Right.
And I watched him at the original Rucker Park.
How about that?
Oh, wow.
Right?
Yeah.
He was on the west side. Vesey put that team together.
Hey, do you know who Dr. J's teammate was at UMass? This will surprise you. This will floor you. How about Mike Flanagan, the Oriole pitcher?
Wow, I remember you telling me that.
Flanagan used to talk about it all the time. Wow. And he said, you couldn't even dunk.
Hey, Bruce, this was the team. Brian Taylor, John Williamson, Larry Keenan, LaWapa, Billy Paulson, Doc.
Yeah.
That was a good team.
That was a real good team. Absolutely.
And Femi, before I go, your team, Golden State.
Yep.
Years ago, they had a center who was a tough player, Nate Thurman.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
I remember Nate Thurman.
I remember Nate,
Yep.
sure. All right, Mike.
All right, man. Have a great memorial.
Thank you. I appreciate it. 410. Actually, I'm not giving out the number because we got enough calls now to get us to the end of the show. Stick around, everybody. We're sticking with the phones.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Insurance companies often have a basic strategy: delay, deny, defend. Some try to grind you down, but they have another tremendous weapon, a software called Colossus. They know which attorneys are great and which are not so great. They know who is likely to take the last offer and who will take them by their scalp, kicking and screaming to trial. They know that they have to pay some firms early and fairly. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. The insurance companies have done their homework. Before you hire a lawyer for your injury case, do yours. Visit forthepeople.com and see our settlements and verdicts for cases like yours. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. When you hire the wrong firm, you may be beat before you start. All law firms are not the same. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Are you stressed because of your IRS back tax bill, the possibility of wage garnishment or property lien? Then call Priority Tax Relief now. 800-314-0045. At Priority Tax, we work directly with the IRS to protect you and your assets. Thousands of our customers have resolved for far less than their original balance. Connect to the IRS for free in minutes. 800-314-0045. That's 800-314-0045.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Get everything you need for the entire job delivered. From lumber to drywall, flooring, and fixtures, get it all delivered from the Home Depot. With same day, next day, or any day delivery. Staying on track and on time is crucial to your job. That's why it's our job to get you what you need when you need it. We deliver the supplies. You deliver the results. Brought to you by the Home Depot.
Save $2 when you buy 2 cans of Superior Products Coverall Tire Dressing. Plus, get 4 times O-Rewards points now at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Wish your life came with a warning app?
That dog does not want to be petted.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
The U.S. Treasury quietly released its official financial report for 2025. It appears by its own numbers, the U.S. government seems insolvent. It's reported that the Treasury shows about $6 trillion in assets and over $47 trillion in liabilities. Add it all up, and it looks like the U.S. owes more than $130 trillion it doesn't have. If that were a family, they'd earn $52,000 a year, spend $73,000, and already be more than $1 million underwater. Any accountant would call that insolvent. So how does the government fix this? It can print money, which erodes your purchasing power, it can raise taxes, or it can cut benefits. And none of those can help to protect you. That's why many people who have something to lose move part of their savings into physical gold and silver, assets that can't be printed, defaulted on, or voted away. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide and a no-pressure conversation. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Weekends on the Fan. Here's Bruce Cunningham and Femi Ayanbadejo.
Welcome back. Bruce and Femi, final segment. Steve Molesky's here to take you into the afternoon hours, and he is just raring to go, as only Steve Molesky can be. So stay tuned for that. Let's go straight back to the phones. Cliff in White Marsh, what's going on?
great show. I just love having you on there, Femi. I
Thanks,
don't
Cliff.
miss this show. I really former players that can offer perspective. It's unbelievable.
I really appreciate
now,
that.
Yes, but two things. People that want to call in and rail on somebody that dropped a pass or a coach that didn't win a Super Bowl and more Super Bowls. I mean, get on with your bad self. Number one, I hope Blakely has a great career.
Me too.
Moving forward, I hope Andrews does as well. But I'm going to center in real quick on Harbaugh, and I'm not going to be long.
Okay.
You know, when you have the best player in the league by far, the expectations are just so incredible that I really do believe during games you try not to lose the game when you have the lead instead of putting your
pedal to the metal, right?
Down on the other team.
Yep. Unitas used to always say that was the easiest way to lose, was try not to lose.
Yes.
Yeah.
But when you have the best player and you're winning, you just, I don't know, you seize up a little bit.
Yeah.
Now, having said that, he's going to New York, where the expectations are nothing the first couple of years. Would you guys agree with that?
I mean,
I don't know that it's never going to be nothing in New York.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
I think that because he's really resetting the culture there, I think he's going to have a lot of like bandwidth and time to kind of get things going. But let's be honest. I mean, you know, Jackson Dart and that team was exciting, you know, with Neighbors. I know that he blew out his ACL. Hopefully he comes back healthy. And Scattaboo, too, in the backfield. And then that defense with Abdul Carter and those guys. I mean, like, they got some really good young talent. Like, there's a lot of people that are projecting them to be a wild card team this year. A lot of people are doing that. So if that's the feeling, you know, and you know how the media is there in New York.
Tough.
Well, here's the final part about Jackson Dart. Super Bowl week, I heard an interview with him, with Boomer Esiason and a couple other big wheels, you know, talking heads, good ones. And Jackson Dart gave an interview with those guys, and I've never been so blown away by a young man. This guy, he's very cerebral, quick thinking. He's got the talent. He's got the athleticism. He only played 6 or 7 games last year. So that's going to probably be a learning curve. But he's the equivalent, like your friend Mike calls him with basketball stuff. He's the equivalent of a gym rat in basketball.
Okay.
He is just all about the game of football. And I think that's why Harbaugh chose the Giants. It was locked in, and it was because of Jackson Dart. And I think he's going to go as far as Jackson Dart takes.
All right, Cliff, thanks for the call. We appreciate it. 410-583-1057. My man, Tom in Rising Sun, let me predict. He's talking about pass rush, right, Tom?
Yeah, how'd you know?
Because you always do. What's going on?
How you doing, buddy? Listen, I'm hoping that we have a great pass rush this year, because if we do that, if this team has a great pass rush, I think they could go all the way. I really do.
Yep, I agree.
What do you think?
No, I agree.
It's going to be improved. We know that.
Look, so Zion Young, my comp for Zion Young coincidentally was Jadeveon Clowney. That's who Zion Young reminds me of. He's got strong hands. He's got a really good, solid pass rush. He's aggressive. He's a good run stopper. And I think Zion Young has got a great kind of read and react skill set, which, you know, he's really good at moving full speed and watching the ball carrier and watching the quarterback and reacting to that. I think that bringing back Calais Campbell was huge. And then we also have Nnamdi coming back, hopefully. You know, everyone says that it looks like he'll be able to play this year. And let's not forget Trey Hendrickson. I mean, we literally have rebuilt the whole pass rush.
And you still got Mike Green.
And you still got Mike Green. Yeah, I didn't even talk about Mike Green. You know what I mean? So, like, I'm really excited.
I think it's going to look better.
I think Coach Minter is going to unlock these guys. We saw what he did for Odafe Owe with the Chargers last year. I think he's going to do the whole thing for the front seven this year with the Ravens.
All right, Tom, we got to move, man. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. We're running out of time here at the end of the show. Let's go down to North Carolina and Todd. Todd, what's up?
What is going on, guys? How you doing?
Hey. What is going on? We got 3.5 more minutes to fill. That's what's going on.
I'm going to go quick here.
That's all right.
Covering so many topics, you get me all fired up about a bunch of things. First of all, Likely and Andrews. I'm not going to throw dirt on Andrews. Today's the day to honor people, Memorial Day, for, you know, they laid down their lives. I want to honor him for all that he brought. I do think it was a mistake. I'm an Andrews guy, but I do think it was a mistake to be impatient and sign him when they did. If they'd have waited just a little bit longer, Likely just signed for just a little bit more. And I think we're paying a guy for what he did versus a guy for what he would do in the
did you
future.
You didn't hear Femi talking?
Did you hear what I
did
said about this? There was no deal to be made. Isaiah did not want to be here anymore. He got offered two different. Yes, he got offered two different opportunities to sign, and he said no because he didn't want to be under Mark Andrews anymore. He wanted to go somewhere and be the number one guy, and he wanted to leave this behind. They tried to re-sign him, and he declined both times, and he took the same money in New York. And I get it. He wanted a fresh start. And that's the thing that I'm trying to get fans to understand. EDC did his part to bring him back. Isaiah chose not to sign. And that's sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles.
C.J. Mosley made the same decision when he left the Ravens.
Yeah. So this is the thing. I just want people to know the background. That's all.
Right, I appreciate that.
No
On
problem.
a very positive note, because I'm not a negative Nancy. I think the Ravens are going to be great. I think it's going to come down to, I think Vega, Ioane, phenomenal pick. We needed a beast. We'll miss center. Last year we had a center and no guards. This year we got two guards and possibly no center. But I think it's better. That interior line is going to be the key to how far we go in my opinion. I think otherwise we're stacked.
Absolutely. Thanks for the call, Todd. We appreciate it. Femi, there was a great exchange of ideas this morning. It's that time of year. Things are overlapping. But the one thing, and I know you knew this as soon as you signed with the Ravens, it's you never underestimate the passion of the fans in this town.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And this is the thing. I always want fans, I'm never going to dismiss how fans feel because they're committed, they're invested, they're vulnerable. And what do I always say? It's my job to talk you off the ledge, not push you over it. But I also want to make sure that the facts are understood. And there's this narrative that's been perpetuated about the Isaiah Likely signing or lack thereof. And it wasn't for the lack of an attempt. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
I'm glad you made that point because I think you educated some people this morning.
Oh, I'm trying, and I know how sensitive of a topic it is, and I just want people to know that the attempt was made. It was a good, solid attempt, and I just believe, once again, me triangulating, I just think Isaiah wanted to go somewhere and be the number one guy and not have to worry about, Mark Andrews anymore.
Anybody can understand that.
Yeah.
All right, we are out of time. As we said, Steve Molesky is up next. He will take into the afternoon hours. We want to thank our guest, Bobby Trossett, especially for the second segment, which I've never given anybody. He should feel real special.
I'll tell him.
So, as I always say, Baltimore, I love you madly. Ain't nothing you can do about it. I'm Bruce. He's Femi. We'll be back Saturday. Steve Molesky's up next. See ya.
Want to love you and give you the world. Now you find that you've been misused. Talk to me. I'll do what you choose. I want you to tell mama all about it. Tell mama what you need. Tell mama what you want. And I'll make everything all right.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Spring has a way of getting us moving again. Walks after dinner, weekends outside, time with the people we love. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. If your feet are slowing you down, visit a Good Feet store near you and see how personally fit arch supports can get you back to living the life you love.
Treat yourself and taste the Baltimore tradition that is the legendary Costas Inn. For over 55 years, the Costas Inn's been a Baltimore original, dishing out their legendary, fat, delicious, award-winning crab cakes. And if you haven't visited the newest location that Costas has to offer at the Fairgrounds in Timonium, it's on the second floor of the grandstand. Now's the time. Enjoy your favorites from the original Costas Inn, plus tons of TVs with live sports and a new draft system that'll hold 12 beers on tap. Check out either Costas Inn today, and when you do, be sure to tell them that Jeremy Kahn sent you.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon?
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Hey, O's fans, Star Wars Weekend lands Camden Yards from Friday, May 29th through Sunday, May 31st as the O's take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Friday night, stick around post-game for a Star Wars-themed fireworks show presented by SeatGeek. Saturday, be one of 15,000 fans to score a Jordan Westberg Star Wars bobblehead presented by PNC. And Sunday, 10,000 fans, 12 and under, will receive a Star Wars poster. Don't miss it. Get tickets at Orioles.com/tickets.
Get in on the action at Horseshoe Casino this summer with their $30,000 Sizzlin' Summer Drawings. Earn your entries now and join them on May 30th for your chance to win up to $30,000 in total prizes. One lucky winner will walk away with a $20,000 cash prize. Starting June 1st, earn your chance to play Unlock the Box. One lucky guest could win up to $1 million in cash. Bigger prizes, bigger moments. At Horseshoe, there is something for everyone. Baltimore's best bet. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Town Appliances Memorial Day shopping event is going on now. If you're upgrading your kitchen outdoor setup or replacing that old air conditioner before the heat hits, check out Town Appliances Memorial Day shopping event. They carry top brands like GE, Cafe, Monogram, and more, plus outdoor fridges, ice makers, and luxury appliances for summer and flexible financing. Their showroom right off of Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. And Marin, they'll take great care of you just like they did with me. Visit the showroom, call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
105.7 The Fan is a proud media partner of CFG Bank Arena. Visit cfgbankarena.com for a list of upcoming events.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Your club level, center court, 50-yard line seat for all Baltimore sports. 105.7 The Fan. Hey, welcome in, sports fans. Steve Molesky with you to take you the next 2 hours here on 105.7 The Fan. Hope you call in, man. I'd like to get a lot of calls to keep me company for the next 2 hours. We'll talk a lot of Orioles, obviously, what I know the most or think I know the most. I'm going to pretend I know the most. At 410-583-1057, the number to call, 410-583-1057. And we need to get into it today with the Orioles because obviously Captain Obvious called to say it's been a disappointing season, 23-30 after the Game 2 loss. Of course, they won the opener Sunday, 5-3. Colton Cowser with a walk-off 3-run homer, the first walk-off plate appearance of his career. In Game 2, they lose to the Tigers 4-1. And so a friend of mine said, if the Orioles have a great win, you can count on something going wrong immediately this year. That is the way it's gone. They cannot build momentum. And so walk-off win, let's sweep the series. Don't sweep the series. But they still took 2 of 3. The Tigers are playing so lousy right now. 3 would have been good. And the Tigers ended an 8-game losing streak with that Game 2 win, 4-1. So 5-3 win, 4-1 loss brings us to today. The Orioles are playing this afternoon at 1:35 at Oriole Park at Camden Yards against the first place Tampa Bay Rays. It'll be Shane McClanahan, the lefty, who is a Baltimore native, against Kyle Bradish, the righty, who is not, but has been pitching well for the Orioles. Bradish's last 3 starts at 2.45 ERA for the year of 4.13. So Bradish and McClanahan today at the Yard, start of a 3-game series, the Orioles and the first place Tampa Bay Rays. Let's survey the wreckage of the American League East, at least the standings. Tampa Bay, has a 4.5 game lead on the Yankees, which is 6 in the loss column, by the way. The Rays have lost just 16 and the Yankees 22. Third place, Toronto, 10.5 back at 25 and 28. The Orioles are in fourth place at 23 and 30. That's 12.5 out. Boston is in fifth place, 22 and 30. That's 13 out. In the wild card race, the 3 American League wild card teams on Memorial Day, which isn't a bad day to check the standings, first milestone of the season, a lot of people think. So the Yankees are the top wild card. The White Sox are number 2, and Minnesota is number 3. Yes, that's a losing record in the third wild card position right now. The Twins at 26 and 27. Toronto's a game back. Seattle and Texas 1.5. Baltimore 3 out. So the Orioles are 3 out of a wild card race. So that's a good thing. But it's nothing to write home about or to hang your hat on when you're 7 games under. It just shows you how mediocre the American League has been. So that is the good news. If there's any good news from this season for the Orioles, where they haven't hit, they haven't pitched, and they haven't fielded, and they've lost way too much, is that they still have hope of a wild card spot because of how mediocre the league has been. There's like 10 teams under 500. So that's good news for the Orioles. But we're going to get into some of the not good news over the next 2 hours, and I want to hear your comments, questions on the Birds at 410-583-1057. Let's check in with Rob. Rob, welcome to the show. Good afternoon. You're on 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, how you doing? Happy Memorial Day.
Thank you. I think we're not supposed to say that, though, because of it's such a solemn occasion.
No, that's true. That's very true.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, so I did want to touch on a couple of things. So free agent acquisitions that the Orioles have made over the past couple of years. So let's just go with Tyler O'Neill, and then we'll go with Shane Baz. Shane Baz is a career, correct me if I'm wrong, I could be completely wrong. It's a career 4 whatever ERA. So when we signed this guy, that's over his career. When you sign this guy, you already know what you're getting when you sign him, as far as what he's.
No, but the industry feels very differently about Shane Baz. They feel like his underlying stats and his talent of his pitching, that he, coming off an injury, is about to go into the best years of his career, and the Orioles are getting a pitcher on the way up. That is how MLB, not just Baltimore, feels about Shane Baz.
Right, but how'd that work out so far?
Well, it's working out better now. His last 2 games have been really good.
Okay. So let's just say he's a career for whatever ERA. So he's showing you what he's been. He's not giving you anything you didn't know he was going to get before. So
no, I'm saying to you, the Orioles are betting on the fact you're wrong about that.
Well, the Orioles have bet on a lot of stuff that they've been wrong about.
I understand. You're not wrong about that.
Like Tyler O'Neill. Like, when we signed this guy, I'm like, why are we signing this guy? He's just stealing money.
Well, they signed him because he had a 1,200 OPS against lefty pitching the year before, best in the league, and now he's got like a 300 OPS against lefty pitching.
So is it that when these free agents come to Boston, they just forget how to play baseball? Because that's what it seems like.
Well, Rico Garcia would like a word.
No, Rico, he's been great.
That's what I'm saying. It's not a foolproof thing. We'd like to be able to say, because in Baltimore, it's like bury the Orioles. I get it. They've been terrible. So let's criticize everything they do. Every move they make won't work. Every acquisition they get won't work. And a lot of them haven't. You cited Tyler O'Neill. That's been a bust of a deal. So Rico Garcia looks like a Cy Young winner. They got off the scrap heap.
Well, the thing is, I think I can't speak for all the fans. When we signed Tyler O'Neill, I knew it was going to be like this from the beginning when we signed him. And we signed
How did you know that? He had a great year the year before. You knew he was going to go from an 800 OPS to this? You're good.
Let's look at Taylor Ward. The guy hits, 35, 40 homers last year, and he's known this year for walking. Where's the runs? Where's the home runs? Like, it seemed like when he comes to Baltimore, he forget how to play baseball. Everything that we've signed for what they've done previously, they don't produce when they come to Baltimore for whatever reason.
Well, for years I heard people say we need players who work the count and walk. No?
We do, but we also need runs.
We do. So he's one of 9.
We signed him for runs, not the walk.
Rob, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Give me 20 seconds. Do you see anything to like about the 2026 Orioles?
The one thing I do love about the 2026 Orioles, I love the management. I think that the management, I didn't know too much about Craig Alvarez, but I do like the fact that they are trying to work with these guys. I do think the bullpen is, one of our best assets at this point. But I feel like with the Orioles this year, it seemed like we just, they know it. They've said it themselves. We just can't put everything together. So whether we had a great outing, Brandon Young had a great outing yesterday, we couldn't score runs. or it's like when we are hitting, then the pitching sucks. So it's kind of like nothing is working together this season. It seems like everything is either or.
Absolutely true. Rob, thanks for your call. You make a lot of good points, and you express frustrations that many others share, no doubt, in Birdland. So I want to hear from a lot more callers at 410-583-1057. I recently wrote on my Substack about Mike Elias, and to no surprise, it was the most read article I've ever written at Substack. It was just seen widely compared to usual engagement, if you will. Is that the word we use here? So he is the guy on the firing lines right now. I shouldn't use that phrase, but he is at the top of the baseball operations food chain. And at a time when they've changed the manager, they've changed the coaches, they've changed the players, hell, they even changed the trainer, Mike Elias is still there since 2019. It was his first season. He was actually hired November 16th, 2018. So I want to get into some of this today with Elias because I know it's a low-hanging fruit here to be critical of Mike Elias, but it's also there's some truth to that. But to me, the line is blurred. It's not black and white where this is all his fault. But he is the last line of defense in baseball operations for the Orioles. He stands alone now because he changed Brandon Hyde. He changed coaches. They change hitting coaches every year. They've changed the players. They added Alonso. They added Ward. They added Housley. They added Boz. They added Bassett. So we can't say the players are the same, but the results are the same. That's what's got Birdland so stirred up, and all the pressure now has come to Elias. I see 3 issues that have led to 23-30. In no particular order, they are 19 players that have made their way to the injured list this year. Currently, I believe it's 12. They don't have Westberg all year. They don't have Eflin. Kramer's still out. It's been brutal. And they just seem to have a player scratched every series, too. I mean, right now, they're playing shorthand with Mayo. He's active on the roster. He's not in the lineup today. Again, injuries are a factor. Underperformance is a huge factor. Pete Alonso's OPS is 747. That's good, but it's not what we expected. Gunnar Henderson is 707. That's not nearly what we expected. Tyler O'Neill is 487. That's atrocious. Trevor Rogers is 6.96 ERA after it was 1.81. Andrew Kittredge's ERA is pushing 10. Chris Bassett signed an $18 million deal, 5.5. Underperformance everywhere you turn. That's huge. And finally, in this 3-part problem for the Orioles, 3 things that have conspired to lead them to a bad year to this point. Young players / prospects not becoming what we thought and hoped. Kobe Mayo, 592 OPS. Colton Cowser, 574. We could name others. So there is a lot going wrong here to make the Orioles look as bad as they've looked. And they've earned it by looking pretty bad right now. In fact, at 23-30, even with a win, 2 of them this weekend, overall, they have lost 6 out of their last 9, 15 of 23, and they're 8-14 in May. They are, 23-30 overall, and they've lost 4 out of 6 in a shorter span. So a lot is going wrong for this team to get them to 23-30. Why don't we get a call in before the break, and we got others on hold, so we'll get to you. And Kevin in Ellicott City, I think that says. Hello.
What's good, Steve?
What's up, Kevin?
Not a lot, man. I think you're right. It is a lot going wrong. You know what I mean? Like, it just is going wrong, of course. For me, on just a couple points, like yesterday in the second game, though, why are we so eager to swing at balls that have the highest level of downward spin and are literally headed towards the dirt, but we sit there and let strikes that literally sit dead red, roughly either a two-seamer or a four-seamer, right down the middle. And it's like, dude, you're taking the opportunity of getting the barrel on the ball away from yourself. I mean, some of them balls were swinging at you almost need like a sandwich or a putter, Steve. I mean, that's what frustrates me with us too, though, because it's like, man, and we have also, some of these teams have looked like some daggone gold glove teams against some of these balls we've hit into play. It's been a wild ride, my brother.
Yeah, it has. I mean, listen, they don't score well in chase rate. They don't score well in strikeout rate. So, I mean, that's damning for the offense. And this offense, if the defense is going to be this bad and the pitching is going to be shaky, they're going to need to score 5 runs a game to really contend over the full year. And right now they're a little under league average, I believe, and they got a long way to go to get there. So, hey, thanks for that phone call. We got a couple others. Bill and Tom are going to be up next, and we'll get some more on the lines too. Talking about what ails the Orioles, I gave you my 3 major reasons for why they're 23-30. What are yours? 410-583-1057 on The Fan.
This is VJ Surhoff. You're listening to the best Orioles coverage on Sports Radio 105.7, The Fan.
This weekend is absolutely the best time to buy a new or used vehicle at Jones Junction. Get a Turtle Box speaker or a Yeti chair with the purchase of any new or pre-owned vehicle. Plus, we're going to give you up to $500 more than CarMax for your trade. See our huge selection at jonesjunction.com.
I don't believe in bribing people. I want guys who do the right thing simply because it's the right thing to do. It's why I have the best darn AC installers, service techs, and plumbers in the greater Baltimore area. But I'm also a realist about how hard it is to move jobs. So your buddy who works in air conditioning can make $3,000 to $5,000 signing bonus and get better coworkers and overall work life at Amazing Plumbing, Heating, and Air. But the real news is, if you successfully refer your buddy to Amazing, you'll get $1,000 for yourself as a thank you. Successfully means your buddy is the kind of guy who does the right thing because it's the right thing, has real experience as a service tech, installer, or a plumber, and does in fact sign with us. That's a big investment in hiring the right people, but investing in the right people always pays off. So if you're that person or you know them, give me a call at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love. Sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Ortho Maryland is now open in Reisterstown. Our newest location offers the same expert orthopedic care you expect from Ortho Maryland. Like all our locations, we provide convenient day and evening walk-in care hours, on-site physical therapy, and x-ray services to help diagnose and treat injuries quickly. Whether it's a sports injury, joint pain, or a sudden orthopedic issue, our team is here to help you get back to doing what you love. While waiting in ER urgent care, go straight to the orthopedic experts. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and locations.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week. New segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back, we're better, let's get it.
105.7 The Fan, Baltimore's home for sports.
Steve Molesky with you today, talking sports, following Bruce and Femi. Really enjoyed their show this morning and into the afternoon. And Brian Levy is helping out. Brian Levy and I reunited working here together, I don't know, 10 or 15 years ago. It's been a minute.
A couple of minutes anyway.
It's been many, many minutes, but it's great to have Brian here today producing the show. And Steve Molesky with you till 2 at 410-583-1057. The Oriole lineup is out for the game this afternoon against the Rays. Taylor Ward leading off in left field. Gunnar Henderson's the DH today. Adley batting third catcher. Alonso at first. Weston Wilson will start at third, batting fifth. Leody Taveras hit sixth in center. Alexander batting seventh at shortstop. That's Blaze Alexander. Jackson Holliday at eighth, second base. Tyler O'Neill bats ninth in right field. He's been dropped to ninth in the order because he's really not playing very well. Outfielder Michael Ciani is with the Orioles today on taxi squad for the game. And Craig Albernaz told reporters, and I'm reading here from my former colleague Rock Kabatko's Twitter account, Albernaz said Kobe Mayo's lower back is feeling better, still bothering him, seems manageable day to day. 410-583-1057. Let's talk to Bill in Annapolis. Bill, welcome in.
Hey, Steve, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing great.
Hey, my thoughts right now are I think we need to move Bassett to the bullpen, and I'd like to see Trey Gibson come up. I'm very happy with how Wright is pitching. I'm happy to see Boz is coming around. I'm happy to see pretty much everybody other than Bassett starting to turn positive in their pitching. And I think we get Trey Gibson up and get him pitching and take Bassett's slot.
Dean Kramer might be doing that too. I mean, we don't know. The Orioles aren't give timetables, as you know, how close or not close Dean Kramer is. We assume hopefully a couple weeks, maybe. That's a wild guess. And so they might have a decision when he comes back. But they are reaching the point, and you're onto something here, Bill, that they just have to take the guy who's the worst of the five, and you got to do something else right now. It can't be about service time or reputation or resume. Who's pitching for the team now? That means Brandon Young, you're sticking around. You're the best starter they got currently, and so you want to see more of him. But Bradish and Boz have trended up. Rogers, we don't know what's going on. I saw some things to like yesterday in that outing. And so Bassett right now, if they had to add a pitcher from the rotation, I might have to send him to the bullpen. I might say, Chris, you're a great teammate. You were great in the bullpen in the World Series, so that's where you're going to be for a while.
Thank you very much. I agree.
Thanks for the call, Bill. Bill checking in with us at 410-583-1057. We're talking about the Orioles, who are 23-30. And so this is not what we had in mind, O's fans. This is a pace for 70-something wins. And right now, while they're 3 games out of the wild card, they're only contending currently because of how bad the league has been. Nothing positive they have really done. What can they hang their hat on with this team's play this year? The injuries have been devastating. The hitting has not been as good as expected. The pitching is near the bottom of the league, as is the defense. Other than that, how did you like to play? Tom and Rising Sun, welcome to the show.
How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good, Tom.
Listen, I think the Royals, once they get things straight with this pitching staff, I think they'll do better. But what do you think about a set lineup instead of the punch and Judy putting players in and out, in and out, in and out? Years ago, they used to have a set lineup most of the time. What do you feel about that, Steve?
I feel they have one, close to one. To me, I see the same five guys in some order at the top just about every night. Ward, Henderson, Rutschman, Alonso, Basayo. So I think they're pretty set in the first half of their lineup.
Do you think we better get a legitimate center fielder with speed and then can we really don't need a power hitting center fielder. We just need a center fielder that can really play the position and somebody that's fast that could lead off the way we used to have Bunbury and Buford and so many other players years ago, you know.
A door is ajar in center field, meaning if there were someone on the farm right now ready to go and the outfielder at AAA is hurt right now, so he is out, and none of the outfielders AA and above are playing well enough to be looked at there right now.
Maybe a trade might happen if we're not too far behind. Maybe they can make a couple moves by the All-Star break. But if we're in last place or near last place at the All-Star break, I'm sorry, Steve. I think Mike Elias is going to have to go. You know, I mean, our owner's a billionaire owner. The Yes Network, we can't compete with the Yes Network, but our owner can afford to get better players and better pitching. Look at that pitcher to beat us in the second game. We could have had him if we spent a little bit more money to get him here.
Tom,
you know.
Hey, got other guys I got to get to, but thank you for checking in today, Tom and Rising Sun. Appreciate that phone call, 410-583-1057. So Mike Elias took over the Orioles in November of 2018. His current title is President of Baseball Operations and General Manager, age 43. Cut his teeth when the Cardinals organization, moved on to the Astros, and joined the Orioles. First season was 2019. The rebuild was on. The Orioles were losing tons of games. As recently as 2021, they lost 110 games. But then the next year, they won 83. They were a surprise team. It came faster than we thought back in 2022. In 2023, they were AL East champions. They won 101. Mike Elias was the MLB Executive of the Year. Sporting News honored him. Baseball America honored him. And the Orioles laid an egg in October, going 0-3 against Texas. 2024 started off great. Now that was led to the famous "it's liftoff" comment, the comment that the Orioles are near the top of the baseball world in many categories, and they were at that time. Faded in the second half, held on to a playoff spot with 91 wins, swept 2 straight by the Royals. And that led to 2025 when everything was bad, or it seemed like it. Terrible start for the team. Brandon Hyde fired on May 17th. Mancelino took over. The team got a little better, but they never really got close to the playoffs, and that leads us to 2026. This is the 8th season for the Mike Elias front office. They have not posted a playoff win. They have posted a division title, and it's not year 8 of the rebuild, folks, because the rebuild ended when they won the AL East. In my mind, they went from worst to first, and they were contender for the World Series in 2023. If you win 100 games, you might win the World Series. You're good enough to do it. They didn't do it. And so now it's not bottomed out again, but it's heading that way. And right now, you got to think about the trade deadline is 2 months away. Will the Orioles be buyers or sellers, or will they be one of those in-between teams that aren't quite sure what's the play? 410-583-1057. Steve Molesky with you until 2 o'clock on The Fan today, taking calls about the Birds. Speedy in Woodlawn, welcome to the show.
Hello. I'll be quick. The 3 things that's wrong with the Orioles and the ladies, the trust, and batting order. And the latest, it is good when you use it properly. We are not using it properly because We are not looking at what the people are doing on the field. A good example, Basayo. He should be in the lineup. He has proven that he can hit left-handed pitching, but he's not in the lineup. Trust. We don't trust the people that we didn't brought up from the farm system, like Basayo or Holiday, to hit left-handed pitching. That's not going to work for us. And 3, the batting order. You already named 5 people at the top of the batting order that we can do. Ward comes here and he's get on base. We need people to get on base, and we need people to drive in runs. Home runs are good, but it's not the answer. Look at the Tampa Bay Rays. I go back, Steve, back in 1959 when the Chicago White Sox didn't have hardly nobody hitting home run, but they went to the World Series by stealing bases and hitting run. Analytical is good, but it's not all. Thank you, Steve, and I'll hang up and listen to you.
All right, 410-583-1057. So, there's a long answer here that I'm going to summarize in a few sentences. Analytics is not keeping the Orioles from winning. All 30 MLB teams have an involvement with analytics. Some of the teams that are the best in the game, including the Dodgers, Yankees, and Rays, are heavily involved in analytics. So a fan that would say the Orioles are not winning because of analytics is just, in my opinion, don't get insulted here, a lazy statement that needs more probing and more discussion. Like that caller said, how you use it, when you use it, what you do. I mean, Basayo's reaching the point where, okay, we got to give this kid some days off so he can get through the full season at a demanding position of catcher. But, yeah, he's not in the lineup today against Shane McClanahan, who's a lefty, tough lefty. He's one of their best hitters. He's hit lefty pitching well this year. Why isn't he in there? So maybe there's a great reason, and you got to give him a day every now and again. And so maybe Albernaz's thinking is, if I'm going to give him 1 or 2 days this week, I'll give him 1 or 2 days when it's a tough lefty. So we'll see. He probably get in there at some point, but he's not in there at the start. Steve Molesky with you until 2 o'clock. Let's get to some more calls in a moment. 410-583-1057 is the phone number here until 2 o'clock, talking about the Birds on 105.7 The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
It's Smiles for Miles at Anderson Buick GMC.
No matter the season, drive a new Buick or GMC and choose from Maryland's largest selection, like GMC Sierra pickups, priced thousands below MSRP.
Now that's Smiles for Miles. Woo-hoo! Check out AndersonBuickGMC.com.
GMC, we are professional grade. No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones, and all on the T-Mobile network.
How about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. Cause 30 told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Are you stressed because of your IRS-backed tax bill, the possibility of wage garnishment, or property lien? Then call Priority Tax Relief now. 800-314-0045. At Priority Tax, we work directly with the IRS to protect you and your assets. Thousands of our customers have resolved for far less than their original balance. Connect to the IRS for free in minutes. 800-314-0045. That's 800-314-0045.
Looking for an orthopedic group that provides appropriate care for athletes of all levels? The sports medicine experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, offer both surgical and non-surgical approaches to care for all kinds of sports injuries, with focus on changing your life for the better and getting you back in the game. Schedule an appointment with one of our sports medicine specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
Spring is great for your mood, but sometimes tough on your body. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet store. The weather gets nicer and suddenly you're walking more, standing more, and spending more time outside. But if you're dealing with foot pain, it can quickly turn into knee pain, hip pain, or even back pain that makes staying active uncomfortable. Our patented arch support system has helped countless people find relief. Here's another customer sharing their Good Feet story.
I'm a retired mail carrier with multiple knee replacements in both knees. I never thought I'd be able to go back to doing dog agility again. I stopped in at the Good Feet store. They measured me for my arch inserts, and then I walked around, and immediately I felt the difference. Agility is mine again. Hawkeye, my beagle, and I are both happy.
Good Feet Arch Supports can be the solution you need to get the most out of your springtime activities. Come see us today or visit us at goodfeet.com.
Every rider is someone's family, someone's friend, someone who should make it home. But that depends on you. When you drive, you control more than your vehicle. You control their safety. Slow down. Look twice. Check your mirrors and blind spots. Give motorcycles the space they deserve. Respect on the road saves lives. Share the road. Drive like a life depends on it. Because it does. Brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Chuck McDowell here with Red Pocket Mobile. How long have you been stuck with the same phone plan? 2 years? 5? 10? Are you tired of surprise fees and confusing bills that never match what you thought you were paying? Cut the nonsense.
Right now at redpocket.com, new and existing customers adding a line can get our premium 5G plan for just $5 a month. That's only $60 a year.
And here's the kicker. Red Pocket Mobile gives you access to all 3 5G networks. You pick the one that works best where you live or work, or switch anytime for better coverage. And with Red Pocket, you keep your phone and your number. Why in the world would you not switch? Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
Celebrate Memorial Day with big savings from Red Pocket Mobile. Right now, new and existing customers can get our premium 5G plan for just $5 a month. Just $60 a year, and choose from all 3 major 5G networks with one locked-in low price at redpocket.com. That's redpocket.com. redpocket.com.
Different sports, different teams, different opinions. There's one place to talk about them, and it's on 105.7 The Fan. Don't go anywhere else.
We are talking about the Birds of Baltimore this afternoon. Steve Molesky with you on 105.7 The Fan until 2 o'clock, 410-583-1057. The Orioles on Sunday afternoon produced their first walk-off win of the year. It was against a future Hall of Famer, Kenley Jansen, in the bottom of the ninth. They got runners on base. They stole second and third. There were 2 out and 2 on for Colton Cowser. The Orioles are trailing 3-2. A single probably wins it, but he did better than that on an 0-2 pitch.
In the air. Right center field. That ball is full game. What a win.
It was, as Ben Wagner and Ben McDonald called it on Masson, courtesy for that call. Cowser on an 0-2 pitch. Kenley Jansen found much too much of the plate, considering he was ahead 0-2. And Cowser can do it like that sometimes. He hit it 111.5 miles per hour, 440 feet, the third furthest homer of his career. And the Orioles got a 5-3 win. But as has been their custom this year, they can't take momentum and build on it. They lost 4-1 in Game 2, a game in which they only got a handful of hits. In fact, in Game 2, they went 3 for 29, 0 for 5 with runners in scoring position. So they are 23-30 as they take the field this afternoon at the Yard against Tampa Bay. Let's take more calls on the Orioles. Here's Andy in Dundalk. Good afternoon, Andy.
Hey, how you doing, buddy?
All right.
Been a long time since I talked to you.
Well, thanks for calling.
Yeah, I don't work as much at night anymore, but, and that's when I used to talk to you after the games. But anyway, my take on the Orioles is simple. The fundamentals have not been taught to the players that we've been bringing up. We had the number one farm system in baseball for, 3 or 4 years. They come up, and they're not taught fundamentals. You got Gunnar Henderson a few days ago catching a ball in left field where the left fielder was positioned before the pitch. You got guys swinging at pitches that, like in the first game of the doubleheader, we won. But how many times did I see a guy, when the pitcher couldn't even throw strikes, and they're swinging at pitches that are a foot outside the strike zone? You need base runners when you're down, and you're swinging at things with no self-control. Your previous caller brought that up. I think the first caller that you had. It's that. Mansolino had these things getting corrected. He was the only guy, in my opinion, and I am a Mansolino fan. I think we all know that. But the Orioles aren't going anywhere this year. They're just not. And until Albernaz makes it a priority to teach fundamentals, right, and patience at the plate, we're not going nowhere.
See, here's what I think about that, Scott. I think if you don't know the fundamentals in your third or fourth year in the major leagues, it's too late. Now, what I do think they do at the major leagues level is they work on fundamentals and they reinforce fundamentals. And we heard all spring about how Albernaz, coming from a fundamentally sound Cleveland organization, was going to have him working on it. And I wasn't there in spring training, but the reporters who were said they did all the time. So this is not from a lack of willingness, effort, working on it. Why did it go from all that work to they don't do it when the season started is maybe another mystery of the 2026 season.
You're probably right about all that because you know more about what's going on behind the scenes than me. But I do know Mansolino had them playing a different brand of baseball the little bit of time he was the manager. And it was reflected in their one-loss record.
Well, Tony did a nice job. He's not here anymore. He's doing well. This guy has been all about the fundamentals. He's been with organizations like Tampa and Cleveland. So it's not – Craig Albernaz didn't walk in and go, you know what? We don't really need to work on those fundamentals today. He did the opposite. So I think it would be wrong to say they don't prioritize fundamentals, but it would be right to say they don't do them well.
Steve, I hope you're right. And, I'd love to give Albernaz the benefit of the doubt. And I'll tell you, if they do start to practice more fundamental baseball, like with Ben, he brings up times like the double steal. It looks like they don't know what they're doing. It looks like they don't have their heart in it. I don't know that that's true that they don't have their heart in it, but sometimes they do look like they don't know what they're doing. But if Albernaz gets his way and he does impress on these guys the importance of the fundamentals and makes that a thing, then I think I can be wrong, and I think we can win some games because this team from top to bottom has talent on paper. There's no disputing that.
Hey,
it's just a matter of transforming that talent into wins.
We will see if they can do it. Thanks for checking in today. 410-583-1057. Tough task this afternoon as the Orioles face Shane McClanahan, a Baltimore native, 29-year-old lefty. I'm impressed that this guy could go 972 days between starts, which he did. After August 2nd, 2022, he didn't start again in the major leagues until this year. Tommy John surgery and then a left triceps nerve issue. He was really out. And now look where he's pitching. He picked up where he left off. 9 starts. He's got a 5-2 record, a 2.82 ERA. He's given up 4 runs twice. That's a season high, which, by the way, one of the teams that did it against him, the Orioles, on Monday at the Trop, McClanahan, 4 runs allowed, 6 hits, 5 innings, a homer. He gave up a solo homer to Weston Wilson, a 2-run double to Pete Alonso, an RBI single to Adley. So the Orioles got to him in that game. Of course, they gave up 16 runs, no chance to win it. We'll see how they do with Bradish today. Scott in Columbia, good afternoon and welcome to the Fan.
Hey, Steve. How's it going?
It's going pretty good.
Enjoy your show. I used to like when you did the post-game show on the station, and that was always good to call in and vent. I miss that. But my biggest issue, and I said I worked for the Orioles for 10 years and played baseball my whole life. I wasn't always the best player, but I was always the smartest player. That Tyler O'Neill, you know what he's hitting at home versus left-handed pitching?
Oh, about 110.
0.
That's even worse.
He's hitting 051 for home and away against left-handed pitching this year. There is no, and he's playing today. He's batting ninth. Granted, I'm sure a lot of this comes from Elias instead of Albernez, but there's no reason he and Keegan Aiken are still on this team. Aiken's left-handed. That's the only reason he's on the team, but he doesn't get lefties out better than he gets righties out. I don't understand, if you're trying to win, why they keep putting Tyler O'Neill in the lineup. I mean, the guy's hitting 100 for the season.
Listen, they're reaching the point, and I just said this to a previous caller, if they had Dean Kramer healthy today, which he's not, ready to go back in a rotation, then I would put Bassett in the bullpen. I would just say, Chris, you're the weakest link in our 5. This is the point of the season we're out. It's gotten so bad that it can't be about service time or reputation. It's got to be who can help us win today and tomorrow. And when it comes to Tyler O'Neill, I think the Orioles are reaching the point they might have to eat that contract and say goodbye, because that sends a statement to the clubhouse that this guy, we're going to give him his cash and send him on his way, because right now he's detrimental to the lineup. I hear from the media that deals with him more than I do. He's a great guy. He's accountable. He tries hard to help the team, but he's always hurt. And when he's not hurt, he's not helping. In 2024, this is why they signed him. His batting average against left was .313, and his OPS was 1.179. There was one player in the league that year who hit left-handers like that. His name is Aaron Judge. It was Judge and it was O'Neill. That's why they signed him. We haven't seen anything like that since he put on the orange and black. So he went from a 1.179 OPS to, as you said, hitting 0 at home against lefty pitching. So he's not just performing poorly, he's performing at the bottom of the league. That, to me, the Orioles are holding out hope they're going to find this guy, a miracle in a bottle, 2024, Tyler, and he ain't showed up.
Right. And the thing that's aggravating, like, for example, they signed Tyler Ward in the offseason, and I like that deal. We weren't getting anything out of Grayson. And Tyler O'Neill and Judge were the only 2 outfielders that had 30 home runs, right-handed outfielders had 30 home runs. There was another stat. Him and Judge were the only 2. I think it was 100 RBIs and 30 home runs as a right-handed hitter, outfielder. And, you know, obviously he's not hitting for power, but he's getting on base. So I got no problem with him. But just, I am up to my neck with Mike Elias. I mean, I think he did a great job pulling us out of where we were and building the farm system. But his last offseason, not this past year, the year before, when he brings in O'Neill, Charlie Morton, Gary Sanchez, was a waste of $9 million that anybody could see previous. I mean, I have no idea. I would have loved to have been in the room when they're making these discussions, because I laughed at them before they even happened. The only deal he signed 2 years ago that I had some hope for was Tyler O'Neill because of what he did in Boston, like you said. But, you know, he's killing us this year. I don't know why they're playing him today or any other day, because he can't hit. And I just think he's taking up a roster spot. I'm hoping once Heston, even though he's left-handed, you know, hits a little more down in AAA, that they bring him up and just DFA O'Neill and Aiken, because Aiken's had 1.5 good years out of 7, and he's not a lefty specialist.
Scott, thanks for the call, man. Some good points. And so Heston Kjerstad is starting to swing it a little bit. He had Oppo home run yesterday, and slowly but surely I think he's finding himself. It's going to take a few more weeks, probably, is my guess. But if Heston starts rolling at AAA, the Orioles have reached the point of this season where you have to make moves. You can't keep putting Tyler O'Neill out there every night and watch him flail away. He's not doing it. When he's not doing it, he's hurt. I'm not putting this all on him. I'm not putting even a fraction of this on him. But his part of this isn't working. So as they start to make moves, he's put himself on the chopping block by his own performance. 410-583-1057. A lot of good Oriole calls today, and we got more of them coming up in a moment on The Fan.
This is The Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply by June 1st and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Grand opening means grand savings at Bob Bell Ford Bel Air. We're bringing unbeatable Ford offers to Bel Air with deals worth the drive. Drive home a new Ford with incredible pricing or choose from a massive selection of quality pre-owned vehicles ready to roll today. Trade in now and get more than ever before. Backed by top dollar appraisals and a team that makes upgrading easy. Plus, our trusted service department is here to keep your vehicle running strong long after you leave the lot. Don't wait. These offers won't last long. Call 410-838-3100 or visit BobBellFordBelAir.com.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
The U.S. Treasury quietly released its official financial report for 2025. It appears by its own numbers, the U.S. government seems insolvent. It's reported that the Treasury shows about $6 trillion in assets and over $47 trillion in liabilities. Add it all up, and it looks like the U.S. owes more than $130 trillion it doesn't have. If that were a family, they'd earn $52,000 a year, spend $73,000, and already be more than $1 million underwater. Any accountant would call that insolvent. So how does the government fix this? It can print money, which erodes your purchasing power, it can raise taxes, or it can cut benefits. And none of those can help to protect you. That's why many people who have something to lose move part of their savings into physical gold and silver, assets that can't be printed, defaulted on, or voted away. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide and a no-pressure conversation. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
When you need answers, when you crave sports, when you want the best, it's 105.7 The Fan.
We are rolling through this Memorial Day afternoon. Hope we all take a minute to really think of what Memorial Day is all about, and those that gave their life in military service, man. That is life changing for the people you leave behind. And thanks to all of them for you, all of you, and all you do for our country. 410-583-1057. We've had a great show. Thanks to Brian Levy for his help. Thanks to Joe LaCroix for coming in. He's trying to help Steve with some behind-the-scenes stuff. A lot of patience. Guy's got to have a lot of patience when he sits in front of a laptop with me and wants me to do everything right. Man, Steve does not have a great batting average with things like that. But he is willing to learn, as they once said in Stripes. Here is Jeff in Finksburg, I believe that is. Jeff, welcome to 105.7 The Fan.
Thank you, Stephen. I really appreciate your baseball knowledge. And as I've been listening to a couple of the other callers, my question was originally about the draft, but then I think about what you've been saying. Like, we had the top farm system in baseball for like 3 or 4 years, and I'm just struggling. I mean, when I look at our draft, if you look at who we've drafted in the first round, they're a little bit questionable, to be honest with you. I mean, you take Heston Kjerstad, number 2 overall. You take Colton Cowser, number 5 overall. Jackson Holliday, I love the guy, but number 1 overall, and he's not really a shortstop, and his arm's kind of weak. And then it gets worse. Enrique Bradfield Jr. doesn't look like he can hit, fast as can be, can play a great center field. And then Vance Honeycutt, I heard one of the analysts on one of the shows there one day saying the guy doesn't really have an eye for the ball. And I'm like, so do we have a player development problem, or are we not drafting well?
A lot of those players were taken where they were. I mean, Jackson Holliday was considered 1-1 pick. So here's the thing about Jackson: don't pass judgment yet.
No,
so
I agree.
We're way too early in this process. And I before last year, when it comes to Jackson Holliday, predicted a 2-year upward trend, and I said year 1 would be about him becoming a league average player, which he was until 2 weeks to go in the season, and he slumped. So his final numbers were a little under league average, but close. So I think he achieved most of what I thought. Year 2, which of course starts with him not healthy, we're at Memorial Day, he's finally playing, would be about taking that a step further, pushing closer towards all-star status. I think he can do it. I think his arm is better than you might think. And we haven't seen, obviously, the best of Jackson at the major league level. We have on the farm. And don't forget, he was the player of the year in the minor leagues.
But do you have an opinion? I agree. I'm very high on Jackson. But like Enrique Bradfield and Vance Honeycutt, it seemed like when we drafted both of those guys, they were 5-tool guys, but I don't think either one of them actually hit that well in college.
Oh, no, they did. They did. Vance Honeycutt hit a ton in college, and Bradfield doesn't have the power, but he has other tools. He's got a good eye, of course, blazing speed, great defender.
Yeah.
I mean, Honeycutt was all ACC, hit a lot of homers, hit some big homers. The thing with both those players, each has one big wart, if you will. And with Honeycutt, it was the strikeout rate that has gotten worse at the pro level. And with Enrique, it was a lack of pop, and he hasn't added pop, which I don't think they counted on him doing that. There are plenty of players like this Chandler Simpson guy for the Rays who can be threats without hitting the long ball. So that's what they're hoping with him.
Do you think – so how would you rate our development system as far as – you heard that for years that we didn't do a good job developing players. And then, Lies came in, he switched everything up. Do you think we have a good staff down there to develop players?
I do. I'm partial to the minor league staff because I know a lot of those guys, and I do think they have some wonderful, talented young minds at the minor league level. So you cannot take a non-talent and make him a talent. That you can't do. You hope to take a talent and make him better or accentuate what he does well. So the Orioles, over the long haul of the next 5 years, are going to have to look at everything they do. They say they're doing that now, and I hope they are, because maybe some of their methods are outdated or don't work as well as they did. You have to remember, they produced that farm. They were the number 1 farm. They were the toast that they had 8. Let me see here. I got some notes on the farm that I was making this week, and if I can find them quickly enough, they had 8 top 100 prospects just a couple years ago. 8 in the top 100. And so I think they can do it again, and I think they fortified the farm mid-year last year with the trades.
Agreed. It's just, if you look at those 8 players, how much of an impact are they making in the majors?
Well, they're not. That is one of the 3 things I said about what's gone wrong this year. Injuries for 1, underperformance for 2, lack of young prospects taking steps forward for 3. That's 3 pretty big things that the organization. Go ahead.
I'll leave you with one thing, and you said this very well. I mean, these guys all grew up playing baseball. So, to think that you got to come to the majors to learn how to, do the fundamentals is kind of crazy. I mean, it's good to repeat. It's good to it's good to reinforce that. But if these guys don't know the basics, of covering bases or the double steal, then someplace along the line, somebody missed the boat.
Thanks for the call. I mean, they know a lot of it, and sometimes they do things wrong. I'll take you back a couple of weeks when the Orioles had that wheel play on with the bunt. They went too fast. They went too soon. They know how to execute it, and when the time came, they didn't execute it properly. So, I mean, things like that have been happening all year, and it's frustrating Oriole fans to no end. 410-583-1057. Brian, should we take a call or should we take a break? We're going to take a break. We got some callers on the hook. David and Will, your calls will be up next. If you haven't got a line, go ahead and grab it now at 410-583-1057. Steve Molesky here until 2 o'clock. A lot of great discussion that hour about the Orioles. I mean, great calls, great input. And so the passion for the Orioles is still there, folks. My concern is if they lose for another month, it's going to kill some of that passion. But right now, Oriole fans are still invested because they're ornery about what's going on, but they're still watching. They still care. They want it to get better. They hope it gets better. Will it? We'll talk more about that in a moment on The Fan.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Town Appliances Memorial Day shopping event is going on now. Upgrade your kitchen or outdoor setup with Memorial Day savings and flexible financing. Visit the showroom off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Call, text, or shop townappliance.com before it's over.
For over 80 years, Long Fence has been serving our area with only the highest quality materials and superior craftsmanship. We're family owned, so you could say it's in our DNA. And right now, offering 25% off. Terms and conditions apply. Go to longfence.com for a free estimate today.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Hey, it's Ed Norris. You know, there's a place in Baltimore where the food's great, the drinks are cold, and the crowd is even better. And that's Mount Washington Tavern. We've got a full lunch and dinner menu every day, fresh, delicious, and something for everyone. But here's what you really need to know. Every Wednesday night is prime rib night. Slow roasted prime rib, roasted fingerling potatoes, and a fresh salad, all for just $32. Wednesday's just got a lot better. And of course, don't miss happy hour. Monday through Friday, 3 to 6, $10 martinis, old fashions, Manhattans, $8 crab hush puppies and mussels. And of course, Sundays, $5 drinks all day. That's Crushes, rail drinks, canned seltzers. It's just a great place every day of the week. And if you're a baseball fan, the Tavern is your spot. You can catch the game because they got tons of TVs there. Grab a bite and hop the light rail if you have tickets. It goes right to the ballpark and right back to the Tavern after the game. Really easy. Reservations go fast, so call or book online today and say hi to Rob, Dave, and Buck while you're there. Mount Washington Tavern, where Baltimore eats.
Big banks know your account number, but at Security Plus Federal Credit Union, we know your name. We're Baltimore's credit union, proudly offering better rates, better service, and better banking. Whether you're saving for your future, buying your first home, or just tired of being treated like a number, Security Plus is here for you. We're not for profit and built to serve our members, not corporate shareholders. Join a community that puts you first. Visit securityplusfcu.org and discover why local banking is simply better.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, Online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services. Achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
1057 The Fan is the proud media partner of Merriweather Post Pavilion. Visit merriweathermusic.com for a list of all the great shows coming to the pavilion. And keep listening to The Fan for your chance to win tickets to the shows.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 1057 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. The latest sports news and your place to talk about it. Always. 1057 The Fan.
Good afternoon, sports fans of Baltimore, or is that Balmer? Either way, I think works. Steve Molesky with you until 2 o'clock here on 1057 The Fan. Brian Levy is producing, and glad you've joined in, and many are calling in, so really appreciate that. Great Oriole discussion we're going to roll into this second hour here of the show at 410-583-1057. Quick note on prospects we were touching on with the previous caller. From 22 through 24, the Orioles did something never done before in the history of Baseball America ranking prospects. They had 3 straight years where they had the number 1 prospect in the Baseball America top 100. In 2022, it was Adley Rutschman. In 2023, it was Gunnar Henderson. In 2024, it was Jackson Holliday. Some thought it could be Basayo for a 4-peat. He didn't quite get that high up the chain. He came close. So 3 straight years, they had the number 1 prospect in baseball. And the hope for the Orioles long term is that you're looking at 3 All-Stars. And while Adley and Gunnar have been at that level at times, Jackson hasn't gotten there yet. And wouldn't it be nice to have a day when all 3 are All-Stars and they're in the same lineup every night? Adley, Gunnar, Jackson. 3 high draft picks. 2 of them are 1-1 picks. And all 3 have been named the minor league player of the year, or at least were the number 1 ranked player in the minor leagues. I don't know if they got minor league player of the year as well. Probably did. So the Orioles had 8 top 100 prospects in 2023. I'll roll that list in a minute. Take you down memory lane. 410-583-1057. And welcome to David in Whitehall, I believe that is.
Good afternoon.
What's up?
Just left Grouse, did a little shopping, and I grabbed a half a gallon of milk, and there was a picture of David Rubenstein on the side. Where's he been? I mean, last year you couldn't get enough FaceTime out of him last year. Now, we've handed out hats and a big fan. Where has he been?
Well, we've seen less of him, and I think he made a statement to the Baltimore Banner recently when they wrote about big story on Mike Elias. And it's basically a proverbial vote of confidence. What else is he going to say? I mean, right now, people who are probably his public relations people are saying it's probably best not to say much now. And if you have to say something, you say it this way. But I mean, what is it? I think what we're both getting to, you and me, what does he really think? What is he really thinking right now? That we don't know.
Exactly. I mean, where's it all going? I mean, the other day they won this game with Cowser hitting, that homer, and I'm thinking, boy, Detroit really missed the analytics there, because all the guy had to do was throw a curveball to him, and I'm just like, I mean, he just can't hit a curveball, and O'Neill can't hit anything. So there's 2 that are just terribly disappointing. There's others, but those 2 are really top of my mind. When you watch, you're like, oh, you almost look for a strikeout, and that's kind of sad.
I mean, 2 years ago, when Colton Cowser was second for the Rookie of the Year, his OPS was 768. Last year was 655. This year, it's low 500s. So, I mean, you see glimpses of what he can do, which was a special swing he put on that ball yesterday. And believe me, he's an all-time great guy. Any fan that could, ever have lunch with Colton or have 5 minutes with him would walk away going, man, I love that dude. And so easy to root for. But, the strikeout percentage is still over 30.
Yeah. I mean, liking a guy is one thing, getting production and doing the team. I mean, it was good to see the home run. It was good to see, Alonso grab the water, and they were all excited. And that was really fun.
Yeah.
And then they come up and score one run the next game. It's like,
it feels like with this year's Oriole team, if they have a dramatic win, you can count on a loss immediately to follow.
Exactly. And it's kind of disappointing. But,
it's very.
Stick behind them. Stick behind them. It's all we can do.
Yep, David, thanks. And I think we're hearing that from a lot of fans today. I mean, we're hearing from what I like about my show today. I couldn't have predicted this, is we're hearing from a lot of calm, clear-thinking, reasonable fans who aren't screaming, who aren't fire everybody, burn down the warehouse. I mean, the social media segment that's crazed, BS crazy, that doesn't work for me. I mean, just screaming and ranting and raving every 5 minutes. And I get it on Twitter, believe me, oh my God, I got people coming at me like I bat fourth for the team. And so that doesn't work for me. It doesn't really, it's not productive. It's not helping you. I guess it makes you feel good for 30 seconds. But the fans who just want to discuss what's going wrong, man, I love you guys. Will in Baltimore, welcome to the show.
Hey, how are you today?
Doing well.
Hey, hello, how are you? How are you today? You good?
Still good, yeah.
Good, man. Listen, I was sitting here coming back from Philadelphia, born and raised in Baltimore, now to Philly just for a little bit with the wife. And I'm looking at, I tell you what's wrong from my perspective. We don't have any anchor pieces. When we let go Cedric Mullins, that was humongous. You're talking about someone who has 60-plus spectacular catches. For who? Tyler O'Neill, who gives us a .146?
But how do you describe an anchor piece? A core talent player?
Well, respected. You knew he could not. He was the anchor player in the outfield, meaning that he could direct them. If you see me running, I'm going to try to catch this. I'm not down to back the ball up. I've been to the stadium a couple of times this year. I see routine hits, and I'm thinking, man, why isn't the center fielder making
I just don't think if they had Cedric this year, their shaky overall outfield defense would be much better. It would be better maybe in center, but Leote's not bad out there, and even Kauser holds it down. I mean, center field defense, to me, has not been a huge detriment for this team. And I love Cedric Mullins. He can play for me any night.
I mean, he's missed. I think more of his leadership by example. I know,
but they're supposed to have an abundance of leadership in there. What don't you always? You lost McCann. McCann was a great leader. Kyle Gibson was a great leader. They're gone. So in comes Adley, in comes Alonso, in comes Bassett, Boz, Helsley. There's leadership on top of leadership in there,
and they still can't get it done.
Well, I'm saying. So I mean, I think we're saying there's a lot wrong with the team, but a lack of veteran leaders is not it.
Well, I don't know if they're veteran. Maybe it's veteran Oriole leaders. You feel me? I mean, Cedric played it as an Oriole. He put it all out there. I mean, he didn't care if he dove on his face. He didn't care if he ran into a wall. He was dedicated to the black and orange. And I don't know if we're getting that out of these guys right now. I just don't see it. I mean, even the other biggest move we made was Anthony Santander. When we let him go, we let 44 home runs.
I know, but these guys have not exactly tore it up with their new clubs, have they?
Hey, I don't know. I just know they felt comfortable. I just know they felt comfortable in that stadium.
But, Will, there's nothing more prominent in baseball than turnover, and you have to keep rolling. The Yankees lose people. All teams lose people. And you just got to keep winning. Will in Baltimore, thanks for the phone call. 410-583-1057. The 8 top 100 prospects in 2023 for the Orioles. And here was where they were ranked. Gunnar, number 1. Grayson, number 6, traded. Holiday, number 15. Kauser, 41. DL Hall, 75, traded. Excuse me. Jordan Westberg, 76, hurt. Connor Norby, 93, traded. Ortiz, 95, traded. So 4 of those 8. Grayson, Hall, Norby, and Ortiz have been traded. A 5th is hurt, and 3 are currently on the active roster: Gunnar, Holiday, Kauser. Let's talk to Mike in Baltimore at 410-583-1057, the number to call on the Fan. Mike.
Hey, Steve. It's kind of a pipe dream, but do you think that the Orioles will go after and have a chance at getting Tarek Skubal in free agency?
In free agency, maybe. I mean, yeah, if you want to dump in $400 million.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with Rodgers is starting to look like it's fool's gold. I mean, he was putting up Koufax and Gibson numbers last year, and I know that wasn't going to continue. But I mean, if we could actually get a real ace, that would really help us a lot, man.
Well, they tried to get two of them and didn't get either one, and the Frambers had a mixed run here. So I don't know. They thought they had potential aces in Bradish and Trevor, and that hasn't worked out. And so many years the pitching plan. Last year it was let's get 60 starts out of Eflin and Grayson, and they might be pretty good, but that didn't work out.
Yeah, we're always competing against the evil, and while the evil empire now is East and West, the Yankees in the East and the Dodgers in the West.
Yeah. I mean, they're spending more, so that's good. Mm-hmm. And I think I always thought, and my hope for as an Oriole observer and a longtime fan going back to when I was 6 a few years ago, was that they would spend. They're not going to spend like the top 3 or 4 teams. That's a pipe dream. But couldn't they be number 8 or number 10 or number 12 in payroll, which right now they're probably, 17, 18, somewhere in there. So I think they got room to grow that and get to the top 12 or 10 where you can say spending is not our problem. We're spending with the top third of the league maybe, and that might be a nice goal over the next few years for David Rubenstein's ownership group to get to.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you, Steve.
Jack, thanks for the call. A lot of great O's calls today. The Orioles are playing this afternoon. In fact, that game, as far as I know, is an on-time start. Haven't seen anything to the contrary against the Tampa Bay Rays today as they play the first of 3. Got swept in Tampa. And so they got swept in New York, and then they beat the Yankees. And so they got swept at Tampa, and maybe now they beat the Rays. That would be a nice improvement. Here's the lineup. We'll get back to the phone calls. If you haven't called in, we got lines open right now at 410-583-1057. 410-583-1057. You can check 1057 online if you're out of town and hear us that way. I'm sure a lot of people are and do. Taylor Ward leads off today in left field for the Orioles. Gunnar Henderson's the DH this afternoon against the Rays. Adley Rutschman batting third, catcher. Pete Alonso batting fourth at first base. Weston Wilson's hitting fifth at third base. Leody Taveras in center. Blaze Alexander at short. Jackson Holliday at second. Tyler O'Neill batting ninth and right. Bradish on the mound. Outfielder Michael Ciani is with the Orioles today on taxi squad. And Craig Albertaz told reporters, including Rakabaka of Masson, that Kobe Mayo's lower back is feeling better, still bothering him, seems manageable day to day, is the latest with Kobe. 1:35 first pitch. We'll give you some updates in our last half hour of the show. And right now, let's go to the phones. That's what we're going to do. And we're going to Jack in Towson. Good afternoon, Jack.
Hey, Steve. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. Having fun today.
Good. So I've always been a believer of Mike Elias since he got here for the O's back in the late 2010s. But this year is the year I'm finally starting to think it might be a change of times. You know, we bring in Albernaz. So it's like, why not? We've gotten a new owner in the last few years. Why don't we change up the GM too? It's like, I know he's not the only one who can make the roster moves. So you've got Tyler O'Neill hitting 146. I know Judd Fabian's hitting 225 in AAA, but that's still better than 146. Dylan Beavers is coming back. But watch. O'Neill is not going to be DFA'd for Dylan Beavers because for some reason Mike Elias always believes in these veterans. I don't know why. He did the same thing with Kyle Gibson last year. He let the leash go on him for too long. He did it with Craig Kimbrell a few years ago when he wasn't doing anything productive. It's the same thing. And don't even get me started on what he's doing with Albert Suarez. It's like he gave you the best outing an Orioles pitcher has given you in a while this season, a long inning at least. Rico Garcia has had great outings, feels like every night. But it's like, I get it, but when's Albert Suarez going to say, you know what, I don't want to go with the Orioles anymore, and other teams are going to see him there on the waivers, and they're going to go, ooh, look what he's been doing. Let's pick him up.
It does seem that in this ever-churning bullpen to get fresh arms in and so forth, that a guy throws 4 good innings, saves the bullpen, and then the next day he's DFA'd, which is what happened to Albert Suarez again. So maybe the industry doesn't see him as the Orioles do, and he'll stay with the organization. I'm sure that's what they would like. But the yo-yoing back and forth of some of these guys, man, I mean, sometimes you just got to burn it. I mean, maybe they were in a bind today because they're carrying Mayo, but he's not starting again. They feel like he's close. It just, I don't know, man. This happens too much with this team.
And is there any update on when Dylan Beavers is possibly going to come back?
No. Orioles don't give timelines. They're not their thing. So media can just tell you no when you guys ask us. Jack, hopefully, thanks for the call.
Yep.
Thanks for checking in. A lot of great Oriole callers today. We'll get some more in a moment. The Birds today have Kyle Bradish on the mound this afternoon against Shane McClanahan, a 1:35 start, so they're 20 or so minutes away from first pitch at Oriole Park at Camden Yards. Bradish pitching better. His last 3 starts, his ERA is 2.45, and in 18 1/3, he's fanned 23. That was against the Athletics, Yankees, and the Rays. Tough mound opponent today, and Shane McClanahan, 5-2 with a 2.82 ERA and 9 starts. The native of Baltimore, 29-year-old Shane McClanahan for the Rays, Kyle Bradish for the Birds today in downtown Baltimore. More calls coming up next on 105.7 The Fan.
Got a hot take? The Plaza Ford text line, 410-583-1057.
This weekend is absolutely the best time to buy a new or used vehicle at Jones Junction. Get a Turtle Box speaker or a Yeti chair with the purchase of any new or pre-owned vehicle. Plus, we're going to give you up to $500 more than CarMax for your trade. See our huge selection at jonesjunction.com.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, add 1 line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
I don't believe in bribing people. I want guys who do the right thing simply because it's the right thing to do. It's why I have the best darn AC installers, service techs, and plumbers in the greater Baltimore area. But I'm also a realist about how hard it is to move jobs. So your buddy who works in air conditioning can make $3,000 to $5,000 signing bonus and get better coworkers and overall work life at Amazing Plumbing, Heating, and Air. But the real news is, if you successfully refer your buddy to Amazing, you'll get $1,000 for yourself as a thank you. Successfully means your buddy is the kind of guy who does the right thing because it's the right thing, has real experience as a service tech, installer, or a plumber, and does in fact sign with us. That's a big investment in hiring the right people, but investing in the right people always pays off. So if you're that person or you know them, give me a call at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
Hey O's fans, Star Wars Weekend lands at Camden Yards from Friday, May 29th through Sunday, May 31st as the O's take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Friday night, stick around post-game for a Star Wars-themed fireworks show presented by SeatGeek. Saturday, be one of 15,000 fans to score a Jordan Westberg Star Wars bobblehead presented by PNC. And Sunday, 10,000 fans, 12 and under, will receive a Star Wars poster. Don't miss it. Get tickets at Orioles.com/tickets.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card.
One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it. And now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Your sports information station. 105.7 The Fan.
And the Rays will be on the field in a few minutes at Oriole Park at Camden Yards. The Rays are 34-16. That .680 winning percentage, by the way, is the best in all of Major League Baseball right now. That's a 110-win pace. They're leading the Yankees by 4.5. They're leading the Blue Jays by 10.5. The Orioles by 12.5 in fourth place. And Boston is in fifth, 13 games back. So Cleveland's leading the West by 4.5 over the White Sox. The Athletics are ahead of Seattle by 2.5, and Texas in the National League East. Atlanta 9 up on the Nationals, 9.5 ahead of the Phillies. Milwaukee's leading the National League Central, where all 5 teams are still over 500. That's amazing. Milwaukee is the division leader by 1.5 over the Cardinals. Dodgers are 1.5 ahead of San Diego in the West. Look at the National League. So many more teams over 500 than the American League, which right now has, 2, 3, just 4 teams over 500 and 1 at 500, which is the White Sox at 26-26. 410-583-1057 is the phone number here on 105.7 The Fan. Let's talk to John on the phone lines. John, welcome to the show. Good afternoon.
Baltimore John here?
I guess so. You're the only John I see on my board.
All right, Steve. I did call to give you hell, but you said previously that you get so much from your email, I'm not going to ever do that to you. In fact, I really miss your reporting on our minor leagues on Masson over the years. It's really something that I really looked forward to and read all the time.
Well, let me clue you in on something which you may not know about, and I'll take a minute to plug myself here. I am writing daily, John, still out there for you on the interwebs at Substack. And if you go to steveonbaseball.substack.com, you'll find my website, and you can read me every day. There are free articles there. There's a paywall for a couple of them, not many. And so I've got a lot of support from Birdland there. It's all one word, steveonbaseball.substack.com.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
You got it.
I wanted to follow up. You had a previous caller about our drafting and our, et cetera, et cetera. You remember that. So I'm going to get you to put on your thinking cap here. Kjerstad drafted second, and this is not, I'm not looking to beat up on him, God, no. What Elias had said is he picked him second so he didn't have to pay any money so he could pay all these other guys. You tell us, would it have been better to get a number 2 pick that would have been a solid starter for us for as long as we had him? Or tell us who all these other players were that he had extra money to buy after Kjerstad. I want to hear that. Thank you, sir.
Well, you have to look at the draft and understand that, and this is going to be hard to explain to listeners, and John's not going to buy my logic here.
Well,
okay, John. So sometimes you do save money on a pick that you like a lot, is one of your top guys, and you save $1.5 million on his bonus to go get a player later in the draft and pay him more than expected and balance out your money. There's a lot of strategies that teams use in the draft, and sometimes they do things like that. That doesn't mean they're taking a lesser player so much as someone who they feel will take a lesser bonus. And some guys do that, and that's how some of the picks get maneuvered in the top 5 or 10 of the draft. That's just how it works. But here's a bigger issue that for the team and I'm going to write about this soon. I've been researching it. Under Mike Elias, they have never taken a pitcher with their top pick. They've taken position players with their first draft pick every year since 2019. The last time the Orioles drafted a pitcher first was Grayson Rodriguez. You got to go back to 2018. Now, Elias has drafted a lot of pitchers, but not a lot of pitchers high up in the board. In fact, of his 33 top 100 overall draft picks, that's players who have been in the top 100 of the draft. He's made 33 such picks. Only 5 have been pitchers. So I think they need to look at that. When you talk about analyzing yourself, for me, that's an analyze yourself matter for the Orioles to ponder.
Very well, sir. I still can't get over the number 2 pick in baseball should be a slam dunk.
Well, there is no such thing. That's the problem.
You know as well as I do that the people were expecting Kjerstad to go in the teens or further out, and once again the Orioles picked him because they could get him, pay him less, and use.
But again, they
money.
didn't scrimp on the draft. They maneuvered the money in such a way to get other players.
But how does that work out?
Sometimes beautifully.
Well, I mean, I don't think it worked out real good that year, and I would have rather had a number 2 starter that would have been a starter on our team till he was free.
And as I just stated, we're not arguing because we're almost agreeing.
No,
they haven't drafted enough pitchers high up the draft board. Their first pick this year is number 7. You and I would say, take a pitcher, right?
Well, as long as it's somebody reasonable, absolutely.
There you go. All right, thanks for the call.
Once again, that website again, so I can call in and give you help.
Well, you can't call in there, but you can read anytime at steveonbaseball.substack.com. So check it out. So here are the 5 pitchers the Orioles have taken in the top 100 of the draft under Elias. There's only 5, and none of them were taken until 2022 when went 3rd round, number 81 overall, he drafted Nolan McLean. Some people will know that name because he's thriving for the Mets now. And they didn't sign him. They drafted him 81, failed to sign Nolan McLean, who's pitching well elsewhere. A year later, they took 2 pitchers in the top 100. Jackson Baumeister out of Florida State was the number 63 overall pick that year, was pitching well for the Orioles, but he was involved in the trade in 2024 to the Rays as part of what the Orioles got and gave up for Zach Eflin. And then that year they drafted number 86, a pitcher named Kiefer Lord, who's pitching well in the Oriole minors now. He's got a high strikeout rate. He looks good, but his career was set back by, you guessed it, Tommy John surgery. Last year, the Orioles took 2 pitchers in the top 100. They're both thriving on the farm this year. Joseph Jerwa, number 58 overall out of Michigan State, and J.T. Quinn, number 69 overall out of the University of Georgia. Both pitching well for the team this year, but they got a ways to go. Jerwa just got to Double-A, struck out 10, by the way, in his first game with the Chesapeake Bay Sox, and J.T. Quinn is pitching at High-A Frederick. So the numbers tell you this. Of all Mike Elias Oriole draft picks, all his picks since he joined the Orioles, 48% have been pitchers. I bet people would think it's much less. Since 2022, 55% of his draft picks have been pitchers. Last year, the Orioles made 24 draft picks, 13 pitchers. In the year before, 21 picks, 11 pitchers. The year before, 22, 13. The year before, 22, 12. They've drafted more pitchers than position players every year since 2022. And now they got to get them through. They're starting to see their development get to higher levels. Trey Gibson, Nestor Herman, Levi Wells, I think all will pitch in the major leagues this year. One already has in Trey. And they've taken more pitchers, but they got to get some of them to the big leagues. Not all of them need to be high picks. I think Cam Schlittler say that carefully, I believe is a 7th-round pick by the Yankees. Pretty good pick in round 7. All right, O's fans, we got a half hour to go on this show, and the phone lines have cooled for the first time since I've been in this seat, so hopefully you heat them up again if you have a question on the Orioles, a comment, a thought. Let's hear it right now on the show. 410-583-1057. That's 410-583-1057.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Don't just watch the big match, experience it in New Jersey. From beaches to wineries, theme parks, and more, New Jersey has it all. Win a trip to our official soccer watch party. Enter to win at Odyssey.com/NJ. That's AUDACY.com/NJ.
Safe! In baseball, a close play at the plate can be the difference between winning and losing. In life, a car accident can also change the game. At Dubo Law, we're ready to help you get back up when you've been knocked down. If you've been injured in a car accident, call 410-ASK-DUBO. That's 410-275-3826 for a free consultation. And let us fight for you.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
With Popeye's new $5 faves menu, you can get this 3-piece chicken, this 3-piece tenders, this chicken sandwich, or these 2 regular sides for just $5 a piece. I know you can't see what I see, but trust me, those bold Louisiana flavors look so good, you might just have to get them all. Now there's an idea.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Limited time at participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Terms apply.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, and even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, this can lead to serious health risks like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes and are covered by most insurances. Call 410-921-0667 to schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 410-921-0667 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 410-921-0667 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. Treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 410-921-0667.
105.7 The Fan, Baltimore's home for sports.
We are coming down the home stretch here this afternoon. Steve Molesky until 2 o'clock. 410-583-1057. 410-583-1057. You want to join in our Oriole discussion, which has been great since I've been here since noon following Bruce and Femi. Jeff Passan of ESPN, he writes some of the best baseball articles out there. I mean, this is just an intelligent, driven, Fantastic reporter. Great guy, too. He's based in Kansas City. You used to see him when we would go out there, and we see him around the country. And Jeff Passan's been a big shot on ESPN for a long time. So he's writing today saying Memorial Day is often used as a marker for what's real and what isn't in a baseball season, and something fascinating is happening this year. The best teams and worst teams are spending the exact same in aggregate. And here's an excerpt from his story. The number of low payroll teams at the top and the number of high payroll teams at the bottom in baseball. A look at the 10 best and worst teams by record reveals a very interesting fact. Their payrolls are almost identical. The 10 best teams in MLB this year are spending a combined $1.89 billion with a B on players. The 10 worst teams are spending a combined $1.90 billion. It is identical. 3 of the 10 best, Tampa, St. Louis, and Cleveland, are carrying sub-$100 million payrolls, while just one of the bottom 10, the Miami Marlins, are. There are 5 teams at $200 million plus among the top 10, but only 3 in the bottom 10. Lower that threshold by just $5 million, though, and the Red Sox, Giants join the Mets, Astros, and Tigers among underachievers. That is interesting. We think a lot of times in baseball it's all about the spending, and because we got to deal with the evil empire here in Baltimore. But this year, some teams are not spending much and getting a lot out of it, like Tampa, and some teams are and aren't getting a lot out of it, like the Mets and Houston and some others he cited there. 410-583-1057 is the phone number to call as the Orioles are getting ready to start against the Rays with Kyle Bradish on the mound. We'll keep you posted until 2 o'clock, and then I think we go to network sports coverage here later today at 2 on 105.7 The Fan. The trade deadline is 2 months away, and I just throw this out as a topic to ponder. I don't advocate for it. I'm not predicting it. I'm not calling for it. But one player the Orioles currently have who could be sought after via trade that they might consider parting with because they have a capable number 2 at his position is Adley Rutschman, catcher, who this year has a low 800 OPS. He's finally getting back to his 2023 level. That year, he was an all-star and finished 9th for the MVP award when he posted an OPS of 809. Now, last year, that dropped, or in 2024, that dropped to 709, and then last year to 673, a 2-year fall for Adley Rutschman, who's got it back at bat this year. And by the way, he's playing well throughout. His framing is exceptional. He's throwing out a pretty good percentage of runners. We know he calls a good game, and the pitchers love throwing to him. And by the way, his bat's percolating all over. He's a switch hitter who's OPSing 848 against righties and 809 against left. He's got a 1,000 OPS at home. He has cooled a bit in the month of May. So Adley Rutschman, as a trade candidate, might bring a lot, having an all-star caliber year and having a year to play after this year. He cannot be a free agent until the end of 2027. So if a player in that situation were dealt this year, the acquiring team would have him for a year and a half. He would not be a rental. And of course, if you give up a haul for such player, you maybe hope you can re-sign him and retain him and keep him around. So we'll see if his name comes up. Obviously, teams would want him. And would the Orioles part with him because, oh, by the way, they have this young kid, Basayo, who is slugging baseballs on a pretty good tear at bat right now and looks like he's holding his own behind the plate. This was always going to be the crux of the matter with Samuel Basayo. Would he be good enough defensively to stay as a catcher? Big guy, and that works against him a little bit, but we've seen other big catchers thrive, like Buster Posey and, oh, by the way, Adley Rutschman. So he's not the first big guy to be good as a catcher. And the Orioles, of course, signed Basayo long-term already. So if, I'm just saying if, again, I don't advocate it, I throw it out as a talk show topic, something interesting to ponder for this team. If you have 2 all-star caliber catchers and you trade one, you still have one, right? You're trading from a strength. Now, knowing the Orioles' fortunes, as soon as they make that trade, Basayo twists his ankle. So, I don't wish any of that on anybody. But I'm saying it's something to think about because they're not trading a rental where you get less. They're trading someone who actually is signed through next year, 2027. So Adley Rutschman is playing at a high level again. He was second for the Rookie of the Year in 2022. He was an All-Star and ninth for the MVP in 2023. He was an All-Star in 2024. But his performance has fallen off in recent time, and he's not, until this year, performing at the level he was in 2023. So something for the team to think about, something for the team to ponder. And when you make trades, you want to trade from a surplus if you can. You have a lot of bullpen arms, so you trade one. Not too many teams have two all-star caliber catchers, almost none. But the one that does is in Baltimore, and they might have some big decisions to make come the trade deadline in July. 410-583-1057 is the number to call on the show. Let's grab Dennis in Bel Air. Dennis, welcome to the Fan. Good afternoon.
Hey, Steve. You were one of the top guys for our player development and stuff, and I'm hearing nothing about our international players. Everything is, from the player, from the draft, but never from the international. Every team you look at has all these international stars. We have very few.
Well, I just mentioned one, Samuel Basayo. That's a good place to start, right?
Yeah.
I mean, how many teams produce him? So that's a good place to start. But some of their international guys that I've always been high on, like the second baseman at AA, I'm blanking on his name right now, Aaron Estrada, they're not having a great year. Luis De Leon, the pitcher at AA, not having a great year. The Orioles have a top 30 full of international guys. I mean, Luis De Leon is third prospect. Esteban Mejia is sixth. Aaron Estrada, 7. You've got Jordan Sanchez is on there. Thomas Sosa, Wilfred De La Cruz, Jose Luis Acevedo, he's not international. So that's a pretty good number. They've got 10 or so on their top 30 of international.
Yeah, I'd like to see some of them playing in Baltimore.
Right. It's taken time, remember, because they were starting that program almost from scratch. So when you sign a kid at 17, that's 4 years probably before you can see him in Baltimore. They can get there at a younger chronological age because they start at a younger chronological age in pro ball.
Yeah. Well, you look around the major leagues and, people from Korea, Japan, and we just have, one. And I'd like to see more.
And you have to look at international as more than a lot of people group international. Like for me, when I think of international, I'm thinking of international amateurs, the kids you sign at 16 and 17 out of the Dominican and Venezuela. And like Juan Soto, you get them there, and they are impact players. Vlad Guerrero, we could name a whole list. 30% of Major League clubhouses are international. But then there's also international free agency, the older guys who have already played pro ball in Japan, like they signed Sagano. I don't group Sagano and Basayo in the same bucket myself, although they both come from another country.
Yeah, you can build around Samuel. He's a beast.
Yes, and he looks great. And so that's why I just mentioned if the Orioles have any thoughts of at least entertaining trade offers for Adley Rutschman, you've got a guy behind him who might be ready to step right in and you don't miss a beat.
Yeah, that's true. All right, have a good day.
Hey, Dennis, thanks for the phone call. 410-583-1057 is the number, 410-583-1057. Kyle Bradish got through the top of the first, scoreless. He got Chandler Simpson to ground out. Same with Junior Caminero. Jonathan Aranda doubled, and Yandy Diaz grounded out to Jackson Holliday at second. So the Orioles are up in the bottom of the first. 0-0 against the Rays, game 1 of a 3-game series. We have one segment to go on this show. If there's something you wanted to say you couldn't get in earlier, do it now. We'll come back with our final segment next on 105.7 The Fan.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Taxes could be your biggest expense in retirement. Do something about it. Listen to the Savvy Investor Radio Show and podcast weekend mornings here on 105.7 The Fan.
Treat yourself and taste the Baltimore tradition that is the legendary Costas Inn. For over 55 years, the Costas Inn's been a Baltimore original, dishing out their legendary, fat, delicious, award-winning crab cakes. And if you haven't visited the newest location that Costas has to offer at the Fairgrounds in Timonium, it's on the second floor of the grandstand. Now's the time. Enjoy your favorites from the original Costas Inn, plus tons of TVs with live sports and a new draft system that'll hold 12 beers on tap. Check out either Costas Inn today, and when you do, be sure to tell them that Jeremy Kahn sent you.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. And this summer, get ready because it's gonna be a scorcher. With top artists like Olivia Dean, 5 Seconds of Summer, Benson Boone, Casey Musgraves, Shakira, and Tame Impala, CFG Bank Arena has got you covered for the best music, fan-filled nights, and all the sensational concert vibes summer can bring. It's sure to be lit, and we're not stopping, with more major announcements on the way. Visit CFGBankArena.com and get your tickets today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the biggest names in entertainment, and the best seats in Baltimore.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This Memorial Day, make your home the one neighbors notice. At Lowe's, when you have a budget, we have extra big deals. For a very limited time, get 50% off all Holland pavers to reinvent your outdoor space. Plus, keep it fresh around the house with your choice of a select Ego 56-volt trimmer or blower kit for just $169. This Memorial Day, our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/25. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Get a $15 O'Reilly gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 Full Synthetic Motor Oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The U.S. Treasury just released its official financial report for 2025. Buried in it is a startling admission. By its own numbers, it appears the U.S. government is insolvent. When governments go this deep in debt, they print money, raise taxes, or cut benefits, none of which can help protect you. That's why people move part of their savings into physical gold and silver. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Your club level, center court, 50-yard line seat for all Baltimore sports. 105.7 The Fan.
Looking up at the monitor here in our studios, watching Cedric Mullins get a great ovation at Oriole Park at Camden Yards. Man, one of my all-time favorites. He's hitting just 192 for the Rays, but he's batting now 0-0 Orioles in Tampa in the top of the second. Would it shock you to know the Orioles went down on 6 pitches in the bottom of the first? Probably not. They did. So McClanahan made quick work of the Orioles in the home first. Top second, Orioles and Rays 0-0, starting a 3-game series at Camden Yards. We're almost out of time for this show, man. Went fast. A lot of great callers, a lot of great input. So thanks to you guys for that. Thanks to Brian Levy for his help. And I'll talk to you a little later this week. I'll be on BBT, I believe, Wednesday night. Got to double check the schedule. A lot going on. and I'll plug a couple things here before I get out of here and exit stage right. My Substack, check me out, steveonbaseball.substack.com. Daily articles on the Orioles and their farm system, and our new YouTube show, which is proving to be a bit of a hit, and I'm thrilled about that. Birdland Territory. Myself, Tim Barbalace from here on the afternoon show at The Fan, and former Oriole pitcher Brad Brock. The three of us tape 3 shows every week on the Orioles, so we're busy, man. 3 in 1 week is a lot, and we got a new show that we put out last night after the doubleheader. You can find it on YouTube. The show is called Birdland Territory. Steve, Tim, and Brad. So check that out. As we wind down the show here this afternoon, a couple minutes ago in this show, top of the hour, some national sports talk coming your way. Surprising stat, if you want one, I got one before we leave. The Orioles have won 7 of their last 9 series against the Rays at home. One of the best series records against a divisional opponent in recent seasons. They 7-1-1 in the last 9 home series against the Rays. That's a series winning percentage of .833. That's one of the best any team has posted since 2022. The only one who's not lost to another opponent is Minnesota against Kansas City, 8-0-1, 8 series wins and a tie. And the Orioles are 7-1-1 against the Rays. Kyle Bradish comes into this start today with a 2.45 ERA over his last 3 starts. Strikeout rate way up. His strikeout rate since May 8th, these 3 starts, is 31.9%. That's one of the best in baseball. Also, this note, Gunnar Henderson passed 1,000 total bases in his 547th game of his career with a 3-hit game on Saturday. 1,000 total bases. Fewest games to 1,000 total bases by an Oriole. He's third on this list. Manny Machado did it in 519 games. Cal Ripken Jr. in 529. Gunnar in 547. 2 fewer games than the great Eddie Murray, 549. That is a list. Listen to the 4 names on that list with Gunnar. Machado, Ripken, Gunnar, Murray. Fastest to 1,000 total bases in Oriole history. And folks, that's why you stick with Gunnar. I know he's struggled. He's frustrated fans with his up and down play this year, but he's starting to swing it better now, and you just stick with Gunnar. I still think he's a player to keep and sign and not trade and discard and be down on his performance this year. Of course, the Orioles split a doubleheader on Sunday, winning Game 1 in the walk-off Kowser homer, 5-3 over the Tigers. They lost Game 2, 4-1. Very encouraged by what we've seen out of Brandon Young in Game 1 yesterday. Goes 6 2/3. 2 unearned runs thanks to the play that Alonso messed up at first base. He threw 105 pitches. That was a career high. He's the only Oriole starter this year to have 2 starts where he has allowed 0 earned runs. That is impressive for Brandon Young, who, by the way, has the best ERA of any Oriole rotation pitcher right now. Yeah, it's Brandon Young at 3.47 when his ERA last year was 6.24. And over his last 3 starts, his ERA is 2.30. So Boz has had 2 good ones in a row. Bradish has had 3, and Young's been good all year. If they can get 1 or 2 more pitchers going, they might have the makings of a rotation that gets on a bit of a roll to try to get the Orioles back in this thing. And they are in this thing, 3 out in the wild card, but the record is unsightly, as we know, 23-30 coming into today. They're in the bottom of the second at Oriole Park, scoreless, as Bradish got him out in the top of the second. He got Palacios, Cedric Mullins, and Victor Mesa Jr. Victor Mesa Jr., isn't that the guy the Orioles were after at one time? Looks like he's in the Rays lineup today. Pete Alonso just grounded out for the Orioles, so they play the bottom of the second at Camden Yards to start a 3-game series, and it's Baltimore nothing and Tampa Bay nothing. Bradish on the mound for the Orioles, 2-6 with a 4.13 ERA and 10 starts. The team is just 3-7 in his outings this year, and his last start was against the Rays when he gave up 2 runs in 5 1/3. And the left-hander, Baltimore native, 29-year-old Shane McClanahan, is out there today for the Rays in 9 starts for Tampa this year, 5-2 with a 2.82 ERA. This is a pitcher who's really good. 2-time All-Star, 6th for the Cy Young Award in 2022. A lot of injuries and started with the Tommy John surgery in August 23, but he's back and pitching well for Tampa Bay. So it's Bradish and McClanahan scoreless in the second in Baltimore. Hey, that'll do it for me, O's fans and sports fans. Thanks for all the great calls today on the show, and thanks to Brian Levy for his help. we're closing this down, but keep listening. The Sports Talk continues with some national sports talk coming your way. Enjoy baseball today. Enjoy Memorial Day, and I'll talk to you soon. More coverage coming up in a moment on 105.7 The Fan.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Memorial Day savings start now at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Go see Kevin Brammer, the sales director, and get you a great sales experience. And you can save with 0% 60-month financing on 2026 Tucsons. Come see the 26 Elantra Hybrid. It gets over 50 miles per gallon and make no payments till August 2026 on every new Hyundai. Now we got banks on site for instant credit approval. Now Kevin, he's going to give you $500 more than CarMax for your trade. Get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, owner assurance. Plus, you get my favorite thing, Jones, for a lifetime, which includes free oil changes, free car washes, and an engine guaranteed for a lifetime with over 2 million likes and reviews. You too, you can and you will be a satisfied customer. The Memorial savings, they start now at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction, 1504 Bel Air Road. Only 15